5 former world champions playing.
Yeah, we're going to see if Clem can win this again, or we're going to have a new world champion here for 2025. Of course, we have more Protoss representation than ever before, so there's a very realistic shot of Protoss could take this whole thing.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to another live VIP or to another broadcast here. Welcome to the Esports World Cup. The Esports World Cup 2025, the global finals, the world finals here for StarCraft 2 for our beloved SC2. Here we go, the end of year event. I say end of year, I guess mid-year events, but this is what everyone has been building up towards the entire year, even last year as well. It's been a bit of a shaky start as well. I mean, a lot of people, I mean, ourselves included, we were not entirely sure if EWC would continue and would actually host StarCraft. That's also why we had a bunch of events all stacked together in a very short period of time with GSL, with Stars, Zagora, DreamHack, but we are back with Esports World Cup. Let's go, let's go. I'm of course just VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing casters, by Kalaris, we see Zomberga, we see Rotterdam as well. Likewise, the lovely people in the chat, and my plushies. Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Ay. Oh my god, we get to see players. As the players are now arriving, yo, we got Classic, we got Hero, we got Maru, we got Cure. It's beautiful. Well, the Koreans are together, papi. Xian, Ryung as well. You're all coming in. Again, you should be familiar with, as we have the, next set of players. Okay, I see Clem, Trigger, Byan is with the boys. Solar as well. Very beautiful. Was that an RC shirt towards the end? Interesting. But yeah, it looks like all the players are coming through, or at least they're showing them coming from venue to I should say kind of like where they're housed into the main venue. Oh, yo, Serral has got his hat. Let's go. Yo, how could they fit Gabe on screen like that? That was crazy. Did you see the editing, papi? Oh my god. So game towards the end, but yeah, really great to see all the players. Of course, they have been traveling, they have been practicing, getting ready here for the main event as well, referring to players like Rainer, like Clem, like Trigger that was spending, I want to say, almost a month in South Korea in preparation for this tournament. We've seen a glimpse of them, especially when it comes to the online open cups. But now we're here to see kind of where all that, or how all that comes to fruition here at EWC. It's going to be an intense day of StarCraft. I'm sure we're about to go through the bracket. I'm sure we're about to go through the upcoming matches as well. We'll get there. We will get there. Aye. In regards to the play-in stage and the group stage as well. 4 days full of StarCraft. This is merely only day 1. We still have 3 more after this as well. Unfortunately, won't be going over into the weekend, but throughout the week. Oh, hello.
Excited for all the StarCraft action to come, but first we wanted to zoom out into the bigger picture. You just saw that Clem etched his name into history here last year on behalf of Team Liquid, who ended up actually finishing second because of Clem. If it was not for Clem, they would not have done that, and he got a really nice fat bonus because of that, is the word on the street. Here we are now at the 2025 totem, and Clem has much tougher opposition with the buffs to certain factions and races, and we will see what happens this year. Will he do it again? To explain how the team championship works, here's a video because I cannot explain it myself.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship.
They're doing Paolo dirty.
Cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Again, it was just too complicated for Paolo to explain. It was it's far too complicated. Meanwhile, we have the current standings here. Team Vitality, oh, actually looking pretty good. I know that typically Team Falcons is kind of favored in this, but we got Team Genji Esports, Team Falcons, Team Spirit, Evos, Heretics, AGAL, and a bunch of teams that I'm not very familiar with because they're not in StarCraft. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I'm a little bit surprised that Genji Esports didn't pick anyone up, bearing in mind that they did actually have a Trap, of course, for a long time, but Trap, he did begin a family, of course, does have, I believe, a daughter now, so Trap did step away. It was a bit of a shame just because Trap, he came back and he was looking really strong at the start of the year. You know, he joined Genji Esports, he was looking very in form, and then he did step away, and of course, again, as you mentioned, he's not quite pulling a Dark, he was still competing, even, you know, with becoming new Pappy, of course, at least for quite some time, before eventually going to the military. Trap has already done his military service, but he did decide to be a family man, so he stepped away from StarCraft, stepped away from competing. And Genji didn't actually pick up another player, and we'll get into him, I guess, because up first is going to be Estrella. There's a lot to talk about there regarding the fact that he's not on a team. It is a bit of a feels bad, man. Again, Estrella, the only player not on a team, the only player not being supported. No one had faith. Estrella, he was definitely in form. He's been looking in form, especially when it comes to his PvT. We'll get there. Oh, as we have another content piece.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Well, we're just running the EWC ads. We're just let's go. We have a breakdown of the tournament prize pool: 700,000 USD with 200K for first place, going all the way down to 18th place as well. But we were just discussing again Genji Esports and Trap, and getting into Estrella as well. What I was getting at is that again Estrella, he's the only player that is currently not on a team, that is not being represented, which is a bit of a shame because again he could have benefited a team for his placement for making it this far in EWC. We spoke about it, I believe, during the podcast about how I believe the period, the the player signing and the player transfer period had closed. So Estrella, by the time he made it in, it was a little bit too late to actually get picked up by another team. That's kind of a rule in place to kind of stop poaching and stop teams from like trying to take players from opposing teams in the lead up to EWC as well. But that did negatively impact Estrella, which is a big shame. Assuming that he's still teamless, unless I kind of missed anything. Yeah, just double check. Yeah. The only teamless player. So much love to Estrella, and again, he's going to be the first player to compete here later on tonight. I did see some people asking about Pig earlier in the chat, and yes, for those of you that are not on social media, Pig was going to the event.
StarCraft 2 World Champion will be crowned here in Riyadh in just a few days, but the road to the top is never easy. So let's take a look at how the path to glory will shape up for our contenders. The tournament features 18 players and is divided into 3 stages. First comes the play-in stage, where 4 of our gladiators battle for 2 spots in the group stage.
Take it away, Kalaris.
Format, which in essence means that 2 wins and you're through to the next stage, and 2 losses means that you're out. However, we don't envy the ones that qualify, as right off the bat they're thrown into deep waters, with Clem and Serral waiting for them in the group stage, along with 12 other players, making it 16 in total. It's a dual tournament format again in the groups, so players will be looking for those 2 wins again to make it to the quarterfinals, avoid the double loss, or you're done in Riyadh. Here, matches are divided into the well-known round of 8, played in best of 5 format. Round of 4 will be played in best of 7 format, and of course, the grand finals is played in a best of 9.
Oh, let's go.
Our new world champion shall claim his throne, alongside a hefty $200,000 and 1,000 points for the club championship.
Beautiful. There's just so much to get into. But yes, for those of you that are not on social medias, Pig, he's now a Bappy. He's now a Bappy. It actually happened ahead of time. I believe 24 weeks, a little bit premature for Pig and Dot and their son. But much love to Pig, much love to Dot as well, and the family that they have begun, of course. And it does mean that Pig is not traveling, is not going to EWC because his son was just born. So is of course spending time with the family, and that is why I believe Steadfast is going instead, or Steadfast is there. I believe Steadfast is going to be a part of the B stream. I believe the Muslim, Fear Dragon, and Steadfast, they're all in the B stream. Everyone else is going to be a part of the main stream in some way. You just heard Kalaris. Kalaris is the main host. We have Katz Paulo. He's going to be the main interviewer. So we saw Katz with a bit of a segment himself, and he should be able to approach the players and get some of their insights as well. And of course, we have Zombergub and Rotterdam. They are analysts. Now, my big concern coming into this was that they would be stuck in the analyst role. I remember we were discussing this in Fear Dragon stream the other day with Zombergub as well, about how that would be sometimes they're very strict when it comes to their roles, and it would be a really big shame if they don't allow Rotterdam and Zombergub to cast. If you recall, last year that happened with Wardy, that happened with Paulo as well, where they didn't really get to cast. But we got another segment. Power ranking favorites: Serral, Clem, Classic, Hero, Maru, and Rainer. Okay. What's this power ranking based off? What's it? I don't think I'm too opposed to the generality of the players picked there. The other thing that I'm hoping that we're going to see is, for those that remember, at DreamHack Dallas, at the DreamHack Dallas EWC event, there was no on-stage host, and it was kind of a weird setup that they had, but they were interviewing the players and the winners, the players that did qualify for EWC. The interviews weren't shown on stream at the time, but I'm pretty sure they were making content pieces for this event, for EWC, so I hope we get to see that. Meanwhile, we have the contenders. We have Solar, Cure, Beyond, and Shin as our contenders. I think they're just based on, I think this is maybe just like EWC point rankings, maybe. But maybe the casters came together and came to an agreement on these set of players. What we want to see is Roddy defend his King of the Hill title. True. For those who weren't here last year, there was like a caster brawl. There was like a caster like FFA King of the Hill show match that they did host, including like Magnath and some of the others. So yeah, it'll be fun if they do something similar to that. If they do that, that'll be on the final day. Yo, the Dark Horses, Zound, Showtime, and Rogue. Okay, let's go. But yeah, it looks like maybe the casters were asked about their own power rankings to like set this up. In general, coming into this, I do kind of lean towards players like Serral, players like Clem. Classic, of course, is coming in very strong form, and a lot of people are looking at Classic, but there are some other players that have been hiding builds and intentionally has been avoiding the spotlight. Hero is a big example of that. I feel like a lot of people have maybe... I will say that Hero's fallen by the wayside a little bit, and a lot of people are maybe not really giving too much consideration to Hero as of late, but a big reason for that is because, again, Hero, he has been playing in so much less. We did point that out over the past month of play, where he barely has been playing in any online tournaments. He has shown up for some events like RSL, true, for RSL and for some events here and there, but again, typically Hero, he's on that grind. That has not been the case in the lead up to this year's EWC, just because he has been intentionally hiding his builds, and he did speak on this. If you were here last year, you would know that he did the same thing for like a month, maybe a month and a half leading up to EWC. Here he also avoided any kind of online tournaments, and he was intentionally hiding his play and hiding his build in lead up to EWC. This year he did the same thing. So players like Hero have done this. Solar has done the same. True, Solar, he's also been a little less active. He's also been intentionally hiding his play. But there are other players that haven't. There are other players that have taken the opposite approach, and they've been on that grind to be able to refine their mechanics or refine their play. Beyond is an example of that. Showtime is also a big example of that, where Showtime, he's been playing more tournaments than ever before in the lead up to EWC. Like, he has been so active. So it's really interesting to see kind of like this different approach here, where some players have been hiding their builds, other players have been playing in more, just so they have that experience, they have that like stamina that they've been building up over time, whether it's stamina, whether it's endurance, whether it's mechanics as well, whether it's that tournament format experience. So different approaches for different players. It's always interesting. Always interesting to see. Ooh. As we do have our attending, there we go. We have our attending players. We should be getting like another slide of this as well. Let's go. We got Clem, Zound, so I'm still waiting for them to show off the groups themselves. But Clem, Zound, Solar, Rainer, Shin, Trigger, Maru, Hero, Cyan / Lancer, Showtime, Classic, Rogue, Serral, and Cure. And I believe they still have to show off the play-in players as well. There it is. Playing in 10 players. It's going to be Bjorn, Estrella, Gabe, and Lambo. Again, they're going to be competing in the play-in stage. They're going to be the first players to compete here on stream to determine who will make it through into the group stage. And I believe they're going to be seeded into Clem and Serral, which was said in the infographic or the infomercial earlier, which is brutal, by the way. To make it through the play-ins into Serral or Clem is not going to be easy. Not at all. But best of luck to our 4 players. Oh my god.
EWC 우승은 프로 게이머로서 최종 꿈을 이루는 거지 않나 싶습니다.
일단 결산대 우승이 없는 상태라서 제가 우승한다면은 너무 뜻깊을 것 같아요.
올해 끝, 그러니까 마무리. 네, 올해의 마무리.
And that is it! It's over! Clem is your world champion, defeating Serral 5-0!
Obviously, we feel amazing to lift the trophy again, and it would make me the only back-to-back world champion in StarCraft, which never happened before, so the fact that I get the chance to do that is going to be very fun and amazing and exciting.
Against the Serral. Those files looking Hero! Not watching! He just lost almost all of his point rate!
I think Protoss has a chance this year to take the throne. The recent patch made Protoss a lot more stronger than before, so yeah, I definitely think it's possible.
밸런스도 그렇고 그다음에 저그랑 테란 선수들이 프로토스한테 어려워하는 건 사실이니까 결승전을 갈 수 있을 것 같지만 우승은 뭐 힘들 것 같아요.
또 게이머 생활하면서 없는 커리어가 생기는 게 더 좋을 것 같습니다.
They triple medevac and just seconds away from sustaining the show.
It would feel amazing to win again here in Riyadh since I won Gamers 8.
솔직히 긴장이 좀 많이 되긴 하는데 준비된 것 같습니다.
Okay, keep it. The medevac. Okay, one medevac down, but all holding them together.
I am ready to crush my opponent's keys and dreams.
This year is the time for the real world champion to lift up the trophy.
Oh, we don't have Fancy anymore. True, true. Yo, Fancy was like one of the best parts of EWC. Give me my Fancy. Oh. Yo, we gotta... What's going on? Let's go. Yo, we're playing in the players.
Hello, StarCraft 2 fans, and welcome to Riyadh. Welcome to the biggest tournament in StarCraft 2. It's week 3 of the Esports World Cup, and we have 18 of the very best StarCraft 2 players ready to duke it out for their share of a $700,000 prize pool. My name is Seltzer, and this is Sandstorm.
And this is the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena. The players that are about to join us aren't here to just compete. They are representing their teams, their regions, and the countless hours that they have poured into their craft. One chance, one stage, and the whole world is watching. So, without further ado, let's welcome the legends of the game to the arena, starting with the lone wolf from NA. It's Estrella! Qualifying through the Americas Regional Qualifiers, taking second place, earning a spot here through the play-ins. Can he make it by getting it first at the EWC?
I appreciate that they're playing up that he's on his own. I appreciate it.
Representing Mouse, it's Hero Marine. He's represented this org since his StarCraft 2 debut, nearly 14 years ago, and he has never once stopped making them proud.
And now, joining us at the SMB Arena, it's Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, the Shopify boys.
Represented by Byun, who qualified through the Korean Regional Qualifiers, earning a direct spot at the EWC. And alongside him is duo Lambo, qualifying from the EU Regional Qualifiers.
Next, Basilisk. As intimidating a roster as their name implies, with one champion of Gamers 8, one of the world's winning most players, and one of the best in LA. In NA, it's Trigger, Serral, and Rainer.
Yo, best in LA? Let's go.
And now, it's none other than JD Gaming. Represented by Cyan, qualifying through the Asian Regional Qualifiers through the Chinese bracket, earning himself a play-in spot now here at the EWC. Can he make it to the main event?
Next, Sentinels. Represented by Showtime, who qualified through the Bellum Gens Elite Stars Agora. He joined Sentinels in May, and he's already proved the value of that investment.
And now, leading in club championship points as we start week 3, it's Team Vitality. Represented by a multi-time GSL champion and the top-seeded KR player, it's none other than Maru, joined by Zune, who also made it through the KR closed qualifiers. Can this duo make it all the way to the top?
Yo, we're about to Zune. Let's go.
Next, Twisted Minds. Represented by Hero, the GSL Season 1 winner. He's hoping to pick up points for his team in the Club Challenge, as well as another victory with his powered-up Protoss.
And now, it's Virtus Pro. Represented by none other than Classic, who qualified through DreamHack Dallas with strong placements in the global LAN, giving him a direct invite here at the EWC.
Now, Weibo Gaming, represented by Shin. This Zerg qualified through DreamHack Dallas also, and he's looking to pick up his first S-tier victory. Also, he's never been in better form to do it.
No, Weibo Gaming.
Representatives from the Club Championship champions of last year in 2024 here at EWC, it's Falcons. With Rogue, a former world champion, and Solar, qualifying through DreamHack Dallas, this duo is looking to get the first win for Team Falcons at EWC.
No one's made a post. Oh.
Team Liquid, a legendary StarCraft organization represented today by Cure, who earned his spot through the Korea qualifying gauntlet, as well as the defending champion of StarCraft 2 at EWC, the French Terran Clem. There is so much history on this stage represented by these players, so much history between them, and so much history still to make this week.
And now the hunt begins once again to crown a champion here at this arena. And this time, it's for none other than StarCraft. So, 4 days of competition ahead of us. Let's begin as the journey for the hunt for the champion begins now. Without further ado, let's head on over to the studio and start off our first game of the day.
Oh, let's go. Oh my god. I love that. See, Beyond, he was showing off his gains on the player photo, but not on the stage, Pappy. Take it off, Pappy. Take it off. But yes, we're gonna be featuring our 4 players here coming to the playing stage. Oh, let's go. I always appreciate the poses from the players. With Lambo, with Hero Marine, with Estrella, and with Beyond. Let's go. Also, I was not ready for the for the howling noises. I was not ready. But I appreciate it. And here we go. Here we have the bracket itself. Again, we have Beyond versus Estrella, Gabe versus Lambo. Of the 4 players, only 2 will make it through into the group stage. It is a brutal format for sure. Bearing in mind that they advance on a face-off against Clem and several of all players. But best of luck to our players here, as it should be Beyond and Estrella up first in today's broadcast. Beautiful. Just catching up with the chat. I did see someone asking about how we watching EWC. For me, it was blocked on Twitch, but it was available on YouTube. So I do recommend checking out the YouTube stream. Again, it should be there. I say should. It was available to me, but I did see that Tally mentioned that it wasn't available on YouTube either. But yeah, that wasn't the case last year. Unfortunately, it's the case this year. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Gabe looking pretty swole. He's looking like a beast, Pappy. Oh my god. But a bit of a shame that we didn't have anyone like playing with the camera or posing when it came to the play intros. But I also know that they had to get through it quickly. So there's a lot of players to get through. Let's go. Gabe, too big, Pappy, too big. Australia wins the whole thing. Does anyone else mulled because they missed their signing chance? Yeah, as MJG was mentioning, like there was a period in time where they had to sign players before EWC. But again, Australia qualifying for the Esports World Cup did happen so close to it that it looks like no teams were able to pick them up in time, which is a shame for sure. I feel like that hurts Australia more than anything. Like Australia, he deserves to be supported for sure. He deserves that support, deserves to be on the team. So it's a shame that he missed out. It is for sure a shame. So I hope Australia does well. I hope he does well, despite that fact. The Wolf Happy. Let's go. Yeah, here we go. We have today's schedule, or at least our current schedule, with Beyond versus Australia, Gabe versus Lambo, then the winners match, and then the elimination match. These are not all the matches playing in the play-in stage. Bearing in mind, there is a B stream. There is a B stream happening concurrently as well, which is going to be covering some of the other matches in this group in the play-in stage as well. Let's see there the decider match. And I believe the plan for today is to get into the play-in stage and then into the group stage as well. It's going to be a long day of StarCraft. 4 days. 4 days of StarCraft. It's going to be a lot to get into, for sure. I'm sure we're soon going to hear from the players themselves. Yo, a big shout to Slow Joe in the chat. Papi God. Thank you so much. Thank you much for subscribing for 11 months, almost a full year of support, which would have been around EWC last year as well. So thank you. Thank you so much, Papi God. Thank you for the support. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Always, always. Bearing in mind as well that this first series is going to be a best of 3. It's the qualifying matches at a best of 5s. That's where the best of 5s kick in. Or are they also best of 3s? Oh. According to Wikipedia, they're all best of 3s in the play-in stage, but we'll have to confirm on that one. We'll wait and see. That'd be crazy if the qualifying match is also a best of 3. They might do it just to like cut down how long it takes to get through the play-in stage, but that would be brutal if they only play best of 3s in the play-in stage. So I'm hoping for best of 5 qualifying matches. I'm hoping. Just watching. I try not to interrupt for like the segments, like the pre-prepared segments that they do have. Try not to interject too much. Either we see Twitch streams say there's premium content not available in your region. Yeah. Unfortunately, we were getting that as well. You were getting that. It's StarCraft 2 at the beginning of EWC. I haven't been following the other games. Currently, we're 3 weeks in. Seltzer did mention before, we're 3 weeks into EWC. I don't know how long it lasts. Like, I'm pretty sure there are other esports after StarCraft 2. But that's what I was going to mention earlier. That is also why StarCraft 2 was in the middle of the week, right? So we're not over the weekend. We're starting in the middle of the week and we're ending on Friday as well, which is a bit of a shame. Like, I feel like weekends are prime time, but again, it's because the games do not end. Oh. The other games, the other esports don't end, right? It's just back to back to back to back. Meanwhile, they got their keys. Beautiful. I love the key system that they have. Actually, it's something that hasn't really been done too often in regards to like just playing with the idea of what the trophy is and how the trophy is made. It's a fun idea that they've brought over from last year as well. I mean, we got the vetoes. Let's go. We've gotten rid of some of the more extreme maps out there. We got rid of Incorporeal, Last Fantasy, Tokamak. Those are the 3 largest. I mean, Beyond has a lot of experience with Australia. Okay, we can talk about the games, we can talk about the players. Australia, of course, has some absolutely killer PvT, some of the best in the world, late game PvT as well. If you've been watching StarCraft over the past couple of weeks, you would know that Australia, he beat Gumiho, he beat Beyond, he beat Ryung, he took maps off of Clem as well with his late game. Now, if you noticed with those vetoes, but Beyond vetoed the larger maps. He got rid of some larger maps. Maganatha was vetoed, Incorporeal was vetoed, Tokamak was vetoed as well. These larger maps in the map pool were gotten rid of, and I do favor Australia on those maps. I'm sure Beyond does as well, so he's gotten rid of them. He's gotten rid of them. Again, that is where Australia is at his best. That's where you could argue that Australia has the best PvT or late game PvT in the world when he gets to that kind of game state. When he gets into that late game, he has some terrifying PvT. And Beyond is aware of that. This is the downside of showcasing your play ahead of time. We spoke about this previously, how some players have been hiding their play and hiding their builds. Estrella has not, and his PvT was shown to everyone during the weeklies and during the EWC Global Qualifiers as well. So everyone is now aware of Estrella, his PvT play style, and it's going to be up to Estrella to still make that work or take a different approach or try to get to that game state. Now, something that we have seen recently was Beyond versus Estrella, I want to say last week. And Beyond was hyper aggressive. He never let Estrella get comfortable. He never let him get up to 4 bases. It just didn't happen. It just did not happen. Beyond, he was there to kill Estrella and to punish him and to break him ahead of time. And he was able to do so. So there's already a bit of history. There's already recent matches between these two. Yo, we're getting ready. Yo, we got map intros. So loading into Persephone. I feel like we're missing music right now. for some reason, the audience is mic'd at the moment. But okay. I mean, I appreciate the map intros here, but I feel like we're missing some music. Now let's hear from the audience. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're jumping in. And we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. Let's go jumping into our PvT, and spawning into the left hand corner we do have Björn for Shopify. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, sorry, bottom left hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss, the lone wolf himself. I'm not gonna howl. It is Estrella. Yo, Max Angel, let's go. Let us go. Oh my god, and before I forget, of course, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open, soon to be open, I should emphasize. Bam, there we go. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our first best of 3 of the night of the broadcast of the Esports World Cup. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Just catching up. Australia's been over some pretty crazy builds in the past. Maybe you've heard something, never know. That's what I was alluding to. I would hope so, right? That's the thing where we've seen Australia's strengths in PvT. We've seen him be at his best in that late game if he gets up to 3-4 bases. But as I mentioned, Björn did veto a lot of the larger maps in the map pool in this best of 3. So getting to that game state is now going to be a little more difficult for our players. It's going to be a little more difficult for Australia. Meanwhile, yo, we get to see their APM and their heart rate in real time. Okay. Oh my god. Monitoring the players. I mean, we've seen this in the past. We saw this at the House Galactic Battle, and I believe we may have seen some of this. Oh, I don't think we saw it at Star Zagora. But from time to time, they have had these stats available in tournaments, which is cool to see. As for timing, we have an economic opener at a Björn going for a racked expand. CC on the high ground, winding it back here. Björn, he's known for these more economic starts. Okay, just winding it back a little bit here. We were praising and talking a little about Australia's playing PvT and a little bit less so on Björn. Björn, I would say he is the most macro out of all the Korean Terran players out there. What I mean by that, if you look at players like Bunny, Kyor, Maru as well, Gumiho, Ryung, they're all so much more willing to 2-base all in. Björn, less so. Björn, he's the Korean, I say he's a Korean, he might just be the Terran out the Terran out there that is the most willing to go into an economic mid game, to get into a 3rd base and to go into a standard PvT out of all players. On the one hand, I do favor Australia against that kind of style, true. On the other hand, Björn, I'm not saying he's passive, not at all. He does still hit timing attacks, just rarely all-ins. Like Björn, he's not really one to pull the boys too often. For now though, the initial Zealot does slip into the main. It's going to be Zealot first here to delay the CC, and with the RNG here, nice RNG, nice movement out of that SCV. I should emphasize, as the SCV does survive, the CC will complete, and this Zealot should be dealt with. Behind this is going to be a Twilight Council out of Australia, going for a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council into Blink. Zealot does get 1 SCV. Oh, for our first blood, let's go! Do you think the guy in the production, he's on it? He's there waiting for the first unit to die to spam the first button. Let's go. The hype. Shout out to the production. Oh, that was a close one though, actually. When it comes to first blood. What died first, the SCV or the Zealot? True. Actually, I think the SCV would have died first, right? Am I crazy? Because it was a melee attack. Yo, we need an instant replay. We did an instant replay on that one. Right? It should have been Estrella, not Björn, with the first blood. Regardless, it doesn't matter, but just saying. Hard one to call. SCV for sure. Yeah, for sure. SCV would have been the first to go down before the ranged projectile hits. So hey, production making a mistake. Stripping us straight away from his first blood. Meanwhile, at the same time, we have our drop into the main base. At the same time, we have Reaper Hellion poking in towards that natural. Oh, Worker's going to be focused down, getting 2 probes so far. Oh, but the Hellion is dealt with. Straight, he defends his natural. What about his main? 4 probe kills, not bad. Bearing in mind, there's no blink, so the medevac is safe. The medevac is safe. You can load up, you can boost away. Medevac will escape. So nice moves here out of Björn. Does get away. Does get 4 worker kills. Sure, he lost a Hellion. Sure, he did lose some forces that is natural at the natural of Estrella, but they're designed to harass. They don't really scale too well into a longer game, so a better start for Bjorn. Meanwhile, Estrella claiming his third. That is a third base before Robo. The observer's pointing that out. So again, a more economic start here out of Estrella. Estrella, he does cut some corners. I do like this in the current, like the meta of PvT has been changing so much over the past couple of months, over the past 6 months even. If you've been watching, you would know this, but there's just been so many iterations, so many metas in PvT that have been just coming and going. If you recall, it was really only at DreamHack Dallas where it was non-stop 2-base all-ins out of the Terran, and then that died off because we had Protoss players playing more and more safe. But now here we see Estrella opening up with a later Robo, which is often not seen nowadays. And it might just be punished. It's a very Bjorn move. Bjorn, he does push out, and what do I mean by a Bjorn push? No stim, and no +1. We're moving out with vanilla Marines, but we have 2 tanks behind this. That's the backbone of the army. This is designed to try to catch out Estrella ahead of time and try to punish that third base. And remember, Estrella, his Robo is late, so his immortal production is delayed as well. Well, you have auto harass into the main. Nice kiting here from Estrella. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets a couple of Marines. Nice kiting so far, doesn't lose anything in the main. Shatters to the picture-in-picture. And Estrella, he shuts this down. Bjorn expanding on location, and Bjorn pulls away. Whew, okay, nice moves out of Estrella. Again, he did nibble away at the army enough. He will lose 1 Stalker in the process, but again, he shuts down the push, he shuts down the aggression, and if you remember what we said at the start of the series, we spoke about how Bjorn, out of all the Terran players out there, I would say he's the most willing to expand and get a third, and there it is, third base on location. Like again, Bjorn, he is not really one to pull the boys too much, he's not as aggressive as the others in that sense, not as all-in or committed, but despite that, he's still going to be very active once the upgrades kick in. They're about to. Sim is finishing up, Combat Shields is finishing up, Medevacs have arrived, and now we can move out. Now this army has more sustain with Medevacs with Stim. And once again, Estrella is in position to delay, to pick away at the army. Catching out a couple Marines, making use of the healing pad as well. Let's go. Alright guys, auto charge into the natural. Gets a couple of probe kills, not bad. 1, 2 workers going down. And again, it's on Estrella to just pick away these Marines at the same time, drop into the main. Estrella's not quite in position. And probes are going down. He's forced to pull the boys. Workers are falling. This is quickly stacking up. 8 probe kills already. And Bjorn's made his way towards a third. Tries to bait out the mine shots. Nice unbar out of Bjorn. He does preserve those Widow mines. 11 probes, 12 probes going down. The drop in the main base finally being cleaned up. Ooh, the immortal goes down. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Estrella. No shield battery. Oof, yeah, no shield battery. Oh. No shield battery at the third base. Widow mines are cleaned up, tank as well, and Estrella, he may have lost the immortal, but he shuts down the army and he saves the third. Whew, let's go. Does save the third base, does hold. Now, on the one hand, Estrella, he saves the base, he saves the expansion, he preserves his army for the most part, but he lost a lot of workers. As the observer's pointing out, 22 probe kills throughout the course of this game. That is brutal economic damage. That is critical damage there, already being done by Bjorn. And again, as you mentioned, it's not like he's been all in, but he has been going for drop places, been going for split pushes, and Estrella has been having a hard time keeping up. And it's not too apparent with just how ahead Bjorn is, but you can see that supply disparity already between the players, and that is only going to get larger and larger over time. Bjorn dropping into the main, Estrella in position, scan does reveal that, Bjorn backs off. But again, Bjorn is just building up a greater army. And Estrella is in trouble. Now, when behind, what? Dark Shrine, Pappy, let's go. And this would be a way to ideally force back the army, get some economic damage, but ooh, I think the scan did reveal it, so it does cancel the Dark Shrine. We have Disruptor production on the way before Storm. You can see Temple Archives in production, but Disruptor is going to be out first, and that is going to be another way to bounce back. Disruptors, you can be down 20, 30 supply, and still take a fight with some well-placed Novas. So there's going to be a lot of riding on those Disruptors. Meanwhile, second starport's on the way from as Viking, eventually into Liberators. Eventually. We'll get there. As Estrella's trying to keep up. And again, Bjorn currently has momentum. He has map control. Estrella being active. And the zone Bjorn away. Second starport now coming online. Ooh, catching out some stalkers. And I would love to see an eye on the disruptor count currently. I think there's 1 disruptor with the main army, maybe 2. Storm has begun. But beyond, he's not actually pushing in. He's not committing to any draw play. He's just vying for map control. This is giving Estrella time. It's giving him time. The observer does see the rotation. Estrella's keeping up. Yo, shout out to the shield battery as the auto turrets didn't really do much damage. They didn't really get much done. And here comes his Zealot run by. Does somehow step by. Not bad. This is what he needed. This is what he needed. He does delay the base. He can force a cancel. And Bjarni turns around. Oh, that's a kill? Oh, that should not have happened. That's a kill, not a cancel. Ay. And Bjarni does turn back around. Nice run by here by Estrella. Well worth it. Catching reinforcements. And again, Bjarni, he's getting caught out here. You see him rotating over towards the gold. Zealots into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. And again, this is very necessary damage from Estrella. We mentioned earlier that Estrella, he's had a bit of a harder time here in the early to mid game when it comes to preserving his own workers. Well, there it is, 10 SCV kills, 11 SCVs. Half the army races back home. And for the most part, Estrella's been keeping up with the main army rotations. I say that, looks like Estrella, he does not see the main army of Björn. You can see Estrella, he rotates in between his natural and his third. He's not ready at the fourth. Uh-oh. But he does have some cannons to buy some time. Björn sims in. Estrella, he does race over. There's the recall. Yeah, Estrella, he was out of position. Thankfully, he does have that recall. Oh, massive storms. Estrella's holding. Estrella's holding on. And what's terrifying is that we are getting up to that point where Estrella is getting up to 4 base saturation, up to a 5th base. At the start of the series, we did try to emphasize that Estrella, he's at his best in the late game. He's not there yet, but he's getting there. He's getting to that point where Estrella can slow the game down, where he can slow down his opponent even, and focus on these main fights, these main engagements. That is where Estrella's at his best. On the one hand, yes, Beyond did an amazing job killing 22 workers at the start of this game in the lead up to the mid game, but Estrella, he hasn't lost workers in quite some time, and we have another Zealot run by it, another 5 SCVs, another 5 workers going down. Estrella, he's catching up. I would say at this point he's caught back up. We have a back and forth, another Zealot run by on the way. Observer does spot the main army. Ooh, nice EMP onto our Templar. Ooh, another EMP! Yeah, storms are denied. Colossus goes down. Those are brutal EMPs. He had 5 High Templar, and every single one was EMP'd. Okay, we have more High Templar coming in. Another storm, just a zone. And there's a couple more storms left over. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal connections. A couple of storms and Estrella. He does hold, he does take it. And once again, oh my god, another storm does connect. Brutal storms. I'm loving how Estrella, he doesn't only have 2 groups of High Templar, but he has High Templar spread out all between his bases. And now he's collapsing in. Yeah, oh my god, another storm! The flanking storm comes in, and Estrella, he can take this fight. Beyond has to get the hell out of here. He has to back off. Did a great job catching the first Colossus, but now we have a second Robo on the way, more Colossus building up. It did take a lot of storms, a lot of High Templar, but Estrella, he barely had enough. And again, he had High Templar. You can see them here. They're spread out in between his third, his natural, his 4th base. Even though he had some brutal EMPs, it was still a handful of High Templar with storm. Finally, the Observer goes down. Whew, that was the MVP Observer. It was giving Estrella all the information he needed. Now he does lose it. Bjorn, once again, trying to find a way across the map. He's maxed. The Ghost said, oh, not quite getting caught out. Instead, the Colossus is. Yeah, rough movement. Very rough movement here. We have some storms going to be connecting. He gets one, but the other High Templar goes down. Better storms here towards the end, and how many High Templar are left over? Colossus, a bit of miscontrol, a bit of misrally. Colossus does rally in. And again, Estrella, he needs those storms to hold on. High Templar, they're coming in from behind. The funnel Colossus goes down. Oh, it does land the storms, though. They're barely landing. Oh my god. And again, it's still a very close fight. The medevacs, they're putting in a lot of work keeping everything alive. Those 6 medevacs, they're running out of energy. But Estrella, he's barely holding on. His second Robo is now done. Now he can make 2 Colossus at a time. Bearing in mind that the Viking count is very low, or I say it's low, it's non-existent. So Colossus will be ideal here. He needs those Colossi. Then he can hold. And again, it's Storm Beyond to break Estrella. Looking for a way in. Colossus just now popping out. Storm does actually get a medevac. Does catch a medevac. Ugh, Stalker's going down. But Astray, he holds the line. And the Colossus have arrived. He's got 2. He's got 2 Colossus so far. And more Storms are going to be landing. Yeah, and he's chasing down Beyond. Beyond is overextending. It does overextend. Kiting decently well against the Zealots with the Stalkers. Oh my god, a crazy blink out of Estrella. Oh, losing almost every single Stalker. Yeah, that was not it. That was not the blink to go for. Ay, 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 Estrella. Max, calm down. Calm down, Papi, calm down. As Astray, he was taking that fight, but got a little bit too ambitious towards the end. He lost, what, 8 Stalkers, 9 Stalkers? Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's not like our players have a bank. Like, every bit of gas counts. The Stalkers especially, as you want to build them up every time. You don't want to be warping in Stalkers, not at this stage. So some brutal losses there from Estrella. Beyond backs off, Beyond expanding, taking his own 5th base. Estrella getting a 6th. MP goes off. Nice catch on the High Templar. Estrella fanning out his observers. Yo, we got observer speed, let's go. As Estrella just licking his wounds, so is Beyond. Does catch one of the observers. As Estrella splits up his army, going for a counterattack headed towards the would-be 5th base of Beyond. The factory may catch a glimpse. Looks like it doesn't quite have the vision for it. Beyond's moving in. Remember, Estrella, he lands half his army. Yeah, massive EMP of the Colossus. First Colossus goes down. He gets 1, he gets 2. The Colossus is so exposed. Getting 3, 4 Colossus. Massive pickoffs. And yes, there's a Zealot run by across the map, but it may not matter. The 5th base goes down. But that was 4 Colossus falling. And Beyond, he sims in. He sims in. He breaks the expansion. Sure, he's losing SCVs across the map. And we're going for a pseudo base trade. Beyond takes down the center Nexus. At the same time, though, Beyond, he loses the 5th and the 4th. Yeah, 41 SCVs going down. Beyond, he's all in. Yeah, Beyond, he's all in, but Astray is warping in more High Templar. He's holding onto his Storms. And Beyond, he backs off. Ooh, Beyond, he backs off, and this is not worth it for Beyond. Beyond, he lost 2 bases and 3 mineral lines. He lost 3 mineral lines here, and he's racing back home. Down to 9 SCVs. No shot, and Astray, he has weathered the storm. He holds, he survives. It was a brutal fight, losing all those Colossus, but Beyond, he didn't chase, he didn't commit. I mean, he couldn't, he had no reinforcements. He raced back home. And Astray, he's running away with this. He's running away with this first game. Astray is going to be the first to max out. Astray, he preserved his workers. He's got 80 probes. Astray's looking for one big fight. Yeah, Beyond, he's feeling the pressure. He knows that he's not in a good position, not anymore. I was concerned about Astray splitting up his army the way that he did. I mean, that led into Astray losing all the Colossus, but hey, he got away with it. Oh god, the Storms. As Beyond has to race through the Storms, has to chase through, gets another Colossus. As he moves out, another Zealot run by. And again, Beyond, he does not have an economy. And you can see the army, it's battered, it's screwed. GG gets called, and Estrella, Max Angel, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. And again, it was the early game. It was early to mid game where we did have Beyond popping off. Beyond, he was able to have a very strong start, but we did take note of Estrella and his ability to defend, to recover, and more importantly, counterattack. If you remember, it was in the mid game where Estrella, he was able to get away with those Zealot run-bys, with those Zealot counterattacks. Remember, he was able to pick off SCVs, force Beyond back home, successfully defend back at home. And a big reason for that, I do want to emphasize the vision, the map awareness of Estrella. The observers were able to see most of the rotations. Estrella, he was able to keep up. There was one time where Estrella was caught out of position when we saw Beyond push at the 4th base, but Estrella had a recall. He had that one recall available, so he was able to recall in time, keep up with the movement of Beyond, even though Estrella did miss it. And Estrella, he shut Beyond down, took some very nice fights, some very nice unit control as well for Estrella to split up all the High Templar. Again, they were spread out so well, despite the fact that Beyond had so many ghosts with EMPs. Many Storms still landed, many Storms still hit, and Estrella takes game 1. Let's go. Let us go Astray. He does take a lead in the series. And remember, best of 3. Not a best of 5. It's a best of 3 here. So one more game is all that Australia needs to advance on into the qualifying match. Let's go. Meanwhile, the pressure is on Bjorn here. And again, I feel like a lot of people, as we have our map intros, let's go. Again, I feel like we're missing music here. But I appreciate the map intros. As we go into ley lines. Fun fact, we thought ourselves about making our own map intros as well. I appreciate it. It reminds me of like back in the day, like the Base Ray TV, they used to have their own map intros as well with their own music. It was always very hype. Here we go. Jumping it. We're the official Aussie stream now. True. Again, if you're out there, if you're in Australia, if you're having a hard time watching, we'll get into this. Top right hand corner here of Leylands. We have our South Korean Terran player. We have our red Terran going for the proxy in the center of the map. It is Bjorn. And going for the proxy 2 racks. And in the bottom left hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is Australia. And here we go. The Raxes are set. They are ready to go. We are committing to the proxy. Australia does scout at the natural base, and he is going to be checking a third location. Where exactly? As he does move out across the map, and it looks like it should be barely out of range. Yeah, barely out of vision. He does not scout the center of the map. He does not see the proxy coming his way. Not yet. What I was going to get at, I believe you can Google it. It is on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Yeah, I believe it is on YouTube. It is on Google. But if you're in Australia, if you cannot watch the mainstream, if you want to tune into the mainstream, you can. If you have a VPN, you can use that. Like VPNs will work to watch Twitch from a different region to be able to watch it back at home. So you can use a VPN. Otherwise, something that worked for me is YouTube. You can also watch the stream on YouTube, not Twitch, and it may be unrestricted on YouTube for you. It was for me, but I know it's not for everyone. So if you're in Australia or another region that happens to have EWC blocked on Twitch, then check YouTube, or you can use a VPN. Those are your 2 options, I would say. Yeah, as the Marines are revealed, the bunker's on the way. Again, it's going to be a 2x Marine bunker rush here. Zealot has arrived, and probes are getting picked off. Nice kiting here by Bjorn. Oh, and this is getting out of hand here. 5 probe kills, 6 probes already. 6 workers go down. Bunker is denied. A Stalker has made it. This is still going to be a tough hold though for Australia. Losing 6 probes, losing the Zealots. Yeah, the shield battery is under fire. If he can survive long enough for it to finish, then he can hold, but the Stalker's taking so much damage. Yeah, and Australia's getting out of hand. Sorry, Bjorn is getting out of hand. He's getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. Yeah, down goes the shield battery. The Stalker is barely standing. It's barely standing here. He's chroning out a second Stalker. But we need a backup shield battery. We need them. We need the shield batteries. As Bjorn, he's just coming behind them. Mind, he's transitioning. Okay, Bjorn, he doesn't press the issue. I do think he could have gotten a little bit more done at the natural, but no, Bjorn, he backs off and Australia holds. Okay, never mind. I was getting concerned, especially with the death of the shield battery, that we would get a little bit more damage, maybe even the pylon on the low ground. I thought at least the pylon would go down, but Bjorn, he thinks better of it. He does back off. He will expand, and I would say that Australia's in a better position. A really important part here is that Bjorn, remember, his CC is very late. It's a delayed CC because of both Raxes. It was both Raxes and the factory before CC, so Australia will have a very nice economic lead at the start of this game. Now, this doesn't mean that Bjorn is out of it, not by any means. Remember, he killed 6 probes, so that was nice damage early on. The bunker, of course, was denied, and that was also a deterrent for Bjorn. But Bjorn, he does have Cyclone production with this factory follow-up. He could try to be assertive early on and try to get some earlier game damage. We'll see. But again, Bjorn, he was hoping for more. Ideally, he was hoping that the bunker would finish, of course. Then he could actually maintain his position. Behind the Cyclone into tank. Bjorn, he's known for these early tank pushes without any upgrades with vanilla Marines. We're leading towards that here. Nice hallucination scout, does confirm the lack of add-on. He sees no tech lab on the starport, he sees the tech lab on the factory. Yeah, the observer's just confirming. I didn't see the tech lab on the factory, but he can make the assumption he's going to rescout just in case. We'll rescout. YouTube does work. Yes. It was YouTube was working for me. So if you're in Australia, if you cannot watch the main stream on Twitch, then do look it up on YouTube. Australia going for a DT. Oh, he's crazy. Björn is moving out across the map. Australia going for a Dark Shrine. Okay, bold move. Does go for the Dark Shrine. Oh, he just hallucinated. No force field. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's no force field. The tank has arrived. We spoke about it earlier. These early tank pushes here from Björn. He's known for it. And he's going for the Archosis pylon. He will catch the gateway. Backup pylons on the way. The Dark Shrine is going to be scattered, of course. Oh, brutal tank shots here on the sentry. Again, the Dark Shrine is seen. And Astray is warping in those Dark Templar. Forcing out scans, takes down the Cyclone. And even trying to force friendly fire. There's the first scan. Turrets are on the way back at home, so Björn is getting ready for those Dark Templar. And he's getting into the mineral line. So far, 3 probe kills. Takes down the Dark Shrine, no more DTs, so just the 1. And GG. Yeah, GG gets called. The natural is broken. Astray just being a little bit too greedy there, teching up. Was not able to save that natural base, and Björn ties it up 1-1. Whew. GG, well played. Honestly, I did favor Astray after the opener. I do think it was impressive that he was able to defend, able to preserve his base, able to get an economic lead from there. But as we saw, Astray, he did miss the move out. He was not able to defend. Just before the push, if you remember, there was a hallucination. He hallucinated probes. He did not have that force field, so that meant that was that much less to defend back at home. He didn't see the move out. He wasn't able to engage ahead of time. He was unable to force an earlier siege. GG. GG, well played. It was a risky move out of Björn, but he was able to sneak out across the map in time. And sneak out the win over Australia. Let's go. Let us go. And with that, we're going to the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends. This could still go either way. Now, bearing in mind, regardless of who wins and who loses, the series doesn't end here for them. They have the lower bracket. They have an extra life. They have that lower brackets, that elimination round, that they will still have a chance to redeem themselves and to go further and progress into the main event. So they still have another chance. Apparently Channel 7 has EWC rights. I cannot confirm that. Oh, yo, let's go. Ultra Love. The map intro. Send it, Pappy. Send it. So we are loading into Game 3. But yeah, that is interesting that I don't know if Channel 7 have their own streaming platform or if you just have to watch TV to watch EWC in Australia. That would be crazy. But okay. In the left-hand corner, we do have our South Korean Terran player, though. It is going to be Björn for Shopify. And in the top right, we have the American Protoss player himself. It is Australia. I know, I missed the fanfare for Björn. I know. They're just so fast with their intros. They just go in. Calm down. As we find ourselves in the ace match, this time Björn throwing down the racks back at home. This time it's back at home. He does not proxy. Channel 7 getting into esports. Sure, I should contact Channel 7. Get us on for EWC. We'll give him the updates on Sunrise. I don't know. I'll be honest, I have not watched TV in years. Unironically. Smurge. For the time being, though, we do have an economic opener. Ranks expand out of Bjorn, going Marine first, not even a Reaper. So again, preserving his gas, being as efficient as possible. And of course, Estrella does confirm. With the probe scout, he does confirm the timing of the CC, so he knows that he's safe. From here, we could see Estrella cut some corners, and he could once again go for a faster third base. I would say it would be risky here on Ultra Love. Welcome, by the way, welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Shorter rushes by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. We often see a lot of two-base all-ins. I did emphasize at the start of the series that Bjorn is often not one to go for a two-base all-in, but he does have the capacity to do so. So we'll keep an eye on Bjorn, as it does open up racks into Tech Lab, into early Marauder production with the concussive shell. This is designed to punish a player that tries to punish Bjorn. What I'm getting at, winding it back a little bit here, remember, Bjorn, he went for a faster CC on the low ground, and it is not uncommon for a Protoss player, when they scout that, to try to punish and move out early on with early Adept and Stalker aggression, to try to punish the economic start of Bjorn. So Bjorn's follow-up Marauders is designed to punish that punishment, and try to catch out the early Stalker and Adept aggression. Speaking of, Estrella is pushing, and ideally Bjorn wants to catch out this Stalker. Oh, Jesus. As we're cutting to player cam, player POV. Stalker moves up the ramp. Mortar's revealed, and the Stalker gets caught. Yeah, massive catch here. Stalker is going to go down. Interesting time to show us the POV, but yeah. I don't know if this would be the time. As we have a proxy across the map going for the... Oh, was that it? Going for the Dark Shrine? Okay, going for DTs. Let's go. But yeah, the early game is an interesting time to show us this. I feel like what would have been cool as Bjorn gets first blood and he moves out across the map, looking for another Stalker, see whatever he's done just in time. Yeah, just barely done in time. I would have loved to have seen a player POV for the proxy, actually. I think that would have been fun. For Bjorn's POV. I think that would have been a good moment for it. It's too late now, but it's always a hard call to make when to switch to POV and not, for sure. Like it can be really hard to make that call. Sometimes you go into it and it can ruin a moment as well, right? It's like you don't want to go into a POV for a big fight because you want to show the whole screen. Ideally, you want to show POV, I would say, for harassment, right? Like for multi-pronged aggression. I think that would be like the best time for that sort of thing. Oh my god, Bjorn comes in with the scouts. Yeah, a bit of he does shake his head there. Estrella being so cheeky, but he gets found out immediately here. Turrets are on the way. Of course, I'm sure Bjorn holding onto scans. And the DTs are waddling in, but the turrets are finishing. Yeah, they're finishing up just in time. So cheeky move by Estrella, but Bjorn, he's wise to it. At least Estrella can force out some scans. How weird that EWC mainstream does not cast the planes. I believe they do. I believe the mainstream is currently live with the planes. They're on it. As the pylon goes down, Dark Shrine is going to be targeted. And with Estrella going for a charge base opener, no blink. Interesting. Opening up and going to charge Archon into early Storm. Temple Archives is on the way. Estrella, he's not going for an all-in, not by any means, but an interesting start. Going for a charge base opener, this is typically designed to shut down early tank pushes, which, to be fair, is what Bjorn did go for last game. If this was game 2, like Estrella, he'd be well set up for it. But we can see that Bjorn is going for an early bio move out, which charge can still deal with, of course. We'll see if Estrella can get an eye on what's happening as he does miss the move out. There we go. Does spot it. Scan does catch the first Dark Templar. Can he get away? Oh my god, barely not. Whew. It barely doesn't get away. But Estrella is now aware of how much danger he's in. He's warping in back at home. He's still waiting for Storm. Has he been too greedy? Like, Storm is nowhere near finishing. Oh no. There's no Storm. Not for this. Yeah, Marines, they start to step in. They go for the expansion, and I don't think Estrella can stop this. We have DTs across the map. They're wreaking havoc. Getting a couple of SCV kills, and the base will go down. Massive pickoff. Ay, ay, ay. Now, I did mention how early charge can protect you, can save you, and you can use it defensively, but that's only if you warp in Zealots. Unfortunately, Astray was teching. Astray was taking up into Storm, taking up into Blink, into +1. He just didn't really have much of a force to work with, so he got caught out. Storm is now finishing, but the pressure's on Astray as he falls behind. We get an okay Storm, but Beyond, he was able to split in time. We're holding on to another Storm. Now, to be fair, in game 1, if you recall, Beyond had a stronger start as well, right? Beyond, he was able to, I mean, it was a little bit different. In game 1, Beyond, he killed 22 workers. Here, he kills a base. You could argue that this is maybe even more brutal. But Astray, he's been able to come back before. He's been able to recover in this very series. And we'll see if he can do it again. It's not going to be easy. And see, this is when I would go like go for the player POV. Like here, like Beyond dropping into the natural at the same time pushing in between the bases, causing a distraction. Storm pops up. Oh, High Templar goes down. Nice snipe there out of Beyond. Better Storm. Oh my god, the Storms are connecting. Yeah, Storms, they punish Beyond. Does take some massive Storms to the face. But can he still get the expansion though? Picks up some pylons, but he will not get the Nexus. Dropping into the natural. And that's going to be 14 probe kills. Ay. It's 14 workers and we're still not done. And the base from earlier. So Beyond getting further ahead. As he steps in. Does focus on as many workers as he can. It's going to be 18 probes falling. And Astray technically does hold, but he lost so much. The workers, the base, the economy. It's all in the gutter here. And if it wasn't for the Storms that Astray was holding on to, I mean, that could have just been game then and there. So Astray, he does survive, does hold. But he's still very much on the back foot. You can see he's ready for drops in the main. As TTs, they hit the third. SCV's going down. Getting quite a lot of SCVs actually, but at the same time the tech is exposed as well. 8 SCV kills, but across the map Astray, he will lose the Cyber Core. As Beyond stims in. Yeah, he stims in, the Marauders, they built a tank. Jumps into the main at the same time. Astray, he's in position. Nicely done. Astray keeping up the main. As Astray, he's trying to hold on here, but Beyond, the rally is looking insane. He's just sending everything across the map. Oh, yeah, it does send everything. The reinforcements are on the way. He scans, checks for a 4th base, sees that there is none. Beyond is in a better economic game state. He has a better economy. He's pushing in. And the Storms are good. Are they going to be good enough, though? I mean, they were pretty good. As Astray is holding on to more Storms at the natural. But the 3rd base, oh, brutally EMP. Yeah, Beyond ensuring there are no more Storms. Mind just catching out some of the reinforcements. High Templar moving in. Oh, the EMPs, they connect once again. And now there's 0 Storms. Yeah, 0 Storms remaining. GG gets called. And Beyond, he will take the game in the series 2-1. Advancing on to a qualifying match. Whew. GG. And again, an intense back and forth here between Beyond and Astray. Unfortunately, again, Astray, he just had a really hard time getting eyes on the move out of Beyond and cutting corners, both in game 2 and game 3, right? In game 2, Astray, he missed the tank push. The early tank push, the early move out, the early game aggression out of Beyond was missed, so Astray wasn't able to get ready for it. He wasn't able to slow it down. Wasn't able to engage. Same here in game number 3, where he was unable to get ready for the early push from Beyond with the Mass Marine, with the Mass Marauder. He did go for a charge base opener, which isn't really designed to kite, but we saw that he was skipping warp-ins. He was trying to rush into Storm, into High Templar, which was not ready in time. It was before this attack. This is the final attack, but before this is when the game was almost decided then and there with Beyond's early push when he broke the 3rd. Like, Beyond gained a lot of momentum with that early move out. And again, Astray, he didn't see it until it was across the map, until it was halfway across the map with his Dark Templar. So Astray, he was cool with his pants down, and Bjorn.
Everybody, we're down here on the stage with Bjorn. An incredible first round. You've got to be
we got Maddox
after that one, and I want to know a little bit of the forethought that went into it.
Maddox.
We're gonna go back to map drafts. You really good on Ultra Love. Everyone thought you were gonna pick that for your first map, but you chose Persephone, and unfortunately did lose on it. But I have to wonder, what was the strategy there?
일단 변현 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 첫 번째 질문으로는 한번 맵 뱀픽으로 좀 들어가 볼게요. 일단 울트라러브를 좀 고를 거라고 다들 예상을 했는데 페르세폰을 고르셨어요. 그리고 좀 패배를 하셨죠. 좀 그 맵 뱀픽의 좀 이유가 좀 궁금하거든요.
일단 사실 다들 예상대로 1세트를 울트라러브를 고르려고 했는데 갑자기 상대인 아스트레아 선수가 저한테 너 울트라러브 고를 거지? 하면서 예상을 했다고 하더라고요. 그래서 그냥 청개구리 심리로 그거 하기 싫어서 그냥 페르세폰을 골랐는데 그래도 뭐 빌드 준비한 것도 있고 했는데 그래도 잘 안 됐네요.
Well, I mean, everyone expected me to pick Ultra Love, but Estrella actually told me like, "Oh, you're gonna pick it. It's so obvious. You're gonna pick Ultra Love." So like, I didn't want to fall for that, so I picked Persephone, and I actually had the build to prepare for that map, but it didn't work out.
Well, how well were you acquainted with Astrea's strategies going into this matchup?
I'm curious what he says here.
Against him, was that maybe an information finding opportunity?
이제 아스트레아 선수가 워낙에 좀 다양한 빌드를 선택을 하고 좀 여러 가지 변수를 보는 플레이를 또 선호를 하잖아요. 그래서 좀 아스트레아 선수와의 이 대결에서 어떤 걸 준비를 하셨는지.
일단 아스트레아 선수가 다양한 걸 하긴 하지만 전체적인 틀은 같다고 생각하거든요. 어느 정도 부유하게 시작하고 그걸 좀 중점으로 노리고 한 빌드를 선택을 했고 또 작년 EWC에서 아스트레아 선수를 만났기 때문에 어느 정도 잘 아는 사이란 말이에요. 그래서 뭐 3세트에서 다크를 예상했다든지 뭐 그런 거 보면은 제가 예상한 게 잘 맞아 떨어진 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, he uses a lot of different openings, but I think the baseline is actually the same. He opens greedy and then he goes to the aggro and all the attacks overall. And that being said, I actually have met in last year's EWC, so I know his playstyle. So I do know how to counter him. So I think that went well. Also for about the expecting the DT picks of Australia, I think that went well as well.
I think it went well for you. You're standing here doing the winner's interview, and I'm sure this won't be our last time in the tournament. Always great to talk to you beyond and impressive games from both of our players to start off StarCraft 2 here at EWC. Let's send it back to the desk and take a closer look.
Oh, do we get staked with the breakdown? That was maybe my favorite part about last year's EWC. If you remember, it was State and Lambo. I think they were the two typically with the iPad. I say that yeah. Wait, Stay. He was rocking that iPad. It was beautiful. But GG well played. Again, Bjorn, he was referring to like his timing attacks here. And again, even on Persephone, if you remember, Bjorn, he was ahead. He did take a lead, but he wasn't able to close it out early enough, I'm sure, as he would have hoped for. We spoke about how Astray, his strengths lie when the game slows down, when he's able to get a solid 3-4 base economy, and he got there in the first game. But in game 2 and game 3, he was able to break Astray early. I didn't really put too much emphasis on it, but I guess I should have also mentioned how in both game 2 and game 3 as well, did have Astray going into Dark Templar, which is another big tech choice from Astray, which never really paid off. It was proxy DTs in game 3, and it was the DTs at the natural in game number 2 as well. That also did impact the defense. That also meant that Astray had that much less to defend as well, which impacted, you know, that defense, that game, and the series. So GG well played. And again, really well won there by Bjorn as we get ready for our second series of the broadcast. Up next after this match is going to be Lambo versus Hero Marine, the German on German action. Let's go, as we're soon going to jump into it. We'll see if there's any like post-game setup. We'll see. That's cool, they've got their win rates. Interesting spread here from Bjorn. How he does have a slight edge. 69% with TVT. Love to see it. I can see the iPad on the desk. They might not have that iPad segment, unfortunately. For those that missed it out last year, they had like this. They had like a different set. I want to say they had here where they have the casters and they have the couch. But they had like another set with like a massive screen behind us where we had states where he could like kind of draw on the screen and then go into it. My favorite part. Say Lambo. I think basically what they did was every single game they would like pick these like highlight moments to clip and then to go over during the analyst section. But regardless, looks like we might not have that. We'll see. So shout out to Roddy and Zombrigub, of course, with Kalaris. Does anyone know, were they casting? Was someone else casting? I know they have a really big talent roster at the event. All the boys there. And looks like we might go on a break here. Yeah. So as you can see, Astray is still in the tournament. He's still in the playing stage. He gets knocked down to lower brackets. He's gonna be waiting for the loser of Gabe and Lambo. Meanwhile, we are gonna be here to cover Gabe versus Lambo into Björn as well, alongside that lower qualifying match. I think both qualifying matches are gonna be on the mainstream. That's gonna be a lot of best of threes before we get into the group stage. Oh boy. For now though, we are going to be going on a break. Going to be going on a short break here. Also have to pay out the predictions, of course. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have our next best of three. See you soon. See you soon. Also, I believe the B stream will be hosting the lower brackets. I believe the B stream will be covering Estrella and the loser of the next series. Again, when it comes to the B stream, that's going to be Ravi, that's going to be Fear Dragon, alongside Steadfast and the Muslim. The three of them are going to be organizing and hosting the B stream. Which is in-house. Like they also flew over the B-Stream casters to the venue, and they have their own setup as well. They have their own setup. But until then, I'm gonna take this opportunity to go on a break. I'm gonna try to go on as many breaks as possible to preserve our voice over the course of tonight's broadcast. And I think they're about to cut to it anyway.
I am here just trying to show you the secondary stage, a sneak peek while there's no one yet here, but games will be happening. You're already watching the action in the primary stage. Here later on we will have Sound versus Solar to start things off, and that should be an incredible match. I have it on a good word from my friends that there's some cool, hot, spicy builds coming up. But yeah, Serral's also scheduled to play here later on, as is Hero. So a lot of action coming from this area later on.
That was an interesting segment. It's like, hey, check this area out, but we didn't even get to see it though. Like I thought we were gonna like pan out for like the rest of the play area. That would have been nice. Yeah, okay, we're going on a short break. We're gonna be back soon with a Gabe versus Lambo. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned. We've returned here with our second series of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with Australia versus Bjorn. Of course, this is the play-in stage of the EWC, the Esports World Cup 2025. And now we're here to determine who will face off against Bjorn in the winners match, who will face off against Australia in the elimination match. We have Gabe and Lambo. Let's go. Let us go. We have here Marine up against Lambo here in our TVZ, and it's going to be a spicy one here. These two, they did actually compete. They played against each other in the EWC European qualifiers, where Gabe did defeat Lambo in that best of 5. And for those who are unaware, Lambo isn't meant to be here. he's actually not meant to be here. Well, I should say originally he wasn't, as he failed to make it through the European qualifier. But what did occur? Well, Showtime, he was able to advance on into EWC via Star Zagora. Because Showtime made it through, it meant that there was an extra slot available from the European region, and Lambo, he was able to squeeze his way into the global qualifier and then make it through into the main event, into EWC. So it was a very shaky, very rocky road for Lambo, but he barely squeezed through, barely made it through. Big shout to Showtime. Big shout to Showtime for helping to allow for that to happen. And Lambo, he's made it this far, but it's going to be a massive mountain, massive Gabe to climb. Oh boy. Let us go. As again, the players are going to be getting ready. We'll keep an eye out on said vetoes. Coming into this, I'll be honest, I do favor Gabe coming into this series. Gabe was actually the one that actually defeated Lambo in those European qualifiers to make it into the into the global qualifiers as well. But we're about to get a segment piece. Oh, he's so big. Wait, I guess we're cutting to break? Never mind. Looks like we're cutting to a 3-minute break. But again, the players are getting ready, so we're going to be looking over the players for the next 3 minutes. We'll get there. So again, take this time to get some snacks while you can, and get ready for a night of StarCraft. We're still in the early hours of the day of EWC, and it's going to be a long day of StarCraft. Oh boy. See you soon after this very short break. Oh, never mind. Okay, they showed a timer top left. I was very confused. I was like, are we cutting a break? I guess that's still a countdown timer to the match. So I guess they're like, they're messaging the cast is like, yo, you guys have to fill for 3 minutes. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Players, they lagged out on us for a moment there. We got their keys. They have these nice little podiums this time. Beautiful. Yeah, Mouse versus Shopify. Once again, for EWC, they do emphasize that kind of like team versus team dynamic. It's a big part of EWC. Also, when it comes to the format, or when it comes to how our stream is going to be working, I think we're going to keep it to us casting at least for the first day, maybe first 2 days, and then coming in towards the final days, I'll probably do like a react stream, like a co-stream. We have access to both streams. We have access to the clean feed that we're covering right now. But we also have access to the feed with the casters' voices, where we are also able to like have them on and just add our own like flavor commentary to it on top of that as well, or add our own comments. And I think I like the idea of doing that for the final day, for letting the casters do their thing. We'll be able to watch for day 4, at least day 4, maybe day 3 as well. We might do that day 3 as well. We'll see. For day 1, then we'll jump into cast. Where's the mainstream? Do we have a link? Exclamation mark co-stream. Let's go. I believe that should link to the mainstream. EWC Black. Nope, never mind. Not anymore. We'll have to fix that. Your Vitas are through. Vitas are through. Last Fantasy, Incorporeal, Pylon, Magnatha, Ultralove, Persephone, and Persephone were gotten rid of. Interesting. We're going to be starting things off on Tokamak. That is going to be a very nice map for Lambo, a bit of a larger map, a much more comfortable map for the Zerg player. Meanwhile, Torches made it through. That should not have happened. Typically, Torches is vetoed, but that did slip through the cracks here when it comes to the veto process. A treat in a best of 3, and the title match is going to be on Leyline. So curious to see what kind of builds Gabe has on Torches. That's going to be a spicy game for sure. It'll be spicy. But thank you 007, and I'll update the command. I'll update the co-stream command. Let's make sure my co-stream. Beautiful. Exclamation P. There we go. Beautiful. EWC SNB Arena _EN. It's quite a long URL, but there we go. We got it. Likewise, there's also a stream on YouTube. I should say we're also streaming on YouTube, but there's also the EWC main stream on YouTube as well. So if you are blocked in one region, then you can watch it on YouTube. They got you covered. Oh, as we are in game, they're already in. Looks like, unless they're in a practice game. Okay. Looks like Gaby's practicing. I love that they just showed that. Yeah, they panned over. He's in a custom game. Oh, looks like he's asking for a moment though. They're still setting up on the stage. Lambo, of course, he's one of those players. I mean, Gabe as well, actually. There's actually been limited information about them over the past month. We spoke earlier how someone like Björn and Estrella, both of them actually, they've both been very active in the online tournament scene in the lead up to this tournament, so there's just so much information about them. Lambo and Gabe, less so. Like Lambo, he's very much so one that does love to cook, like to cook his builds and to hide them, to preserve them. Likewise, Gabe, he himself has expressed his disdain for online tournaments, for online open cups as well. He's been a little bit more active in the Monday night weeklies, but in general, like Gabe is not really one to compete too often in those tournaments. For his own reasons. For him, I think it's less about hiding builds and more about TVP and playing non-stop TVP in those tournaments as well. So he does typically avoid it. So always a treat whenever we do get to see them face off. Yo, shout out to Kashim? Was that Kashim? I think so. Yeah, as I think that was Kashim on stage. Much love, much love. Polish admin extraordinaire. I think I saw Zatrosh earlier as well. I think I saw him on stage for Björn versus Estrella. I think. It was a little bit harder to tell. Yes, we are getting ready here for our next series. Gabe is out of his custom game. He's in the lobby. And I think we're in game. I think. Yeah. Like we saw the players tapping away. So we're jumping in. Yo, the Moopies! They're showing off the Moopies on Tokamak. Let's go! Beautiful. Hashtag not Ewoks. As spawning in the right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran from Mouse. It is Hero Marine. Big game. And spawning in the bottom. And spawning in the left-hand corner of Tokmak, we have the German Zerg player, the blue Zerg from Shopify. It is Lambo. Jesus, they gave you no time for Lambo. They just went in. Okay, Pappy. Okay. Also, I did just notice, so I do apologize. Hold on, let me move this over. Beautiful. So I just didn't want to cover the logo. Is this okay? Maybe. If not, I'll just I'll leave for this game. Otherwise, I'll just get rid of our own overlay. We don't want to cover the sponsors, I should say. Otherwise, we're jumping into our game so far. Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener here out of our Zerg player, out of Lambo. Likewise, we have a Gabe going for his own Rax Expand. So far, so good. We don't really expect any major deviations early on, especially on Tokamak. Welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of that pool. Longer rush distance by ground, more defensive bases as well. Again, this is the ideal, I would say this is a more ideal map for Lambo to be able to get into the mid game, to survive the early game aggression of Gabe, and to make it into a more standard, more comfortable game state. It's going to be up to Gabe to try to disrupt that, to try to deter, unless otherwise embrace a longer and later game against Lambo. And I'm not too sure if Gabe wants to embrace that. We'll see. Also, before I forget, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. Best of luck. Meanwhile, we do dive in. Reaver heads into the middle line. Does not get the drone. But does get away. Does sit by. Disrupting the opener. Behind this third CC before the starport, so economic follow-up here out of Gabe. Again, we don't really expect any major setup here. From here, we should be seeing a starport into potentially an add-on swap into Banshee. Otherwise, we could skip it and go into a Liberator. We'll keep an eye on Gabe to see if he does commit into Banshees. Lambo, he is typically one to embrace Roaches in the mid-game, to go for a Roach-based opener. I'm curious to see if Lambo is willing, has been inspired by Shin. I mentioned earlier that Lambo, he's been intentionally hiding his play for a long time, and I'm curious what his playstyle is going to be. If you're watching DreamHack Dallas, you'll know that Shin has had a very unique style, opening up Roach into Infestor into Ultras, and with that he was able to catch Clem off guard. Clem was very unprepared for that kind of style, at least at DreamHack Dallas. Since then, Clem has been getting better, of course. I mean, now that that has been revealed, everyone saw it, everyone's been getting ready for it, and Clem has been a lot more better. He's just been getting better at shutting it down early on and punishing that kind of play. We saw that Raynor, he's also been cooking in Korea. He's been going for Ling-based openers, Ling into also Infestor into Ultra. So a lot of players have been trying to play this fast Ultra style. Meanwhile, Gabe going not into Banshees, into BC. That is a Fusion Core. Okay. Fusion Core is on the way. The Observer does take notes. Helis, they poke in, they poke out. But again, the Battle Cruiser is on the way, and this can lead into mech. Oh boy. Airless Scout is going to be denied. We have the initial Banshee. We have the initial 1-1-1 that is revealed. Ooh, Fake Cloak. Let's go. Yeah, Fake Cloak out of Gabe. He does cancel. He does cancel the Banshee as well. And again, he shows Banshee, but really what he's going for is Battle Cruiser. Meanwhile, we do have Lambo opening up Roach. Now he's not going for an all-in. He's making Roaches just to defend. There's 4 Roaches on the way, rushing into a lair. Aliens, once again, they poke in. They threaten a dive. But again, BC-based openers are typically indicative of mech. Don't have to be, but we'll keep an eye open for extra factories, for Cyclones, for battle mech. Oh boy. Roaches were revealed. But again, it's only 4 Roaches. Like, Lambo's just droning, saturating. Taking up. Yep, there it is. We have a second and third factory. It is mech. So as to be expected here with a BC-based opener, once Lambo confirms the battle cruisers, he can assume and deduct this himself. And again, thankfully, Lambo, he did already open up Roach. Very safe way to open up. And we expect to see Roaches out of Lambo every game in the series. Every game. As Yamato's on the way, this tells us that, of course, that Gabe is going to double down and going to invest even harder into more BCs. Link Scout into the mineral line. Does slip in? Do we get a free scout? No shot. He just walks in. Not even link speed, by the way. Not even link speed. He just walks in. That was on Gabe, by the way. That was on Gabe to determine what was going on, to deny the scouts. And the link sees all the factories. Now he knows. And now Lim is fully aware. We have more queens in production. VC does slip into the main. But Lim is going to be able to react in time. At the same time, Mass Hellion here in towards the third. Ooh. Doesn't quite make its way through. Roaches, they keep up. They deny. So clutch moves out of Lambo. He does defend his third base. At the same time, BC into the main. Gets a couple of workers. And nothing major though. Only 2 drones going down. The Hellions, they do get into the middle, and the drones are lining up. Oh no! Oh, they are lining up for a moment. A couple of them are getting roasted. So, oh no! As they stack up here at the third. Behind the middle line, 10 drones going down. He's not done. Nowhere close. 13, 14. He gets the entire mineral line. 15 drones falling. 16 even. 17 towards the end. That is critical damage. At the same time, BC barely survives. Barely gets out of the main. Spire is on the way. And Lambo is in a rough position. Now, if you might be looking here, the soup does lie, right? Lambo, he's been stuck redroning. He's been redroning, resaturating, and yes, Lambo is getting back up to 80 workers, but he should have already been there, and he should be focusing on tech at this point and on his own army as well. But this does set him behind. He has to reinvest back into workers. This does slow him down. This does give Gabe a lot of momentum. So Gabe is in a stronger position. Oh, Jesus. What is that stinger? Every time. I don't know if you noticed, but God, that like hurt my eyes. I don't know if you noticed. Whenever they switch, this happened previously. Whenever they switch to player POV, there's a stinger that plays. A stinger is basically like an animation, like a brief animation that plays as they switch scenes. But it's like on a 1 second window. Like, I don't think it's meant to be. I think it's meant to be like 3-4 seconds. But like they have it cut down to like 1 second. So it's like bam, and like it's like a bright light that like flashes your face. You saw a little bit of it when they fade back out, but when they fade in, that's when it blasts you in the face. It's crazy. So hopefully they fix that. That was Ooh, meanwhile, Gate does overextend. 1 BC goes down. Hellions back into the mineral line. And they get another 12 drones. Oh my god. 12 more workers go down. The economy gets crippled. Gabe is on 81 SCVs. That's going to be 31 drones going down. And it might be thinking like, oh, but Gabe is throwing away Hellions to do so. This is well worth it, right? Hellions are cheap. Hellions are cheap. Gabe with 80 workers, he can't afford to throw them away. And this is a really good way to approach Tokamak, to be honest. I mentioned earlier how Tokamak, what is it? Larger map, longer rush distance by ground, more defendable 4-base setup. Like, Tokamak is known for longer and later games. So how better to approach Tokamak than with mech? As we have a full wall here, we have turrets, sensor towers, tank lines as well. Gaby's ready for the push. Hellbats, they morph in. Hopefully some day one jank. It's the Men in Black stuff that erases your memory. Exactly, it's very, very bright. I'm pretty sure it is something that they're gonna fix over time. But this happened in the Australia series and this one as well. So hopefully they get on it. As Lambo, he rotates over towards the right hand side, looking for a way in. And again, the soup does lie. Lambo, he's maxed out, but we do see that Gabe has a more efficient army. He has a much more efficient army. He has a defensive advantage. Bailey's gonna be rolling in. They do shut down a good amount of Hellbats. Nicely done. Only 2 tanks. True, the rest of the tank line is too far behind. Yeah, it's too far back. Lambo, he does break into the mineral line. He does get a couple of SCVs. He'll get all of them. Yeah, they're so low. 11 SC is going to be going down, and Lambo, he does break through. And again, Gabe, where are the rest of the tanks? I'd love to see like a pan out, like a zoom out here, but I'm pretty sure there's like 3 or 4 tanks over on the left-hand side. So a nice catch here from Lambo, a nice rotation, takes down the mineral line, and Lambo, he may have just done it. Yeah, he may have just done it here. Whew. Where Bailings are being denied, and again, before Gabe could fully max out, before it could really build up, Lambo comes in and shuts him down. That's Bailings, that's gonna be 25 SCVs falling. fourth base is going to fall as well. Does barely survive. Gabe, he's holding on, but at this point, Lambo's done enough. At this point, he's done enough damage. He can rebuild, remax, and go again. You can see here, yeah, we can see some of the tanks set up here at the third. Only one there, only the one tank at that third base. And Lambo, he is moving in. And honestly, the wing condition for Lambo is not even to break the naturals, just to contain. If he can contain Gabe on 3 bases, that's all he needs to achieve. But it goes even further, busts into the mineral line. Oof. 20 SCV kills, GG gets called, and Lambo able to break Gabe again before he reaches that final form and takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very nice attack there out of Gabe. Sorry, out of Lambo, I meant to say. He was able to connect very nicely when it came to his banelings, and we saw that Gabe, he wasn't fully set up at the fourth base. He wasn't able to completely get ready here for the rotation. I assumed that he would have enough, but barely nuts. Barely nuts. And Lambo just went for the kill. He went for the kill then and there. So really nice killer instinct out of Lambo, as he had a shaky start. Once again, like, Gabe did a great job killing workers. He killed 31 drones. 31 drones did go down throughout the course of that early to mid game. It was an amazing amount of economic damage. So Lambo just went for it. Just went for the kill. Went for the throat. Was able to break Gabe at his fourth. And we'll see how Gabe will adjust coming into Torches. Remember, Torches in game 2. This is a game that I was most looking forward to. I don't expect mech here. Torches is known for aggression, is known for all-ins. And we got our player intro. Let's go. And the map intro even. Give us the intro. Unfortunately, no Moopies on this map, I don't think. Unfortunately. Was it a mistake going to so many Hellbats? I would say so. In the sense that the Hellions were doing a great job harassing, but after a certain point, the harassment ended, and that is where we did need a greater army. I was a little bit shocked to see how low the tank count was, to be honest. There were, remember, if you recall, as we were speaking, I assumed that there were more tanks at the third, and I assumed that's where they were, but there just weren't any. There was just one there. But here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Gabe, Hero Marine from Mouse. And in the top right hand corner, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg for Shopify. It is Lambo. Oh, you gotta be quick. Gotta be quick with the intros. Oh, hello. Now, as a reminder, Lambo last game he went hatch gas pool. This time, what do we have? We have a hatch pool based opener out of Lambo. I do like this. So I believe Lambo is going to go for a gas. I mean, he's going for a gas to start here, and the purpose is to cut corners, to defend with purely Ling Queen, and to get a faster third base, and to drone up, and to be greedy. On the one hand, you could say this is this wise to do so here on Torches? Well, the upside about Torches, which is a rare feature on this map, is the ramp, right? There's a ramp coming into the natural, so you can wall that area off. Likewise, if Gabe doesn't mine through the gold patches next to his natural, then Lambo can quickly take that third, and as he's doing, you can see he's mining through those patches, mining through those minerals, take that third base, and he'll be safe from any kind of Hellion harass. If you recall, this would often happen on El Dorado. This would often happen on El Dorado. That was in the previous map pool. You can see, yep, Gabe checks, he confirms that the minerals have been mined, and he's in position to delay the third base. I would want to see Gabe mine his own mineral patches as well, just to open up this area if Lambo were to take this expansion, to be able to harass. Because remember, Lambo, he's skipping gases. And again, the reason why he's skipping gases is to try to cut corners. Oh, as the bunker gets thrown down, the Reaper has arrived, and the hatchery is going to be delayed. Very nice pickup. Takes down the drone. Denies the expansion. And Lambo, he has no link speed. He's now forced to take earlier gas than he would have liked to. So gas is now on the way. And Lambo's being punished. He's being punished for his greed. Oof. Queen's trying to move in. The KDA charge knocking it back. And behind this Gabe, he's taking his third. He doesn't need to mine through the hatches anymore. Not anymore. We have a second gas, guys. Oh, sorry, that was... Oh my god. As drone's getting caught out. Yeah, the drone is getting caught. Now we can finally morph in the hatchery. But again, a very delayed expansion for Lambo. And so he has a late third base, he has late droning, late expansion, late minerals, late saturation, but also late gases as well. As Lambo once again opening up Roach. And again, we expect to see Roaches every game in this series. Now, welcome to Torches. Torches has a much shorter rush distance by ground. We could see Lambo be even more aggressive in this game. Last game, Lambo, he was able to break the fourth. Here, he might even try to go for a push at the natural. So we'll see when and if Lambo does cut workers. We'll keep an eye on him. As Lambo, he's Jesus rushing into a very fast layer. That's a sub 4-minute layer timing. Okay. So really fast layer out of Lambo. I mean, it makes sense because he skipped link speed, of course. So rushing into the faster layer. Taking all of his gases, or at least 3 gases. Double Evo Chamber tells us that Lambo is going for a 1-1 timing. And Gabe is moving out with drop play. It's moving out already. Catching out the Overlord. Overlord does go down. Chop into the main. I remember Lambo without link speed his army, it takes a while to respond and to rotate. So Gabe denying mine time at the same time, the Hellion Reaper into the natural. Very major damage so far though. Just trying to poke in. It gets one drone. Gets one worker. We have a full wall at the natural ramp. This time we have Gabe going into bio, not into mech. Setting up on 5 Raxes, and Gabe should be expanding towards Lambo, I would imagine. But again, I'm pretty sure Lambo intends on cutting workers a little bit earlier and to commit with 1-1 with Mass Roach. That would make the most sense in my mind, especially on Torches, is to go for a Roach all in. For now, Lambo, yeah, he's droning up to 68. That's 3 base saturation. From here, we'll see where he takes his 4th base. As he opens up the center of the map. No, we got the player cans. And Lambo, he hasn't made a drone in quite some time. We mentioned earlier he droned up to 68, and he has not droned up any further. I mean, he has no 4th base, he's making purely Roaches. And again, it looks like he's going for 3 base all in. Yeah, 3 base all in with 1-1 with Roach speed as well. A very strong timing here out of Lambo. And this is going to hit even harder on Torches because of the short rush distance by ground. You can see that the 3rd bases, they're right next to each other. They're within the same screen even. This is when I would zoom out and show the 2 bases on the same screen. But yeah, Lambo, he's maxing out, and it'll be a tough hold for Gabe. He's throwing down bunkers, he's walling up. Lambo splitting up his army. Does have a force towards the natural. Distracting Gabe. Yeah, it does force him back at the same time. Roaches, they move forward. They bring down one of the tanks and the bunker as well. Nicely done. Yeah, still forcing his way in. Boys are being pulled. Another tank goes down. That's 2 tanks falling. And this is brutal damage already. Yeah, Gabe, he's being torn apart. He's being torn apart. GG gets called. Lambo with a fist bump, and Lambo, he will take the series 2-0, taking down Gabe and advancing on to the winners match, to a qualifying match for the group stage. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, we often do see these roach all-ins on torches. Gabe, he was aware, he was trying to set up, he had his bunkers, he had his tank line, but he was distracted, he was torn apart. We saw that he did react quite strongly to the roaches at the natural. He stimmed everything over, he exposed himself, he was late to pull the boys, and his tanks were falling one after the other. GG. Yeah, this moment here, you can see the Marines, they were just now racing back. And again, the boys that were late to repair the bunkers. You can see the bunkers that were a little bit delayed as well. They just weren't already in time. And again, this is very similar to what we were seeing on El Dorado, right? So these gaseous openers into roach all-ins. It's a really good way to approach torches specifically. Like, this is a very much the way torches build out of Lambo. And with that, Gabe, he was torn apart. He himself did not open up Banshee like we often do see. Oh, I just realized I was covering Lambo's name. Yo, light one? Oh my god, it's crazy. But GG will play. Shout out to Lambo for claiming the series. A bit of a shorter series, to be honest. I feel like game... Oh,
thank you very much, boys and girls. I'm here with Lambo representing Shopify Rebellion, getting a 2-0 win against Hero Marine. First of all, congratulations. I want to ask you, when it comes to that first game, first couple of minutes, were you expecting a battle cruiser opener coming in from your opponent?
I was expecting it when I scouted that there was no add-on on the barracks and also no cloak in research. And I figured he was most likely going to play mech on that map, so I had it in the back of my mind already that it might be BC.
And we saw, I want to say, like, you were able to catch him off guard a couple of times as well, and you used your Ravager army like consistently, and you were able to wear him down. Were you expecting it to work that well? I want to say both in game 1 and also at the end of game 2 as well.
Game 2, I was expecting it to work that way, otherwise I would not have done it, because that was the plan, to kill him right then and there. In Game 1, it was more of a constant attack. Like I saw that he had many Cyclones, so I decided to commit in. If he had more tanks, I think I would have played it more slowly.
Well, I want to say congratulations. That was a quick 2-0 fashion for you in the first best of 3. One more, and you will make it into the main stage, of course, for EWC. Thank you for joining us. Let's head on over back to the studio.
I do appreciate that Lambo, he was able to give a little bit more insight here in game 1, talking about how like he noticed the low tank count. We were discussing it ourselves as well after game 1, how because he noticed it, that's why he committed even harder in game 1. I would have liked a little bit more if the host had asked Lambo about the academic game state, just because remember, game 1 was a rough game for Lambo. Like he was in a rough position. Remember, he lost 31 drones. Like he lost so many workers in game 1. Game 2 was more like was a little bit more cut and dry. Like even as Lambo said, like the all-in was kind of the plan from the get-go. But in game 1, like there was a more back and forth dynamic, and it would have been nice to have heard like his mental state as well, like after taking those losses, like what he thought about the game state. Oh, he has a split keyboard. Nice. But regardless, really cool to hear from Lambo. GG, well played. As Lambo does claim the win. And with that, so that means we have our next series, we have our next match. It is going to be Lambo versus Bjorn coming up next in the qualifying match. Yo, the Shopify team kill. But here we go. So again, Bjorn versus Lambo. I believe that should be the next series. Meanwhile, I believe Hero Marine versus Estrella, that should be on the B stream. I would imagine that's going to be on the B stream. So a shout out to those over on the B stream as well for covering that series to determine who's going to be the first player out of the Esports World Cup. And it's brutal here, right? It's like Gabe and Estrella, they flew all the way over to Riyadh. They're a part of the Esports World Cup, but the tournaments, the run is going to end for one of them here tonight, soon, like within the next couple of minutes here, or the next hour or so, in their next series. Again, that won't be covered by the mainstream, I don't believe, as they're going to be focusing on the qualifying matches instead. There we go. Just updating. But yeah, I'm curious to see what their setup is. Talking a little bit meta here about the stage, about the setup that they have on the mainstream. Again, I'm a little bit confused. just because we can't hear them, maybe you can give us a little bit of insight in the chat. Zombie Cup and Rotterdam, they haven't been casting, right? I think they've only been the analysts, correct? And if they haven't been casting, because I don't think they've been casting from the couch, I think they're just talking about the games in between matches, in between series. We haven't actually seen the casters. Like we haven't panned over to the casting desk at all, which is a little bit strange to me, at least so far. Because I'm pretty sure it hasn't been Roddy and Zombie Cup casting, right? See, I'm just used to like this segment, like this segment happening, and then bam, you cut to the casters, right? And like you see them, and they kind of like introduce the players and introduce like the game state or the storyline that we have. So it feels a little bit weird so far, not having that. Likewise, I still miss that like analyst stage that they had, where they would go over the games with Stage with his iPad. Unironically, it was my favorite part of UWC last year. Yo, meanwhile, shout out to Torts, 1983 in the chat's gap. I mean, thanks so much for the Switch Prime. Thank you, do appreciate it as always. Thank you, gracias. As it looks like we're about to cut to a break. Yeah, they're showing off the brackets. And oh, never mind. Looks like that is not what they were cutting to. There we go. We have the updates. We have Beyond versus Lambo. Again, that's going to be the next series. And Astray versus Big Gabe facing off in that lower bracket. Again, it's top two that make it through into the group stage. I believe from the top side, the winner goes up against Clem. And then from the lower bracket, I believe they go up against Serral, which is brutal, by the way. It's not going to be easy, not at all. But I'll be honest, there are certain instances where I do favor the players, right? Like, we've seen Bjorn take down Clem's Protoss in the past, so like that, there's a possibility there. We've seen Lambo take down and take it to Serral and ZVZ before as well. So I do believe like there are definitely certain players that I would maybe even favor over Clem and Serral, depending on who faces off against who, right? Like, I don't favor Lambo against Clem, but like Bjorn has a chance. Meanwhile, I don't favor Bjorn against Serral, but I feel like Lambo has a chance. So we'll see how everything kind of like falls in place.
I am here with my good friend Tasteless. What's up, Nick? How are you?
I'm doing great. It's my 30 WC. I'm super excited to be here. Yeah, I mean, it's good to be back in Riyadh.
Hells yeah. I mean, we were here watching the games between Lambo and Hero Marine. Lambo took it as you predicted.
Yeah, Lambo looking really strong.
Oh, we haven't had
just
predictions.
Hero Marine kind of powering
like caster
through with
predictions.
Travator. And so it's going to be, what, Lambo versus Beyond coming up, right?
That's a pretty good matchup. Who do you think is going to take it? I mean, you got this one predicted down the...
If I have to predict one, I think it's going to be Beyond. I think he's
I would
improved
say
a
Beyond
lot.
as well.
Obviously, we had a period where there wasn't that much StarCraft 2 going on, so it wasn't really clear where everybody was at. But in both GSL and RSL, I thought Beyond played pretty well. And I think it'd be kind of nice if Lambo lost. Maybe we can get some casting from him, maybe some desk analysis if he's not in the tournament anymore. But if he wins and moves on, that's great too.
Yeah, I mean, the word on the street is that he even brought clothes, so he's pretty ready for
Yo, he
casting.
brought
That's pretty
clothes?
good. So I'm very excited for
Crazy.
that. And yeah, I mean, just to fill people in, we had some great American barbecue yesterday by Nick's recommendation.
Yeah, we got right into Riyadh. We thought we'd do something local, so we went to an American barbecue restaurant.
Lovely.
But in all seriousness, it's been really good to be down here. It's been pretty cool to see how much Riyadh has grown as a city and how much better Esports World Cup gets every year. So it's good to be back.
Absolutely.
Yo, so we just got confirmation, by the way. Lambo, the pants are on. The pants are up, baby. Let's go. But it is cool to hear that if, I mean, it's kind of a weird thing to talk about, but I guess like if Lambo were to be knocked out, they're more than happy to like drag him on stage and have him be a part of the broadcast, which would be really cool. Like, I would definitely appreciate that as well. So we can get Lambo on. But otherwise, I think now we're going to be cutting to a break. So we'll see you soon. Yeah, we'll see you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the third broadcast of the evening here of the day of the EWC, day number 1. Oh, yo, we got a fresh set of casters. Here we go. We got Wardy and Loco on the casting couch. Oh my god, let's go. Again, they have a big roster. They got a big talent pool of casters at the event, so they're going to be rotating back and forth. We had ZG and Rotterdam initially on the couch. Now we got Wardy and Loco. Lovely, lovely. Again, it was last year where Wardy was the stage host, I believe. He was more of a host. He had more of a hosting role, so didn't get to cast any StarCraft. Likewise, we had Loco. Also, he was a part of there was like a news segment of EWC where they brought on talent from each esports to be able to showcase their esport to main audiences or mainstream audiences. So I think Loco was the StarCraft representative last year for that kind of segment that they had. So he was also at Riyadh, but with a different role. This time it doesn't look like they have that. Interesting. This time it doesn't look like they have that kind of that show that they were hosting, I should emphasize. But regardless, really cool to see them on, and it looks like they're just going over the highlights of the previous series, of some of the previous matches between Bjorn and Estrella. Again, Bjorn being very assertive in his series, able to break Estrella ahead of time, able to scout and shut down the DTs both in Game 2 and Game 3, and catch Estrella with his pants down as he was gearing up towards that longer mid-game. He was able to embrace that in Game 1, but he was not able to get there in Game 2 or Game 3. I don't really think this is too indicative of how Bjorn plays against Zerg too much, but we'll get into it. Meanwhile, Lambo, we saw he was able to punish the mech of Gabe in that first game. Gabe, he was doing an amazing job when it came to harassing, when it came to punishing the economy of Lambo, but we did take note that maybe Gabe had transitioned maybe a little bit too late into his own tank production, so he had a bit of a weaker defensive setup back at home. He was broken, and of course here Lambo, he went for the all-in. He went for 3-base all-in, which we saw coming ahead of time, which Gabe was trying to get ready for but wasn't quite able to secure. Now this is a valuable series for Bjorn in a way. Bjorn, he has embraced mech in the past. He has gone into Mass Cyclone. If you're watching GSL, you'll know that Bjorn, he has been embracing mech, so we could see mech at some point in this series. But we'll get into it as our players are getting ready. We have our keys being set up next to their PCs. Let's go. Got EWC, Lambo, and Bjorn. Love to see it. They're getting ready. But again, so it was important that Bjorn was able to see that. Likewise, I don't expect to see Torches making it through the veto process. No shot. Torches is such a unique map, and it makes sense for Lambert to have gone for that all-in, to have set up a specific build for Torches. But again, that was specific to Torches specifically. I don't really expect to see that when it comes to these other maps. Meanwhile, Game 1 is going to be on Persephone, as we can actually have a look at the screen. We actually haven't seen the vetoes yet, but at least now we know what Game 1 is going to be on. Here we go. I'd imagine the extreme maps are going to be vetoed here, so I can't imagine Torches makes it through, or Maganatha, or Last Fantasy, Incorporeal. Those are the typical vetoes, but we'll see. We're leaning towards Persephone, Leylines, Tokamak. So we're leaning towards. Strange, where's the B stream? I assumed that they were going to be having the B stream on now, but I don't know if you saw the schedule that they were showing off, so I do apologize. I'd assumed that the B stream were going to be live with Gabe versus Estrella, but it looks like the B stream is not going live. It looks like the main stream is going to be covering every series in the play-in stage, every single one, which partly I do enjoy, because it means that all the players here get to be shown off on the main stream. But does mean that there's nothing on it does mean that the B stream is not yet live, so we'll see when they go live. Did I miss it? We just didn't show the vetoes at all. we're just going straight in. Okay. Hey, who cares about vetoes? True. Just losers pick. Yeah, I was keeping an eye out for it, but they just didn't show it. Okay, sure thing. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the German Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg for Shopify. It is Lambo. As we have the Shopify team kill, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we open up 2 Racks Reaper. Beyond doing the Beyond special. Here we go, and again, a very different setup. This is going to be a very different series for Lambo. Lambo, yes, he was able to take down Gabe in a very impressive showing in a 2-0 series, but again, Gabe, he played mech in game 1, you know, he got all in game 2. Here, Lambo, he will start things off with momentum with a much more aggressive start with 2 Racks Reaper. Now, the goal here is to delay the third. This is not an all-in, just for those that are curious. This is a build that Beyond did popularize back in 2023, relatively recently in the history and lifespan of StarCraft, of course. But it's going 2 Racks Reaper. Now, you can go for a third Racks behind this. If you go for a third Racks, you're that much more committed. You need to do more than just deny the third. You need to get economic damage as well, or at least pick off queens. For now, it is only going to be 2 Racks, though. 2 Racks Reaper into an expand. So Beyond, he will be expanding behind this. This does lead into a 2-1-1 follow-up into a stim timing. For now, the Reapers are on the way, and Lambo confirms. Lambo, he does confirm. It's going to be on Lambo to get into link speed as quickly as possible. Typically, the Zerg player pulls out of gas here in this matchup, but because of the 2 Racks Reaper, you have to stay in gas. You need to prioritize link speed, because without it, these Reapers can get out of hand. They can get out of hand as Beyond does move out. He does threaten the natural. Does from the mineral line. Again, Beyond, he shouldn't really kill anything here, but if you can see the minimap, there's no third. Like, that's what matters here. That's what's important. No third expansion for Lambo, as he's stuck on 2 bases for as long as possible. At least Beyond is hoping for that to be the case. Just containing Lambo. Behind this is that CC on low ground. We have the factory follow-up. Again, working towards the 2-1-1. We should be working towards add-ons momentarily as well. Into reactor, into stim, into the tech lab. As Beyond is forcing at Eva Chambers, he does not get a drone, not yet. But damage nonetheless. There we go, 3rd CC in the main base for Beyond. And still just containing Lambo on 2 bases for as long as possible. So far, nice damage. Link speed is about to kick in, and Beyond has to get the hell out of here. He's aware of the timings, 10 seconds away. And you can see Beyond pull away. So he does pull away in time. Beyond is racing back home. Finally, Lambo can expand. Finally, he can take his own 3rd base. At least Lambo didn't lose any drones, but again, mining high was denied, and he was also forced to morph in Eva Chambers as well. So damage was done. Lambo, he threatens the tech, but he will not be able to cancel. So again, nicely done here by Beyond. If Beyond stuck around too long, he would have lost his Reapers, and then he would have lost him. Like, everything would have just snowballed out of control. But Beyond does hold. He gets back home in time, he holds, he defends. Beyond, he does have momentum. I do favor Beyond's position currently here against Lambo, and we'll see if Lambo is able to get ready in time for that stim. Oh, as we're going for a 2-on-1, but Beyond, he delays Medevac production in favor of a Banshee. Okay, so tech lab on the factory into add-on swap into Banshee. This is unexpected. And this is a cheeky build, a cheeky follow-up that Maru and Beyond did popularize also a couple of years ago, like 2023. This is a very unorthodox way to play, winding it back a little bit here. In a way, this is inefficient, but this is why it works, right? When you scout a 2-on-1, when you scout an early stim timing, the Terran player should be working towards medevacs to hit that stim timing as hard as possible with support to get across the map. So as a Zerg player, you expect medevacs. You do not expect Banshees because this delays medevac production and this delays the stim timing. This means that you don't actually hit your stim timing the way that you want to. So this is more unexpected because it's inefficient, but because it's unexpected, this is why this actually can work at times, wreak havoc and deal critical damage. So the Banshee does move out. So a very cheeky build here by Beyond. And Lambo thankfully does have the Spore in the main. No Spore at the natural yet, they're on the way. But it is not uncommon for the Zerg player to skip their Spores. Thankfully, Lambo has them, so he's ready. Yeah, the Queens do rotate. So far, the Banshee has not paid for itself. Again, there was a chance that Lambo wouldn't be prepared for this, but he was ready for it. Let's go. Lambert, he was ready. Behind this, we have more Lings on the way. But he rotates over towards the would-be fourth. Marine stimming in. Bailey's in already in time. The Queens! Ooh, Queens getting called out. One Queen goes down. Massive pickup. He gets one. He gets two. He gets three. Three Queens do go down. Lings, they're being shut down as well. Medevacs are ready. And from here, he can pick up. He can lift. He can pull back. He actually just keeps going, though. And this is getting a bit out of hand. At the same time, Banshee into the main, but the Spore's in position. Beyond forced to lift. Lambert, he does hold. He does defend, but that costs him a lot of Queens. That costs him a lot of Lings. Still a better trade for Beyond. Oh. Even target fires towards the end. I believe the Banshee did fall to the Spore. But you can see here, 38 Zerglings. Ay, the efficiency. 38 Zerglings, 3 Queens as well, and the Overlord. So very nice trade here by Beyond. At least Lambo saves the 4th base. At least it doesn't fall then and there, but this is still a stronger start for the Terran. And Lambo's still trying to keep up. As Vianney sends back in, nice target firing, does get another 2 Banelings. Lambert trying to get into his own 1-1 upgrades, or into his own 1-2 upgrades. Still committing here to Ling Vayne. If you recall, against Gabe, we did mention how we expected Lambert to play Roaches every game, but because of the opener, Lambert, he had to go into Ling Speed. Like, that's also a big kind of tech choice that he's forced into here in Game 1, is forced into Ling Speed and forced into Ling Vayne, not into Roaches like he otherwise would prefer. So Beyond can be a lot more active, a lot more successful. Now we're trying to collapse in the army. Does get on top of the tank, but these are still brutal trades. Takes out every single Bailing. Oh my god! Bailings go down, does get both tanks. Lambo is holding on. Behind this, Lambo is rushing into Hive, is rushing into what should be Ultra Tech. We'll see if he can get there. As Lambo does keep the pressure, sorry, Beyond does keep the pressure up, does get a Queen. Another Queen goes down, another 2 Queens. Another 2 Queen kills. Ay. And you can see how limited the anti-air is here for Lambo. He's been losing Queen after Queen. He has no Hydrogen. He has no Spire. Remember, he's rushing into the Infestation Pit, rushing into the Hive, rushing into Ultras, so drop play is unhindered. And the drops continue. Oh, nice cleanup on the right-hand side. Looks like Beyond did unload on Banelings. The Lings, they counterattack. They force to cancel the 4th CC. Very nice pickup by Lambo. Denies the 4th. You know, Beyond getting into the main. Drops in, takes down the Spore. The Hive is almost done. Lambo needs a little bit more time for the Hive, a little bit more time for that Ultra Cavern. But he's losing even more. Another 2 Queens go down. How many Queens does he have left? I want to say maybe 1 Queen each for to inject. Like maybe 4 Queens, if that. Jesus. As Lambo is able to shut down the tank. Another drop on the right. Another Queen. He gets another. He just keeps sniping the Queens. And what I love here is that we have the Hive. We don't have the Ultra Cavern yet, but we do prioritize the Viper. Very important here. As there we go. 8 Queens have gone down. Observer pointing out the Queen lost. The Queen lost count. But Vipers are going to be the one shot, the one way here that we can deal with drops with anti-air, with parasitic bombs. And there's the Ultra Cavern. So typically Zerg players in this position, they would rush into the Ultra Cavern first. But here, because of the drop play, Lambo, he has to go for the Vipers first, and he delays the Ultra Cavern. So delayed Ultras into faster Vipers. Just to help deal with these shots. Jesus, every time. Do we... It was a little bit better this time, though. I think maybe I'm getting used to it. I'm getting used to the Men in Black memory wipe. It's fine. It's fine. Is it me or is it... There's a blur, right? Oh, nice run by. Bailey's gonna hit the mineral line. Meanwhile, Beyond pushing in. I would have liked this POV earlier when we were going for drops. I mentioned before, but like the best time to show off the player POV is when like multiple drops are happening at once. But here we have Beyond going for the main push. At the same time, Lambo once again going for the 4th expansion. Nice run by. Nice run by the Lambo. Ling Bane does crash in. Trades well, shuts down the main push, and Lambo's holding. Lambo's holding on. Behind this, we have a kind of splitting on the way. Denies the drops. Lambo, he's holding on, he's keeping up. And remember, his win condition here is survive. Survive until ultras. And there it is, we have 2 ultras on the way. Still needs more time for the upgrades to kick in, but he's getting there. Lambo gains momentum. Gains map control, moving out across the map. Yanni's in trouble. Loses another tank. Another tank goes down. Beyond being forced to defend. And again, initially the drops were solid for Beyond, but over time, still takes a bit of fight. Does have a nice split. Yeah, he splits up, he spreads out, takes down the Banelings. And Banelings get denied. Nice power bombs here on the Metamax, but here come the Ultras. And again, even though this is a better fight for Beyond, now the Ultras have finally hit the field. And with Ultra Tech, Lambo, he can hold. He can hold on, he can survive. Meanwhile, a shout out to Morituri in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. Which we're trying first for 18 months. That's a lot of months, baby. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Lamb is getting ready for another run by, another counterattack. Now, Beyond has been having a very hard time getting his 4th base up and running, but it's finally up, right? The base is finally up, finally saturated, at least for now. We have, again, that run by is getting ready for it, though. We'll see if Beyond can react in time. We'll see if he can pull away. But now, ooh, brutal mind shots. Yeah, brutal minds on the Zerglings, forcing a bit of friendly fire towards the end. As Beyond is trying to set up, here comes the run by towards the planetary. Yeah, Rambai is moving in. Boys being pulled. Here come the Banelings. Nice target firing here from the planetary, but despite that, all Banelings do connect. The base goes down. And Beyond is getting pulled apart. He's getting pulled apart here. Again, the non-stop Rambais at the 4th base. They're paying off. Takes down 18 SCVs. And Beyond is in trouble at this point. I mean, again, he's been having a stronger early to mid game. It's actually very similar to game 1 against Astray, actually. Very similar. Where Beyond the trades and the drops have been amazing, but when it comes to, as the game progresses, Lambo is securing himself. Beyond is running out of money. He desperately needs a 4th. Not just that, he has to hold on to it. And Lambo is running away with this game. Beyond's moving out at the same time. Another Link counterattack. Ultras, they collapse in. Oh, Fungal, oh my, the Fungals! Fungals connect! And you can see the Bio Army just crumble here. Yeah, big swipes from the Ultras. And Beyond, he plummets in supply. And unlike Beyond, Lambo has an economy. Lambo, he has an economy. He has all these hatcheries, he has all these bases. He has 76 workers. And Lambo can just remax. He can remax, he can rebuild. And again, Beyond is broke. Beyond, he needs an expansion. As once again, they're engaging. Catching out a couple of those Marauders. Yo, the Ultras are being topped up on the healing pad. Let's go. The healing pad is popping up. And again, like Lambo, he's had momentum for quite some time. Another run by another counterattack. Beyond losing SCVC can't afford to lose. Oh no! He just muled! He just went for a massive mule hammer as well! There's so many fresh mules. So much denied mining time. Again, that's how desperate Beyond is. He needs that base. Desperately. He needs it. And Lambo's gonna be the first to max. The first to max out. We're allowed to be cautiously optimistic. I mean, Lambo's been ahead for the past couple of minutes. Like, Lambo, he's in the driver's seat. Like, he's fine. As Lambo, he breaks the fourth base. He dives in. The Fungals are connecting. We get the close up on Beyond as it looks like we're about to wrap up. GG gets called. And Lambo takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Lambo, he does take a lead in this series. They get a very strong start here by Lambo. I say strong start. We had a very back and forth early to mid game. I say back and forth. Beyond, that was his strength here. His strengths did lie in the early to mid game. Beyond, he was achieving so much damage, catching out queens, catching out lings, trading very efficiently. But what's important throughout all of that, what's paramount here is this. As you can see here, the fourth base was denied time and time again. I want to say like 3 different times. We had run bys, we had counterattacks, we had the base being cancelled initially. The fourth base never got up and running. It never got up for Beyond. So even though Beyond, he was out trading Lambo, this is true. He was out trading him, he was outplaying him, he was able to just out control and harass to almost to death there. But he couldn't afford to maintain those losses. Like, Beyond, he couldn't afford to get into a longer game because he had no economy, because he had no fourth base. So despite the trades, despite the efficiency, Lambo, he could afford that. He could afford to trade inefficiently, to lose lings, to lose banelings, to lose queens. He was able to afford it in the end and got away with it. GG. GG, well played. As we're getting a bit of a highlight reel here from certain points in the game. From here, here's the first tank push where both tanks go caught. But Lambo was able to defend outside of his bases. And this is when the Vipers came out. Yeah, this is at this point, like, Lambo, he had gotten away with it. He had already denied the fourth base once at this point, like once or twice already. This is when the Planetary went down again. So despite the drop play, despite the aggression of Beyond, he never had anything to defend his fourth base, never had anything to defend his bases in general back at home. And GG, with that, we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into ley lines. Let's go. Was Nayrax by Terran? No, it was not. It was not Nayrax. That's why there was a fourth base. That's why there was a fourth. We had a fourth base, we had gases. I don't believe it was an Arax from Beyond. Araxes are typically a little more aggressive, a little more assertive. They're more committed. Less reliant on drop play. But here we go, we're getting to our next game and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines. We have our South Korean Terran player, we have our red Terran, it is Beyond. And in the bottom hand corner, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg getting proxied for Shopify. It is Lambo. And again, this is almost a repeat of the last series where game 1, Beyond against Estrella. Beyond, he was hyper aggressive. He was able to deal economic damage, but eventually Estrella, he weathered the storm. He got away with it. He was able to recover and take game 1. And then bam, game 2, ley lines, Beyond proxies. It was able to proxy Estrella to death, or I say to death. He was able to proxy Estrella, and with the follow-up, he was able to catch him up with the tank push, to be fair. It was the follow-up, not the initial proxy, that killed Estrella. Like with Estrella, he teched into DTs that didn't really do anything either. Here we have a proxy 3x Marine bunker rush out of Beyond. Much more committed, much more aggressive. Oh boy. So we'll see what Beyond can achieve here. Now, thankfully, Lambo is going hatch gas pool. And we'll see how Lambo is able to respond and able to scout. So once again, as I do want to try to emphasize that a big part of that last game was the economic damage dealt by Lambo. Is the fact that Beyond, once again, just never got his fourth base up running, never got an economy. He tried desperately. He was trying to get his fourth multiple times, but he was denied it at every turn from Lambo. Meanwhile, he does scout the initial proxy, does pull the boys, or scout the attempted bunkers, does force a cancel. So far, 1, 2 drones going to be going down, catching at the Overlord. Uh-oh. Yeah, massive pick off Lambo. He gets supply blocked. His supply block does once again focus on the bunker. That's going to be a cancel. Zerglings are arriving, but again, the supply block is brutal. Uh-oh. And with that supply block, Beyond starts stepping in. Nice kiting here, but he always gets surrounded. Drones, they come in for this round. They lock down some of the Marines, but they do step away, and Beyond, he's done it. Beyond, he might have just done it here. The spine crawl is so low. It's close. It's very close here. Lambo down to 13 workers. Down to 1 queen, 1 spine, 0 Zerglings. And Beyond, he knows he's so close to breaking Lambo. Lambo is droning up from here. He's relying so heavily on this 1 spine. It's going to go down. Yeah, it's going to go down. 0 Zerglings to defend. The supply block was brutal. GG. GG gets called. Beyond, he will snowball out of control. He breaks the natural, and Beyond ties up the series 1-1. GG, well played. Again, a brutal spot there for Lambo. He lost the Overlord. He couldn't make any more Zerglings. He did finish the Spine Crawler, but he had no support for the Spine. He had no support for the Queen either. It was just 1 Queen and 1 Spine. That's all he had. That's all he had left. Likewise, because he lost so many drones, because he pulled the boys, he couldn't quite afford much else. And he was droning up behind that as well, being a little bit greedy. But even if he made Zerglings, I don't know if he could have held on there. So with that, GG, well played. We're tied up and we're going to the ace match. And again, this is very similar to Beyond series against Australia. Very similar, actually. Like, overall, how some of these games have played out. And I'm curious what game 3 is going to be. As a reminder, again, we didn't get to see the veto process. We didn't get to see what the map order was. So I'm not actually certain as to what game 3 is going to be on. We just had Ley Lines. We just had Persephone. If Tokamak was left through the vetoes, I feel like we would have already seen it. I feel like we would have already seen Tokamak. So, where are we dropping? Maganatha? Maybe. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's go. As I believe this is Tokamak, right? I see those. Yeah. We're dropping in. Oh, the Moopies. Oh, you can see they're on the PC. Let's go. The Moopies. As spawning in the one hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Byeon for Shopify. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the the German Zerg player. The blue Zerg, it is Lambo for Shopify as well. Here we go. Beyond not afraid to cheese? Yeah. No, the Korean Terrans, no fear. No fear. Oh, Beyond going CC first. Okay. CC first out of Beyond for the first time. Beyond going for a very greedy build, very greedy setup, cutting corners early on, going for a delayed Rax. And again, this makes sense in Tokamak. Welcome one and all. Tokamak is known for longer and later games, is known for having a more defensive setup on 2, 3, 4 bases. I mean, if you remember, this is why we were actually praising Gabe for going into mech on Tokamak. It made the most sense. It made the most sense to go into mech, like the map does favor that kind of style. Despite that, Lambo did punish him. But, oh, we have Beyond opening up with a second Rax. Okay. 2 Rax opener. So CC first into a 2 Rax follow-up. We'll see if Beyond goes for a 3rd Rax and goes into a 3 Rax instead. That is not something that that is something that we've seen before out of Beyond. It's not very standard, but I mean, our eyes are going to be on Beyond. As we have our player cams over the shoulder. We're still lying in wait to see if we throw down a 3rd Rax or if we get into a 2-1-1. Our eyes are mainly on Lambo. Mainly on Beyond, as Lambo's going for a standard opener. Hatch gas pull into link speed. I should emphasize that as well. He does get link speed here. He doesn't open up gasless, so he's not going for a roach-based heavy follow-up. There we go. Marine into early tech lab. And at this point, we would have already seen another rack, so we're expecting a factory. This sim is just so fast. Jesus. The 245 stim timing. Yeah, there's a factory into starport, so again, 2-1-1. This is a very aggressive build by Bjorn. It was an economic start, but an aggressive follow-up. And Lambert, he needs to confirm what's going on. He needs to get an eye on this. Because this is going to hit so quickly, Lambert, upon scouting, he has to cut workers early. He has to cut workers earlier. He needs to build up his Zerglings. On top of that, ideally, you get a faster Evo Chamber for faster +1 carapace. Ideally. No shot that Bjorn commits with like Hellbats alongside this, right? No shot. As that factory should just be to make add-ons for the starport. Shouldn't make like Hellions with this or anything like that. If he does, we'll scream. We'll point it out. But the reactor should be for the add-ons as well. As a building of Marines. Overlord comes in. Important moment here for Lambo. He already saw a plethora of Marines, so he has an idea what's going on. He sees no Hellion production, and there he is. Does scout the starport, so he knows. He's now aware of the 2-1-1. Lambo, he's fully aware. Bam! Instantly Evo Chamber. As we mentioned, the ideal defense against this is you cut workers earlier, you get into your Evo Chamber, you get +1 carapace, and you mass up Zerglings. Zerg Queen for defense. Zergling Queen for defense. What did I say? Link Queen. So Lambo, he's joining up to just under 3 base saturation, getting up to around 55 workers, taking a second gas, and from here on, he should be making Zerglings. As Bjorn is about to push. Now, when it comes to this move out, Bjorn has to get damage done. The reason for this is because, remember, Bjorn, no 3rd CC. There's a heavily delayed 3rd base here. This is not a 2-base all-in, but this is very committed on 2 bases. And we're throwing down another rack, still on 2 bases, by the way. Still no 3rd. So Bjorn is still doubling down on 2 bases. Tank production has begun. Getting into combat shields, into +1. Bjorn moves out. And again, Lambo, we mentioned earlier that he cut workers at 55. He now made a Bailey nest, and he hasn't droned up. He's making lings. He's been making lings this entire time. So again, really important that Lambo, he was able to cut drone production earlier. Queens have been amassing, lings as well. And so far, so good. Lambo holds. Now, on the one hand, this is a good start for Lambo, as he does hold against the first wave. But remember, behind this, at this point, I would say 2 base all in out of Bjorn. Because Bjorn, he threw down extra Raxes. Okay, now we see a 3rd CC, but this is such a late 3rd base. The observer's pointing it out. Bjorn, he has to get damage done with this timing attack that he's going for. With the tanks, with the +1, with combat shields. He's moving out, he gets spotted. Lings, they do force to pick up. They catch out some Marines. Okay, nice catch here out of Lambo. And Bjorn, he's got to send it across the map. He's got to go. But at the same time, Lings, they try to knock down the front door. Bjorn cannot come back home. And the wall is going to open. Lings, they flood in. They get a surround on the Marines. Oh, and Bjorn is being forced all in at this point. As he'll be losing SCVs. Yeah, 5, 6 SCVs going down. He has to get damage done with this. As Banelings are amassing. Queens, they transfuse. Yeah, the Queens are keeping up. They're holding on. It's going to be a slow Bane defense, but that might still be enough. Actually, Lambo counterattack. Oh, bold move out of Lambo, but I do like this. The Queens, they defend back at home. We have the bare minimum to defend, and Lambo, if he can get into that natural, he can break Bjorn. He's going for it. He's knocking down the front door. Yeah, he knocks it down. Again, there's almost nothing to defend. There's a handful of Marines. Bailey's gonna crash in. Up, comes in for the surround, locks down the bio, gets on top of the tank. But doesn't quite get into the mineral line. Bjorn holds. Whew. Bjorn, he does hold back at home. This could have been disastrous. That could have been game. That could have been game then and there. But Bjorn, he does hold. Lambo going for another counterattack. He's doing it again. Back. I mean, no reason not to be honest. No reason not to. Ooh, 1 Queen goes down. Does get the 1. Meanwhile, here comes the second Bane bus. Ooh, this time, nice target firing out of Beyond. He targets down the banelings with the tank. So this time Beyond defends. Uh-oh. And he's denying gases. Beyond claiming his third base. It's on location. Lambert could have denied it, but no, he doesn't quite check. Focusing on the army instead. And we're entering a weird game state here as Lambert, he will clean this up. We can escape with one medivac. No, not even. Nice target firing. Everything's going to go down. Lambert, he cleans up the army. But there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, Lambert, he counterattacks, he shuts down the main force, but Lambert hasn't been droning. He hasn't been droning, so economically, Beyond is keeping up. He's catching up, I should emphasize. He's catching up economically, getting a star base up and running. Now Lambert is free to drone. And who do we favor here? Likewise, Creep isn't looking too ideal for Lambert either, just because of Beyond's aggression. Moving out with another double drop. Behind this, fourth CC is on the way. Beyond is expanding, getting a fourth base. Overall, I still lean towards Lambo, just because like there's been so much more pressure on Beyond to get more damage. As Lambo's taking. I still do feel like Lambo could have droned a little bit harder, but he's cutting workers a little bit earlier. Hive is on the way, and just like game one, the win condition for Lambo, what is it? Ultras. The win condition is Vipers and Ultras here to shut down Beyond. I would say that he's going to have an easier time on Tokamak more so than on Persephone to get into Ultra Tech. This is why Beyond was so aggressive. This is why Beyond stayed on two bases for so long, because he knows that this map does favor a longer and later game, does favor more defensive play. He was hoping to try to catch Lambo out early, but not quite able to. Not the way that he wanted to. So Lambo is getting more secure. Oh, was a bit of a misrally with the drones. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, workers, they were misrallied. But Lambo now getting up to 80 workers. Again, he's getting up to his ideal economy. Hive is done. Beyond is moving out. Oh, the white shots. Oh my god. White shot goes off. Decent connection. Forcing friendly fire though. Yeah, better engage here from Lambo. He shuts down the main army, shuts down all the Widow Mines, gains map control. And Beyond, he's hurting. Again, it's just been a rough start for Beyond. He was just so aggressive this game, and he just never found the damage he was looking for. The fourth base is denied. Thankfully, it doesn't go down. Thankfully, it's still alive. But forced to lift. As Lambo, he has the gas, by the way, but just committing on Ling Bane. Ooh, brutal mine shot. Yeah, nice mine connections here out of Beyond. A better trade here from the Terran. Lambo's overextending. Yeah, he's overextending, getting caught out, bleeding out a lot of Ling Bane. And Beyond holds, Beyond maxes out. Again, Lambo, I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't yet seen any further attack. Getting to Infestors. Beyond, he punishes, he breaks out. And I'm not sure if this army can be stopped. Yeah, Queens are falling one after the other. Lambo, he has no Ling Bane ready for this. He just split out so much earlier. Trying to engage, lose the base, losing line of Queens. But the army's overstimmed, and Lambo, he barely does hold on. At the same time, 10 SCVs go down across the map. We're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. If the game goes longer, Lambo should have this. Then we had 19! 21 SCVs! Ah, he got it. He got the damage. 22 SCV kills. Fungal connects as well. Late to pick up. Every Marine goes down. And everything just crumbles from Beyond. Things were getting very shaky there, and Beyond, he was clawing his way back into it. He took a better fight. But now he lost a mineral line. Sure, he has a fourth base, but no economy. And just like game one, Lambo, he can max. He can max out from here. Things looking a little bit shaky. Lambo, he had limited lava. There's the Ultra Cavern. That was also my concern, is the late Ultra Cavern out of Lambo. It almost looked like he thought he had it. Ooh, as Lambo's engaging with our banelings. Uh-oh. Lambo taking some rough fights. Bjorn's pushing in. Yeah, Lambo, some very inefficient trades here, bleeding out so many Zerglings. Where are the banelings? Where are the banelings, Papi? Lings are trickling in. Lambo losing a lot of supply. Yeah, Lings are being thrown away so much. As we have some power bombs coming in, but the ground army is just non-existent. No shot at Lambo. Eyes being broken. Wow, he's broken then and there. GG. As Bjorn, he claws his way back in, takes some better fights. Lambo crumbling under the pressure towards the end there. Just throwing away so much supply. No banelings ready. And GG. Bjorn, he will take it. He knows. Lambo knows he was in a better position. Like, he knows that he was winning that game. Like, that was his game to lose. Ay. Like, Lambo, he was looking so good, punishing the economy, forcing the all-in. But there were some moments there where Lambo, he was engaging too early, throwing away a lot of Zerglings. He was not waiting for his own baneling support. Gasito, papi, gasito. And Bjorn, he clutches it out. He clutches it out, papi. GG. Yo, we got our own trumpets. Let's go. GG, well played. Bjorn clawing his way back into that game. Again, he was all in at that point. Like, Bjorn, he had no economy. He had to end the game with that push.
Bjorn, crazy back and forth that last match there. Talk to me a little bit about your time on. 잠깐만.
일단 변현 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 마지막 세트 토카막에서의 좀 얘기를 좀 해볼게요. 정말 좀
치열한 접전인데
좀 어떻게 경기가 좀 굴러갔다고 생각하시나요?
저는 제가 나쁘지 않다고 생각했거든요. 이 경기에서 심리전을 한번 걸어놨고 심리를 흔들어놨고 3경기에서
I want to know what he says though.
뭐 무난하게 가길래 나쁘지 않다 생각했는데 생각보다 많이 불리하더라고요. 또 거기에 엎친 데 엎친 격으로 그 행성 요새가 분명히 버튼을 눌렀는데 안 만들어져 있어가지고 일꾼이 더 없어졌더라고요. 그래서 이거 졌다 싶었는데 마지막에 운 좋게 싸움을 진짜 잘해가지고 그거로 이긴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I think I was pretty ahead because I already put the mind games in game 2 and I put a CC first in game 3. So I thought myself pretty much ahead, but actually Lambo put up a really good fight. And I think I made a really big mistake that I thought I pressed the P button to make a planetary fortress, but it's not. So I lost a bunch of SCVs and then I thought I lost. So, let's could have put up a good fight and then actually in the late game, I really put up a really great fight, so I think that's why I won.
Well, the mind games, the great plays, the comebacks, you're going to need them all because your reward for getting through this is to face off against Serral. So
I was curious who it was going to be.
다시 한번 좀 재현이 돼야 될 것 같은데 왜냐면은
that's so sad for Lambo.
세라 선수예요. 그래서
We'll get into it.
이제 세라 선수를 상대하게 되는 좀 기분이 좀 어떠신지?
제가 가장 인정하는
진짜
선수 중에 역대 선수 중에 가장 인정하는 선수고 지금도 가장 최고의 선수라고 생각을 해요. 그래서 항상 도전자 입장으로 항상 마음 편하게 하는데 만날 때마다 정말 힘들더라고요. 그래도 이번에도 또 만났는데 그래도 제가 제일 좋아하는 선수고 꼭 해보고 싶은 선수이기도 하고 그래서 많이 기대도 되고 무섭긴 하지만 그래도 열심히 해보려고요.
Yeah, I mean, Serral is one of the greatest player I respect the most. So yeah, every time I try face Serral is actually very nervous, and I'm really scared to face him. But I'll try my best to put up a good fight with him.
Well, if you keep bringing what you brought in these early matches, I'm confident that you'll get far. Thank you so much for bringing us such exciting games. You get to take a little rest now before that big face-off. We'll send it back to the studio for another look at your games.
GG. As Bjorn said, like he was in a really rough position that game. It was interesting to hear that he forgot his planetary, that that was a mistake from him to not have the planetary at his 4th expansion when he lost all the SCVs, referring to game 3 specifically. But yeah, he himself, I mean, he was talking about how he took some better fights. Technically, yes, but Lambo, he also took fights that he shouldn't have. Like, he was being very wasteful and maybe getting a little bit too excited with his with his lings, with his engages. I mean, we were pointing it out where he didn't quite have baitings ready. He was throwing away a lot of supply. It did look like maybe Lambo got maybe a little bit nervous or maybe a little bit antsy, just like knowing that he was ahead, knowing he was in a better position, so trying to take these fights earlier than he really should have, and that did punish him in the end. This is one of those moments where Lambo lost a lot of supply here across the map, where things were able to swing back in Bjorn's favor. I will say that the engagements did go in favor of Bjorn more often than not, but again, it did feel a little bit like Lambo was just, yeah, getting a little bit too ahead of himself at times. But regardless, very clutch, very close series here, and it could have gone either way. The reason why I said that it's so sad for Lambo is because, as I mentioned before, depending on who plays against Clem and who plays against Serral, I do actually prefer Bjorn against, I do favor Bjorn over Clem, or I do think that Bjorn has a better chance versus Clem than Lambo does, and I feel like Lambo has a better chance versus Serral than Bjorn does, if they were the two to make it through the groups, to make it through into the group stage. So it's a little bit unfortunate here that it goes the other way, and of course, best of luck to Bjorn, and he has been getting ready, and you know, if you want to excel at EWC, you have to beat the best players in the world, but it's not going to be easy going up against Serral. Best of luck. Best of luck to Bjorn. Meanwhile, if you're a fan of Lambo, do not worry, do not fret, because he does have another chance to make it through into the group stage. Also, to apologize, I'm catching up in the chat. I do see it looks like the stream went down for a moment on Twitch. So I hope nothing major was missed on Twitch. It feels bad, man, but yeah, it looks like there was a bit of a hiccup earlier. And hopefully that was a one-time thing, and hopefully the stream was able to stay healthy here on Twitch. The stream didn't go down on YouTube, so on YouTube everything is fine. So again, if you prefer, like, we're also live on YouTube as well, and the stream is progressing, I believe. Yeah. Just double checking. We're good to go. But yeah, the stream didn't go down on YouTube, so if you want to watch there, you can. Otherwise, I do apologize for there being a bit of a hiccup on Twitch. Feels Twitch, man. Sometimes Twitch is just unstable. Feels bad. But regardless, congratulations, Bjorn does make it through. And up next, we're going to be featuring Estrella and Hero Marine. Estrella and Big Gabe, they're going to be facing off in the elimination match. I mentioned before that I assumed that the B stream was going to be going live with this, but it turns out that the B stream will be going live later.
Sandstorm, and I figured we should meet your host. So Sandstorm, how did you first get into StarCraft 2? Did you play before? Did you play other games, Brood War perhaps? Or
I want to say, like, I started off, I tried StarCraft Brood Wars, I tried a lot of StarCraft 2. I played the campaign. It was, I want to say, like, when it comes to games, I love playing the campaign, I love the stories. So I played a lot of that. I tried playing it online and I got absolutely destroyed. I will never forget it. The first time I tried playing it, like, competitively or ranked, I was struck with, like, the Banshee starter where they destroyed all my farmers. So I was like, okay, well, you know what? I don't want to play ranked anymore. It's too hard.
That's fair enough. And getting back into it, knowing that you were going to host here, you've already hosted a few other games on this stage. Why is StarCraft 2 the best?
I want to say just how crazy it can be. Like, we had a 20-minute game. Like, we're talking about the series that's going on right now between Bjorn and Lambo. First game went for Lambo. It was like 20-minute games. And then Bjorn, 5 minutes, 3 barracks rush, absolutely destroyed him. It was insane. So, like, I'm saying, like, the wide range of it and how crazy it can be is phenomenal.
And you were telling me you prepared a little bit for this event by watching some of our content creators. So who specifically, and what did you learn?
I want to say specifically Loco. And to me, like, it's kind of funny that I'm working with him at this event. And I spent a lot of time, I want to say specifically last year and this year, farming his content, trying to learn as much as I can rather, because his content is very informative, it's very educational, and it's exactly what I wanted and exactly what I was looking for to kind of
Loco plug.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sandstorm.
Shout out to Sandstorm. I still miss Fancy. I will say, like, Fancy's our boy. He was like the highlight peak star of last year's EWC. But shout out to Sandstorm for stepping in as the host this time. I'm sure Fancy is maybe hosting other esports, other games. But we are getting ready for Gabe versus Estrella. Jesus. As we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have returned here with the Esports World Cup EWC day number 1. We are here to wrap up what's the play-in brackets. We just wrapped up. We just have our first qualifier making it through in this group stage. We just have Bjorn. Bjorn took down Lambo 2-1. Was a very close, very clutch, very intense back and forth series. Again, it was heartbreaking to see Lambo towards the tail end of that match as well. Like, he was in a better position, he was ahead, he was looking primed to take it all, and did take some really rough fights, some rough moments there. Bjorn, he brought it back, and Bjorn makes it through it instead, but Lambo has another chance. Lambo, he's waiting for the winner of this series. We have a Big Gabe going up against Estrella in a best-of-3 elimination match. Oh boy, the loser of this series is out of the tournament already here in day 1. They'll be knocked out of EWC. Will it be our Terran or Protoss? Yet to be determined. And again, it's going to be Gabe versus Estrella. Then the winner of the series plays against Gabe. Plays against Lambo in the final qualifying match of the play-in stage. Oh boy, we're getting there. We're getting there. Purely best of 3s here tonight in day number 1. Let's go. Just catching up. Just catching up. weird timeline. I mean, we have vetoes. Let's go. We missed them last time. We have our vetoes taking place as well. We've gotten rid of Incorporeal, Lost Fantasy, Maganatha, Torches, Persephone, and Ultra Love. Okay, we do have an interesting game one here. Often vetoed, game one is going to be on Pylon. So Tokamak and Leylines, they're two of the more standard maps, and we do expect to see Tokamak and Leylines in almost every series in today's broadcast, especially in best of threes. But we do have a more quirky map slipping in from time to time. We had Torches previously in Gabe versus Lambo. Here, Gabe versus Estrella, we have Pylon as well. Pylon, of course, is known for being a rush map, is a much smaller map than map pool, known for aggression and for rushes, known for all-ins, and I'll be honest, I do favor Gabe in that kind of game state, in that kind of game. Winding it back, if you remember, if you were here for Estrella versus Beyond, this is where Estrella thrives in these longer and later games. If you can slow the game down, that is where Estrella is favored. However, if Gabe can break him early enough, like Beyond, that is where the Terran can thrive, that is where Gabe can thrive instead. Let's go. The pressure's on as we are loading into Pylon. Yeah, we get the layered audio. We'll get into it. This is the downside of map intros, but we'll get into it. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have the German Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Mouse. It is Hero Marine. Big game. Red Terran. There we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player with the Blue Protoss. The lone wolf, it is Estrella. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open and place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh best of three, our elimination match. Let's go. Now, as we were saying, the downside of what we've been seeing so far, of the map intro, I should say, is that, I don't know if you noticed, we actually loaded into game 30 seconds in. we were 30 seconds into the game when we panned over into the in-game screen. So if there was a proxy, if there was some cheese going on, that'd be a bit of a later realization from the viewer side of things. That's the one downside of making and organizing something like a map intro, which I do really like, and again, we've thought about doing it ourselves as well. But the one downside is that sometimes the map intro can be longer than the loading screen, and because that, you miss out on a little bit of the game. Most of the time, I don't think it really matters too much, but it can impact certain early cheeses and early aggression when it comes to just seeing them as a viewer. Just as a bit of a tidbit there. Meanwhile, we do have a double gas opener out of Hero Marine, going Rex into Factory into delayed CC. We do have the Pylon block there to delay the add-on to disrupt the opener here of Big Gabe. So Estrella being as annoying as possible with that Pylon, but again, Gabe going for a more aggressive and assertive start. And welcome on to Pylon. We were mentioning earlier, this map is known for aggression, is known for 2-base all-ins. You can be hyper assertive and hyper aggressive on Pylon just because of the shorter rush distance by ground, just because of the more direct rush distance as well. So we'll see if Estrella can survive the aggression of Gabe. I do favor Gabe coming into Pylon, but we'll see if Estrella can survive, defend, and get into the mid game, which is where Estrella would thrive. For now, Reapers are poking, they're prodding. Looking for a way in. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Estrella. Twilight Council, we're assuming, into Blink. Now, we did see Estrella actually very often embrace DTs. We saw Dark Templar twice in his series against Bjorn, which is very unorthodox, but we'll see if he does whip that out against Gabe as well. Nice snipe. Takes down a Reaper. Takes down one of the Reapers. As we do have a very interesting follow-up here. Okay, so it's going to be Cyclone into Medevac. Tech Lab stays on the factory, going for the early move out with the early Cyclone aggression into what? Into an early tank push. So hyper aggression out of Gabe, rushing into very early tank production, is going to be rallying across the map. The hallucination will confirm Astray he'll be able to get eyes on the Tech Labs, get eyes on the tank production, but can Astray hold? Can he defend? That'll be the big question here. We'll see if Astray can keep up. As Gabe, he starts the move out. There he goes, spots the tank. Does spot the tank, does confirm the Tech Lab is still in the factory. Second tank is on the way. Cyclone drop into the main. And the shield battery putting in a little work. Probes are not going down. Nice defense so far. But it's not about the first wave, it's about the second. As so far, that is the second tank in production and a Liberator as well. It's going to hit like a truck. Early tanks, early Liberators, early push. And as we mentioned, this map does favor this early game aggression. And again, Gabe, it's on him to try to break Estrella early. As he gets spotted. Here, Marine is spotted. Estrella trying to respond. Oh. Picks up a Marine. So Marine moves out. Setting the tanks. And so far, Stray just forcing these early sieges. Nice pick up on the tank. Oh my god, one tank goes down. One tank left. Yeah, massive pickoff. Gabe running out of steam already. Down to just the one, and Astray he will completely shut this down. Takes down the tank, takes down the medevac as well. And Gabe, this push, it's falling on its face. Ay, ay, ay. Losing everything, and Astray he gains momentum, gains map control, and Gabe's in a rough position. He dedicated so much to this tank push. Dedicated so much. Liberator will deny some mining time, but Astray he does not back up, he does not turn around. He keeps going. Does keep going from here, he can blink into the main. And Gabe just had a really rough start here. And again, losing that first tank was huge, and now dives into the main base, picks off the add-on, denies more tank production, thankfully doesn't get stim. Thankfully. As that would have been disastrous. And Astray looking solid. Looking solid, looking in form. Again, unlike Bjorn's early tank push, Astray he saw it ahead of time, right? He was able to scatter it, able to spot it, able to slow it down. That did not happen against Bjorn in game 2 of their series. But it happens here. As we have Double Forge getting to 1-1 upgrades, we have the Bay now complete, working towards Colossus. Charge finishing up as well. So Astray, he's not going for any kind of major counterattack. He's building up into a longer game, investing into upgrades, and now into production, into tech, into Colossus, into a 4th base. Astray, he's in a nice position, and he's just building up into a longer game. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? I see 2 more racks. We have a 5-rack setup out of Gabe, and no add-ons. Looks like a 2-base all-in. This is hyper aggressive, hyper committed on 2 bases out of Gabe. And is Astray being too greedy? That becomes the next question. Is he being too greedy? Is he cutting too many corners? Is he thinking too far ahead? Astray did not get a 4th. True, didn't get a 4th base. But here comes Gabe. Guess all or nothing. The boys are being pulled. Yeah, the boys are pulled. The game ends here and now. Either Gabe breaks Astray or he dies trying. You can see them name out the boys then moving out across the map. Yeah, there they are, coming in for a flank. Nice force fields. Ooh, and the boys, they're coming in on their own, and the SCVs, they crumble. Yeah, they crumble, they come in too soon. Yeah, mismanaged attack here from Gabe. As he throws away 21 SCVs. Ideally, you want them to buffer for the main army, but they came in on their own. Now Astray, he has a nice spread. Gabe still wedging himself, just forcing himself, wedging himself in between the bases. Takes down the shield battery, going for the pylon. Depowers the robo. Nice pick up. Does depower the robo, but again, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Astray. As there's only a handful of boys left, you can see Estrella setting up for the surround. And it will soon just collapse on the army. Here he comes from behind, from the left, from the right as well. Gets a full surround, takes down the tanks. And Estrella, he will clean this up. He will clean this up. The Colossus, they just go to town on the army. GG gets called, and Estrella takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, a very strong start here from Estrella. Again, it was so important that he was able to catch the first move out. So the first tank push did no damage. He threatened the third base, but he lost 2 tanks, a medevac, and the entire Marine army as well. It was a really rough start for Gabe. So he had to go for the 2-base all-in follow-up. But again, we saw that Estrella, he was able to shut us down ahead of time, able to engage ahead of time, force the earlier siege, force the earlier engagement. And likewise, we saw that the boys, they were moving out on the left-hand side, and they were a little bit premature. They went in ahead of time, they went in on their own, and they were dealt with initially, then the main army as well. Ideally, you want everything to come in together. You want the boys to buffer for your tanks to allow yourself to siege up and to force yourself further in. But again, it was just a bit of a shaky engage, shaky push from Gabe. I mean, it was already a rough position for him, but GG. GG, well played. Estrella takes the lead, and Estrella is 1 game away from making it through into the qualifying match. Oh boy. And again, a lot of eyes are on Gabe. Like, Gabe, he's coming in as one of the big names in this bracket, in this group. I mean, every player is, to be fair. It is the World Championship. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into Tokamak. Here we go. I didn't even notice there's like a incubated hybrid on the map. Okay. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Mouse. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Hero Marine. Big game. I'm sure we're about to zoom in. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is Estrella. See in chat, the winner of this plays against Clem? No, the winner of this plays against Lambo. As a reminder, Lambo, he just went down to Bjorn, and Lambo is waiting for the winner of this series. So Lambo is lying in wait. See in chat as well, pulling workers against Colossus, yes. As a reminder, winding it back, if I didn't make it clear, because of the early push failing so hard for Gabe, he did decide to go for the 2-base all-in. He had to go for it's either one of 2 things. In that position, either Gabe is hyper aggressive and goes for an all-in, or hyper greedy, throws down a 3rd CC and tries to get away with greed and hopes that maybe Estrella is passive enough for Gabe to recover in that game. But especially on Pylon, like, you don't expect that to happen. Like, the map doesn't really favor that kind of style. So again, Gabe, who was kind of forced into the all-in after the failed early push. And you can pull boys against Colossus as well. Like, they're built to tank and they're meant to tank. The problem that we mentioned, and again we tried to emphasize, is that they're meant to tank for the rest of the army, but they didn't tank for anything. They kind of did their own thing instead. So it's just a really shaky engage there from Gabe. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. As we have Gabe once again opening up double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC. We saw that last game this led into an early cyclone drop into early tank production. We do not expect to see that same build again here in game 2. Welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak, larger map, longer resistance my ground, more defensive bases as well. So I would say that a build like that would be less effective here on Tokamak. And already you can see no tech lab. It's going to be Widowmine first, Widowmine drop opener. This can lead into Banshee play, but initially opening up with Widowmines, with drop play. So this is a much more tame opener out of Gabe, much more tame, which makes sense. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of Estrella, working towards Blink. Standard opener out of the Protoss. Meanwhile, here comes that mine drop. You can see additional Widowmines on the way, medevac as well. What I'm most curious by, as the hallucination does confirm the mine drop. But what I'm curious by is the tech labs. After this wave, or after this drop, where do we throw down the tech labs? Do we invest into Banshee? Do we go into Raven? Do we go into tank production? Where are we headed? As the tech lab has begun on the factory, hallucination will confirm. Mind shot goes up. And we are going for the add-on swap. That's what we're waiting for. We're waiting to see if there was going to be an add-on swap or not. So add-on swap into Raven production, not Banshee. So we're going for Raven harass into another axe into the mid game. So again, Gabe, he's only focusing on harassing. He's not going for any kind of dedicated push. Not this time. Again, the map doesn't really favor that. As the mind drop is coming in. So far, Stray does react in time, does pull away. Nice retargeting. Gets one probe so far. Gets two. More importantly, denies mining time. He gets a full scout of the main base. Does confirm Blink is on the way. Did I open predictions in the chat? Did I? I did. Okay. I was a little bit concerned. Yeah, we're good. As interesting, this time Astrea, he's not going Colossus. Okay, we have seen a lot of Colossus-based play out of Astrea, not just this game, but against Bjorn as well, Colossus-based openers, and here we can see no Bay, no Colossus, instead going for the Temple Archives into earlier Storm. So much earlier Storm out of Astrea. Likewise, Raven is moving out. Gabe still building up on two bases. Building up on two. There we go, third TC is on the way. So Gabe again, he's building up into the mid game, which is to be expected here on Tokamak. And we're embracing a longer game state. And Astrea's getting comfortable. He's getting comfortable, getting up to 3 bases. Raven Harass coming in. We do see Gabe moving out. Astrea does spot this. More or less. Does spot the move out. Storm is almost done. And Storm will be done in time for the push. Assuming that Astrea is in position, as the auto turrets, they do buy some time, they do distract Astrea. Observers in position, High Templar ready. 1 more second, Storm is done. Storm is done, Storm does go off, we have the first Storm landing. Second Storm as well, we have some okay connections here, he's holding onto another Storm. But he doesn't really have much support here for his High Templar, he needs more time, needs more warp-ins. As Alcé do warp in time and collapse on the first tank does go down. Can he get on top of the second tank though? It's gonna be close. It looks like he can. Whew, he does bring down the tanks. Astrea holds, he defends his third base, getting it fully saturated. And the game will continue. Get a clutch hold out of Astrea. Astrea playing super safe this game. Temple Archive 6 gateways before the third base. I mean, players have been. This is why I mentioned before at the start of the broadcast, even how TVP has been adjusting and has been in flux, and the meta has been changing the most out of any matchup this year over the past 6 months. If you've been following it, you would know that there's been periods like, for example, even in recent times, in DreamHack. Oh, jeez. in DreamHack Dallas, right? Like, it was all about 2-base all-ins. We saw so many 2-base all-ins from Terran players at DreamHack Dallas. From there, basically, post-DreamHack Dallas, it's become more common in TVP for Protoss players to stay on 2 bases longer and to delay their thirds, right? At the start of the year, it was so common for Protoss players to go 2-gate blink into a third. That is unheard of nowadays. Like, again, compared to builds that we saw in January, nowhere near here halfway through the year. Like, 2-gate blink is insane nowadays, just because of how aggressive Terran players have been. So now it's more common to stay on 2 bases a little bit longer to delay your third. Oh. And likewise, we've also seen Terran players be less aggressive. At the same time, bit of a miss rally. Nice catch from Gabe. Takes down the Immortal. EMP to connect. Yeah, the fast ghost paying off. Does EMP, and we're running out of storms. I believe there's 2. Yeah, 1 storm thrown down. Another EMP lands. Ah, the EMPs. There's 1 storm left. Does connect. Just in time, and with that, Astray, he's barely holding on. We have more High Templar coming into flank. There's more storms available. But again, this is a very tight hold here for Estrella. You can see Gabe just rallying everything across the map. Oh, another EMP lands. Yeah, clutch EMP. This is also something that has been changing over time, is earlier Ghost production, earlier EMPs against Storm-based openers. And you can see there's barely any Storms left. The Storms, they've just not been connecting. And Gabe, he breaks through. He does it. He breaks the 4th base. Takes down the middle line, takes down the expansion. 12 probes going down. And Astray is being broken. He's being broken here and now. As Gabe, he rallies in, and he has nothing. He's broken the back of Estrella. Storms are somewhat connecting, but there's barely a standing army here. Estrella down to 1 Archon, down to 2 Stalkers. And Gabe, he breaks through. He breaks one through. Mind shot going up. Takes down the Immortal. And this also does emphasize why Storm-based openers have been more uncommon as of late as well. GG gets called as Gabe ties up the series 1-1. Whew, let's go. Let us go. But yeah, we were discussing a little bit about the meta here of PvT, how it's been changing over time. How back in DreamHack Dallas we had a lot of 2-base all-ins. Then like 2 weeks later we saw Protoss players being more defensive. We actually saw a lot of players be more defensive on 2 bases and playing Storm and opening Storm, and that was trendy for a couple of weeks. But then Terran players, I want to say Cure, I want to say he kind of led the charge on this one. But we saw a lot of Terran players go into earlier Ghosts to try to counteract that, to try to deal with those early Storms, which is why then over the past, I want to say like 2-3 weeks, we have seen less Storm openers and more Colossus openers, which is what we saw out of Estrella in the last game and in the last series against Biana as well. Here, Estrella, who's cutting some corners though, he was taking a chance, taking a risk, I would say, heavily reliant on High Templar and going for a Storm follow-up instead of Colossus. And here we saw Gabe punish and shut it down, rushing into earlier Ghosts and making good use of that EMP. Like, he was able to EMP so many High Templar, and with that, without Storm, there was nothing to defend, nothing to hold. GG. GG, well played. With that, Gabe, he does overwhelm, he does take game number 2, and I don't expect to see Estrella go for earlier Storm in such a way again. I would imagine it's going to go back to Colossus, which is a little more standard, but we'll see as we're getting ready for game number 3. It's going to be on Ley Lines. Ley Lines is going to be the map of choice, and we'll see how our players do adjust. I'll say Ley Lines is, again, one of the more standard maps in the map pool. I would say it's not as defendable, not as macro as Tokamak, for example. Tokamak is known for longer and later games. If we can get up to a 4-base setup, we saw that Estrella was shut down just before 4 bases. We'll see. We'll see where our players take us. As our players are getting ready. And here we go. Here we go. We're getting into the final game of the series. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylands, we have the German Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Mouse. Tying up the series 1-1. Forcing the ace match. Momentum is on his side. It is Hero Marine. We lined up quite nicely. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. It is Estrella. Here we go. Here we go. So far, we do have Gabe once again opening up double gas. Does go for the double gas opener. Is going racks into faster factory into a delayed CC. And we'll see if Gabe does turn on the aggression again. As we do see Estrella being a little bit greedy here, going for the gate expand before the Cyber Core. So Estrella cutting some corners. Does go for a greedier start. And once again, our eyes are on the tech labs of Hero Marine. Does he open up Mind Drop again? Does he go for early Cyclone? Does he go for early Tank? Our eyes are on Gabe. Jesus. Oh, live from Riyadh, let's go. I think the cameraman's having fun. Loving the swirl. As for now, we're going to be opening up Reaper Hellion. No add-ons yet. Twilight Counts open out of Estrella, opening up Blink. From here. And still waiting for some tech labs. We may just go straight Banshee. We'll see if we go for the add-on swap. For now, we're investing a little bit harder here into additional Reapers, additional Hellions. The goal with Reaper Hellion is to get economic damage, is to maintain map control, to dive into a mineral line and try to get some economic damage. So we'll keep an eye on Gabe as he splits up his army. We have Hellions on one side, we have Reapers on the other. Looking to move in. Does rush forward. Going for the Stalker, actually. Does go for the Stalker. At the same time, Hellions, they bust into the natural. One Stalker goes down, but Estrella does evacuate. So good call here from Estrella. He does evacuate. He pulls away, recognizing he was in danger at the natural. And loses one probe. Only one. Reapers, they go back into the main. No safety shield battery. Ooh. Yeah, no defensive setup. Meanwhile, as we had assumed, because it was Reaper Hellion as an opener, gas was being preserved, and we're going into Cloak Banshee. Ooh, Hellions, they bust into the main. And they get a couple more workers here. 5, 6 probes going down. 7 probes even. Ay, ay, ay. 7 probe kills. Brutal damage early on. A better start. Seeing Robo there. We go. Robo's on the way to 2 bases. But is this too late? Without detection, this Banshee is going to wreak havoc. And the game may just end with the first Banshee, I'll be honest. Ay, ay, ay. Because of the worker damage, the Robo is late, later than usual. It's delayed. Cloak is done in 5 seconds. Oh, God. And, I mean, thankfully, it's only one Banshee. Thankfully, there's no second Banshee yet. There we go. Cloak is revealed. Takes down the first sentry. Heads for the mineral line. And probes are going down, and there is 0 detection. Likewise, 0 mining in the main. Robo just now finishing up. Observer's being chronoed. It's going to be another 5 probe kills. Yeah, you can see Estrella shaking his head. Ay, ay, ay. Getting up to 7. And Estrella, he survives this. He cleans up the first Banshee, but the Banshee more than paid for itself. And Gabe is getting further ahead, and here comes the second Banshee. Now, this second Banshee is not going to be as successful. Thankfully, now there's detection, now there's Link Stalkers. Astray should be able to keep up. As the Banshee does head in between the bases. Yeah. Yo, the production team. They really just want to zoom in on Estrella fact. I mean, it is a rough start. It is a really rough start. It's things are looking bleak. Things are looking bleak here for Estrella for sure. Yeah, we got the reality TV producer. Like someone make him cry. Jesus. As Estrella, he rotates into the main. Tanks are setting up. Gabe, he does catch out the observer, no high ground vision. And Gabe is secure. Now, what I was going to say is that now that Gabe's ahead, I would not be surprised if we just pull the boys. You can just pull the boys and go for a 2-base all-in, but Gabe is getting a third TC, so he's playing it safe. He's playing it safe. He's just getting further ahead. He's getting further ahead. He's getting a third command center, building up into a longer game, maintaining his lead. We got Stim on the way, +1, combat shields. Gabe is forcing a stray back. Takes down a stalker. Third base is done. Now we can look to expand. Banshee's still active on the map. And Gabe, he is pushing. And from here he does hit the mineral line. Catching out 3 more probes. Nicely done. Force fields are ready. Nice control there from Estrella. But Gabe is pushing. He's moving on in. He stims on forward. He does go for the sentries. Gets one. Gets one. Gets both. Both sentries go down. Again, this is where if he had pulled the boys, like, he could totally break this position. There's no splash damage, no Colossus, no Storm. Again, Gabe is saturating his own third, rallying across the map. Now, how do you recover from this point? There are a couple of ways you could try to recover if you're in the shoes of Estrella. You can risk going for run-bys and counterattacks and hope that Gabe races back home. You can go for potentially Dark Templar, but I mean, hey, we have scans. Estrella trying to hold on, does force field the ramp, but he's running out of force fields. And Gabe is slowly making his way off the ramp, takes down the observer. And I don't see Gabe being stopped here. Not like this, not anymore. There's just too much momentum in favor of Gabe. He just had a very strong start with the Reaper Hellion harass, with the Banshee follow-up, of course, as well. Zelsei dive in, they take down the first tank, but they only get one. The only one tank going down. GG gets called, and Hero Marine, he will take the series at 2-1, advancing on to the qualifying match and eliminating Estrella from the Esports World Cup. GG. GG, well played. Gabe, he will advance on, and again, my condolences to Estrella, to Max Angel. He fought hard to make it here to Esports World Cup, even in the previous matches against Björn, against Gabe here as well. Went to the ace match, had that back and forth, but alas, he is going to be eliminated. The first to go down, and the first to get his key crushed as well. GG. GG, well played. I'm sure they're going to show that off as well. And last time they had like that press machine. Say press machine, what was it? The press machine where they were able to like break the keys. And I'm sure they're going to have like a similar setup here. Curious if it's different from last year. But congratulations. Congratulations to Gabe. My heart does go out for Max Angel. Like, again, like, he's been looking very in form as of late. And again, even against Björn, and even here against Gabe, like, he had his own strong moments. I think more so against Björn than against Gabe. But last, he was torn apart.
I'm here with Hero Marine, who managed to take down his opponent in a 2-1 fashion.
With Gabe.
And we'll be moving on, and he will be one game away from making it to the group stage. Hero Marine, congratulations. Insane performance. And I want to jump right into game 2. How do you think you were able to finally break through the ranks of your opponent? Because it looked like it took forever to break through.
Well, I noticed also my first series that my opponents, like, I was streaming a lot before this tournament, so they had a lot of information. And for like some of the games, especially in the first series and the first game, I decided to play something like random and freestyle, but they countered it perfectly. So in game 2, I just changed it up, went back to my just like normal playstyle that I do all the time, and well, it started working much better.
And looking at game 3, what was the game plan going into that one? Because I want to say, looking at the first game and the third game, it looked like there was a lot of focus on trying to just eliminate as much as you can from his early game, or try to slow down his scaling, focusing on his resource gathering. It looked like it worked out a lot better in the third game. So what changed in that final game as well?
Well, he played a little bit greedy by skipping the shield battery. If you do that against that sort of opening, it's
He's talking about the Reaper Hellion
annoying for the
aggression, true?
Protoss. Like, if I microed well, which I think I did, it's really hard for TOS to not take damage. Also, he didn't wall off against Reapers. Like, you can wall off against Reapers, especially on the third map. And if he had done that, I wouldn't be able to just jump into the main and go into the nature of the other units and that type of style. So that with the shield battery, yeah, worked out very well in my favor.
Well, congratulations. I want to have one more question for you. You're going to be having a rematch against Lambo before you make it into the group stage. What are we going to expect? Are there going to be changes, or what do you think you're going to be working on to make sure that you qualify to the next stage?
I think I'm very well warmed up now.
Okay, well, fair enough. He's warmed up. And you know what? We have the key crusher behind us because you get to crush the first key of the StarCraft tournament here. You excited?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right,
hydraulic
well,
press.
Over to the studio, and we'll be preparing ourselves to crush some keys. See you guys in a minute.
That's what I was looking for. I was like, press machine? I was like, what? A hydraulic press. That's it. That's it. Does it bend? Let's go. But yeah, as he was mentioning, we were talking about the early Reaper Hellion aggression. We were fortunate enough to point out the fact that there was no shield battery in the main base, but likewise no SimCity at the natural either. I think it's good that he emphasized that as well, just because that was the moment that Gabe was able to gain momentum. There's a reason why the Robo was delayed, the detection was delayed, the Banshee got more damage. Like, it all just snowballs from there. It's always important to emphasize, and it's one of the more brutal things about StarCraft is that early game economic damage is more significant than later damage, and it can snowball quite hard. Especially in TVP. So it was very much so an uphill battle here for Estrella. GG, well played. And again, as mentioned, Gabe is going to be getting ready for his next series against Lambo. Really curious to see how that plays out as well. Bearing in mind that Gabe, he had a very unique style against Lambo. I don't think there was anything really to glean from that series. Remember, game 1 against Lambo, he went into mech. Game 2, Lambo went for a 2-base all-in. Oh, sorry, a 3-base all-in. Like, there was just nothing really special about that series. We didn't even get to get into any kind of standard games either. It was a pretty fast series as well. So I don't think that was really indicative of the real strength of Lambo and Gabe. So this next match, it's going to be a banger, I'm sure. It's going to be a banger, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing some different styles, some different builds out of both Gabe and Lambo as well. I'm going to be looking forward to it. We do need a moment here to set up. Un momento. Here, Marine and Lambo, as they're getting ready for the rematch for the final series of the play-in portion of EWC. After this, I think there's going to be a bit of a more extended break and maybe even a content piece before the next round. Before the group stage. Let's see. Shopify, mouse. Qualifying match. Beautiful. Will there be EWC pizza? I mean, it would be amazing if they can sort something like that up, set something like that up even. I'm curious to see what kind of, like, again, content pieces they have ready. I know that there were a lot of interviews conducted. We haven't really seen any of that though. We've seen a little bit of it at the beginning. We saw that kind of like highlight reel of a lot of the players. But I'm hoping that we get a little bit more. Like, again, as a reminder, they have cats. I don't want to harp too much on it, but they have cats. That Paolo, he's meant to be the interviewer, and we haven't really seen much from him. We haven't really heard much from the players yet in the lead up to these matches. I do think there's a lot of opportunity to do that, to like hear from each of the players, hear about their preparation coming. And obviously we're not going to hear about specific builds, but it would be really nice to hear from the Korea boys, for example. I'm referring to from like Trigger, Rainer, and Clem. Remember, they all went to Korea in the lead up to this tournament to prepare. It would be nice to hear about that, to hear some stories, to get a little backstory as to what that preparation, what that practice was looking like in the lead up to their own matches. Likewise, it'd be cool to hear from Showtime, for example, to hear about his performance at Home Story Cup and also his preparation, because it's been so much more active in online tournaments. Like, there are things to ask, there are things to like, you know, gain from, especially kind of like to build up these players getting ready for their matches. And I hope they don't miss that opportunity, right? Like, if they have all this talent, and again, they have a lot of casters that they flew over for the event, if they have all this talent, if they have dedicated interviewers, then I hope that they, you know, are able to make use of that, right? I hope they're able to make use of it. Because I will say that last year, the interviews and how they used Paolo was a little bit lackluster. Same with Wardy as well, if you remember. Wardy, he was the host as well. Oh, hello. As hopefully everything's okay. Okay, we're good. No, don't scare me like that. So again, we'll see how it all comes together. Just catching up with the chat. Things are looking bleak. It's like things are looking rough. Things are not looking ideal. Yo, be careful, Cyberjohn. Watch yourself. Watch yourself. For now, though, I guess we're going to be going on a break. I mean, I say that I think they're still getting ready for the hydraulic press. I want to see them crush the key. Always a lot of fun. I'll see the setup that they have. Also, of course, shout out to Kalaris, Wardy, Loco. We've yet to see. We saw a little bit from Tastes. Oh, there it is. Let's go. He's got the key. I love the fancy gloves that we got going on. Interesting. Last time they had like a full like cage, but here they just have like a small plastic ring. Like, we'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Jesus. Is it meant to... Oh my god. As a Stray, he's going to be crushed here, and we do have... when I say crushed, I mean the key, of course. The key's going to be crushed, and now we have Lambo and Gabe coming up next. Let's go. But I want to say that now there's more reason to have like the full cage instead. I don't know if you noticed, but last year they never fully crushed the key. Like, they would bend the key, but they would never break it in half. I don't know if that was meant to happen. It's more dramatic now. But I don't know if it was meant to be crushed and snapped like that. Regardless, we're going on a break, and we'll see you soon with our next and final series of the play-in stage. See you soon.
I'm here with my friend Max. He's always smiling. Yeah, I mean, I'm the Green Reaper. This time around, Max, I get to do the exit interviews, and I'm really sorry that it had to be you. You know, I was rooting for you. All of America was, but yeah, it happened as it did. So you said that you were a little bit frustrated with the result. Why don't you tell me a little bit about that?
I'm really frustrated in particular because there's something the last few days that felt wrong with my settings or something. Like my mouse accuracy has been really bad the past couple of days. And I haven't been able to figure out if it's a setting on the computer or if it's just I couldn't get used to the setups. But it's frustrating that I'm not able to bring my best when I really want to, because obviously I want to perform as well as I can on this stage. So yeah, I mean, yeah, everything felt a little bit off for me, and I definitely wasn't able to play at 100%.
I mean, I totally believe you. You know, like I'm in touch with a lot of the players, and everyone had been hyping up your PVC, your PBT, you as a Protoss player. Recently, they were saying Australia is one of the best, and yeah, just I guess I mean quite a few people, yeah, who want names, but yeah, I mean it's quite unfortunate that you weren't able to bring your A game, and yeah, what do you think? Is it just mostly the setup, or is there nerves in between, or something else that you think is holding you back from performing at this scale of event?
I mean, honestly, I was a little bit nervous, but I don't think it affected my play too much. So much as just not really feeling like I had any mouse accuracy. Yeah, I really think that's all that held me back this event. I think I could have prepared a few more maybe aggressive, unique strategies, but I really chose to bring standard play for the most part. Not, I guess first beyond I played DTs a few times. But versus Hero Marine, I chose to bring standard play, and he played really well game 2 because I thought I was in a solid position. But
all right, well, that's Max. Max, I'll catch you later for some board games, hopefully, and yeah, good times.
Sounds good.
My heart goes out to Max. My heart goes out to him. This brings me back to last year. Fun facts. It is not standard here in StarCraft 2 as we got Tastosis on the casting couch. Oh my god. Shout out to Tastosis. I'll be honest, I forgot that they were even there. I'll be honest, I didn't even know. But yeah, apparently that's Wardy, apparently. But yeah, my heart goes out to Max as he's eliminated. This reminds me of last year, something that is not common in StarCraft, and maybe it's more common in other esports. I don't think it is there either, to be honest. I don't think it's common. Losers interviews. Losers interviews is not something that is typically done in StarCraft. I don't think it's typically done in other esports either. It feels kind of weird, and it was very controversial because if you remember last year when they interviewed Oliveira could barely speak because he was very emotional. He was very disappointed in his performance, and he was just straight up crying like into the microphone, and it's like, guys, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing here right now? But it's something that they're doing for the EWC broadcast. Again, it's not done in DreamHack, it's not done in IEM, it's not done in any other StarCraft 2 broadcast, but it's done here in EWC. Personally, I'm not too fond of it. Just because, yeah, it's you're getting the players at their worst when I feel like you want to show them at their best, right? Like you want to uplift them, you want to showcase them, right? I mean. You know what's kind of like, I guess they did kind of have a winners interview, but like that's typically what we haven't focused on, right? Is winners interviews, catching the players, you know, like after their win, hearing from them, like that's what we typically do. Yeah, so it's I'm not too fond of it, I'll say. I'm not too fond of the idea of showcasing losers. I mean, like Max, he's a good he's a good sport about it, of course, but that won't always be the case in regards to the players. Here we go. This one is different. I'm just not fond of it. I'm not fond of the idea. I mean, they're gonna do it for all the players, unfortunately, but yeah, makes me a little bit uncomfortable, or just feel a little bit, more, It feels very reality TV. I don't know. But regardless, we're getting ready for our next match, for our next series, getting ready for Gabe versus Lambo. It looks like Vitas are done, and hopefully we're able to see the Vita process. It's been a little bit hit and miss when it comes to showcasing the maps. As of course, it's going to be a rematch. It's going to be a rematch here from their match earlier in the broadcast. There it is. We have Vito de Incorporeal, Lost Fantasy, Magnatha, Ultra Love, Tokamak, and Torches. Okay, this time we have gotten rid of Torches. The more quirky map through the map pool here is going to be Pylon. We have Leylines, Persephone, and Pylon. Of course, Pylon coming out first, Persephone second, and Leylines in the ace match. Curious here, curious. Pylon, I would say, is more favored towards more aggressive builds. I mean, hey, we were able to showcase that previously in the previous matches and previous series. Again, we'll see how our players will approach this. We'll see how they do adjust over time. Again, I don't think the first series was very indicative at all as to their skill, as to their play. Both games are really quirky. Remember, game 1 last series, Gabe, he went mech. Game 2, we had a 3-base all-in out of Lambo. Roach all-in, I should emphasize, on Torches. Torches is not going to be a part of this series, and Tokamak isn't going to be part of this either. So a very different kind of setup, very different vetoes, very different kind of games are going to be coming up next. Oh boy, let's go. As we're jumping into game 1 on Pylon. I see in chat, it's nice to have their last words before they leave, I guess. There's a reason why no other tournament does it. So, like, it's kind of nice, I guess, but there's a reason why it's not done anywhere else. Like, it's not, yeah. Anyway, in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have a German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player. It is Lambo for Shopify. But yeah, it feels very reality TV. It's the same as like, for example, they kept showing like Estrella's face when he was losing. Like it's the same vibe where it feels like the producer of the show, the producer slash director of the broadcast, like that's what they want. Like they want that more emotional side of things from the players, which like has its pros, has its cons. But I was joking earlier where like you can hear the director in the background like saying like someone like start cutting some onions, make the players cry for us, make them cry. Like that's the vibe you get from that. Shaking my head. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into our first game of the series, and let's go. Our fresh best 3. Also, oh, my apologies if you're in the chat. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you want to claim the series, who you think will claim the series even. Best of luck in the chat, as this is the final qualifying match of the play-in stage. Let's go. Let's go. As Gabe does get his CC on low ground, again going for a standard opener, Rax expand, Reaper's moving out. Meanwhile, back at home, Hatch Gas pull out of Lambo. It's important that we point that out just because Lambo did go for a Gasus opener previously on Torches, but again, that was specific for Torches, depending on the maps, and we already saw them. We didn't really expect to see another Gasus opener out of Lambo, as Reaper does arrive dancing with the Lings, but so far, Lambo, he does kite well. He shouldn't lose anything here, shouldn't lose any drones. We just have our initial back and forth, a bit of a skill check between Gabe and Lambo, as the drone gets low but doesn't go down. So Gabe pulls away. I wonder if Gabe will try to proxy she's like beyond it against Lambo. Maybe a little bit further in the series, maybe. For now though, against the openers, third CC has been thrown down, so third CC before Starport, economic opener. Like I would imagine, I don't really see a reason why we won't see just standard macro play out of Gabe. Like we didn't see that last series. That's why I mentioned earlier that I don't really think the first series was indicative at all as to how these players typically play TVZ. Like we had very specific builds in that last matchup. They didn't play standard at all. Meanwhile, Roach open out of Lambo, which is what we expect. We were emphasizing that in the previous series, how Lambos often want to open Roach, especially on a map like Pylon. The reason why we're emphasizing this map is because our smaller map is short rush distance by ground, more exposed bases, so it is safer to open up Roach here. It also does give Lambo some aggressive options if he wants to end the game early. So Roach Horn gets thrown down. Meanwhile, here Marine going for his starport into Banshee play. Banshee as a follow-up. Hellions, they threaten to die, but so far the Queens are keeping up. Roach Horn is scouted, and Gabe is forced out. He's forced out of the natural. Roaches are amassing. Now, a Banshee-based opener is very safe against Roach-based play. It's a good way to shut down Roach aggression, as the Reaper does not get a drone. Barely not. They want the drama. They do. They do. Which I understand why they would. As for now, Gateway does check the third base. Bearing in mind, there's no saturation here. One drone does go down. Roach is still building up. He's building up more Roaches. Link speed is on the way as well. And Lambo, he may just send it across the map here on 2 bases, on a 2-base economy. Yeah, just pointing out Link speed. Yep, more Lings are in production. Lambo's going for the all-in. He's going for the all-in. And Gabe, he's somewhat aware. Back at her, we need bunkers to defend, as Lambo has not made a drone in quite some time. Yeah, no workers. Hellions, they try to poke forward. More Hellions going to be going down. Banshees, they will help in the defense, but it's going to be a tough hold here for Gabe. Very tough hold. As I don't think there's so many bunkers. I could be mistaken, but back at home, we're now trying to wall up. Bullings they're rallying in. Boys are being pulled. Here comes the all-in for Lambo. And his goal here is to break the natural. To deal critical damage. Those two Banshees are doing free DPS here on the high grounds or in the sky. Focusing down some of the Ravagers. Boys are being pulled. SCV's going to be going down, and this is going to be too much. Oh my god, no Miles! They get a Banshee! That should not have happened. Ay, ay, ay. One Banshee goes down, one Banshee left, and that's not going to be enough. Yeah, it's not going to be enough here. Gaby's done it. Bob's connect with the SCVs. 24 SCVs going down, and Lambo, he will just overwhelm. He will just wreak havoc. Snowball out of control. 30 SCV kills. We have more links coming in behind this. Lambo is still not droning. Doesn't need to. Doesn't need to drone. Breaks down that front door. Busts into the main. And Lambo, before Gabe can get into the mid game, before he can get into a standard macro game, he's going to get shut down. He's going to get shut down here and now. Goes further into the main base mineral line. And there's no coming back from this. Gabe, he's down to, what, 19 SCVs, and he's still losing even more workers. And Lambo is still making more links. He's still flooding across the map. He's still not droning. And that'll be every SCV going down. Again, Lambo coming to the all-in, and as we're emphasizing Gabe, he saw it coming for the most part. Like, he saw no saturation at the third base. He saw roaches on the way, but there was no defensive setup. That's why we were emphasizing, that's why we were so concerned. We were like, I don't see any bunkers. Like, there are no bunkers on the way. There's no defensive setup at all for Gabe, whether it was at the natural or even in the main further back. Likewise, the Banshees were staying at home as well. Ideally, if you believe your opponent's being aggressive like this, you have to be proactive with your Banshees. Ideally, you want to move out and you want to be sniping roaches and ravagers ahead of time as Lambo moves out across the map. But we didn't see that. They were stuck at home. We even saw one of the Banshees bile down as well, which hurt the defense even further. Even if they was, I mean, even by then, there probably wasn't going to be a defense anyway, but that didn't help. And with that, Lambo takes the lead. Whew, GG, well played. And again, I do like this choice here by Lambo. I do favor this style going into like roach all-ins on maps like Pylon, or maps like Torches. Like, both of those maps, they do lean and they do lend towards these all-ins. That's why we were mentioning just how small the map is, how it favors aggression. And Lambo, he was hyper aggressive on both Tokamak and on Pylon. But again, these maps or these builds are specific to maps. Specific to these maps, so I don't expect to see these all-ins on some of these larger maps like Leylines or like Persephone. Let's go as we're loading into game number 2. Here we go. Shout out to the map intro. And I don't expect to see Lambo commit and go for the same build. I don't expect him to go for another roach all-in here in game 2. We'll see how our players do adjust. Let's go. So we are loading into that second game. I also still feel like we're missing map intro music, but regardless, in the bottom left-hand corner, we do have our German Terran player, the Red Terran. Down in the series, it is Hero Marine. And in the top left-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player, we have the Blue Zerg. Representing Shopify, it is Lambo. Here we go. So we load into Persephone. Welcome to an interesting map is what I will say. The rush distance by ground is longer than that on Pylon, but the rush distance is still very direct, so we could see some aggression here. We often see longer games though. The map is very easy to cut in half. You can split the map in half, you can take your bases, you can stabilize on 3-4 bases as well. I'm curious to see how Gabe will adjust. Lambo, we may see him open up Roach, but even if he does, I don't expect to see him to go for an all-in. I don't expect to see that again. We'll keep an eye on Lambo. Go. So far, hatch gas pool, standard opener. We're not cutting corners, not this early on. I'm surprised Hero Marine didn't react more. Yeah, I think like the big tell for Gabe, talking about that last game, is remember, he saw the third. Like, remember, he his Hellions, they got into the third base. There was 0 drones. There was 0 drones at the third base, so I would have thought that would have been enough of a tell. But as we saw, it looks like Gabe, he wasn't convinced by it. Like he rotated and he tried to go back in with his Hellions to get a rescout into the natural, but he was denied by roaches. So it feels like a bit of a late reaction from Gabe, despite his scouting from the Hellions. Bit of a late reaction. Or just wasn't too convinced by what he was seeing. Maybe overthinking things as well. Like, you know, it's... Do you put it past Lambo, like, intentionally, like, preserving his workers at his natural and holding off and transferring until the Hellions are dealt with, sort of thing? As behind this, third CC is on the way. Third CC for Starports, economic opener out of Gabe once again. We have Link Speed on the way out of Lambo, and we're not rushing into an early Roach Horn like last game. So it looks like we're going to embrace Ling Bane. Which, if you remember, we did see this against Bjorn on this map as well, on Persephone, with Lambo going into Ling Bane. And remember, in that map, on that map, he went Ling Bane into Ultra, and he was able to harass and punish the fourth base time and time again, and shut Bjorn down. Lambo, he was able to pull that off here on Persephone. That's a lot of Zerglings. That's 16 Zerglings on the way. That is not normal. That's not standard. You can see he's keeping the pin back at home. And he is avoiding the Reaper scouts. Yeah, he does avoid the Reaper. He's rallying across the map. And Gabe, he will miss these Zerglings. He does miss them. You can see the Hellions are moving out. The Natural's exposed. Yeah, the Natural is exposed. Gabe, he sees nothing, he knows nothing until now. SCVs are going to go down. There are going to be a couple of defensive Hellions. A couple. And he's trying to kite back. Lings, they move in for the surround. They get a Marine. They get a couple more SCVs. Yeah, 4 SCV kills. Ooh, they catch the Hellion. Yeah, they catch out the Hellion. They catch out more SCVs. 6 workers falling. Gabe, he races back home to defend. And so far, a nice start for Lambo. 7 SCVs and takes a comfortable worker lead. Back at home, Lambo, he's droning, he's making more queens. Unfortunately, Gabe, he just missed the move out, he missed the Link Flood. But there are ways to recover. Like, he's got a good amount of Hellions. Like, the Hellion count is still quite high. He could try to punish, counterattack, and get into a mineral line. There's a chance here for Gabe. As he moves out, Links are moving in. Oh, they're going for the mules. Yeah, going for the SCVs. Say, catch out more workers. Oof. Yeah, this is going to be 3 SCV kills, almost 4. Hellions, they threaten that dive. Oh! And drones are somewhat lining up. Only gets 1 drone. Only 1 worker. All the damage we were hoping for. Reba gets 1 drone in the main. It's something. It is something. As again, there's a lot of pressure on Gabe to get some damage done. He's in a rough position. He's in a rough position here. He's moving out with his Banshees, and we're going into mech. Oh god. Like, mech is, like, I don't mind Gabe going into mech, but the problem is that he's going into mech from behind. That's the problem here. He's behind, lost a lot of workers, so he's got a lot of catching up to do. He's going into Hyperflight Rotors, going into Mass Banshee. Gets another Queen. And he's going into Battle Mech. So Battle Mech alongside Banshee play, this is not unheard of. This was popularized a couple of years ago by some of the Koreans, by players like Bunny, by Ryung, by TY. This was what, like 2022-ish era of StarCraft? When the change was made to Hyperflight Rotors. It was 2021. It was one of the 2 years they blend together. They during the COVID era of StarCraft. Tail end of the COVID era of StarCraft. As Hellions, they once again bust into the mineral line. Catching out a couple of workers, but nothing major. Once again, only 3 drones going down. Nice defense here from Lambo. Behind this now, what I should emphasize here is that Lambo, he's going into Lingbane Hydra. It doesn't look like he's really recognized what's going on. He's not fully aware of the mech. Now, Hydras, they can trade. I mean, they're going to be necessary here against the Banshees at least. But Lingbane can struggle against Battle Mech. So I'm a little bit concerned. We have Mass Banshee coming into the main. Ooh, Lambo supply blocked. Uh-oh. Yeah, he is supply blocked. No Hydras to defend, only Queens. Banshees to go into the bases. Catching out 1, 2, another Queen going down. Lambo just getting bullied here. Ooh, another Queen falls. No transfuse in time. Here, Lambo trying to keep up. Again, at this one, he's committed here to Lingbane Hydra. Which, if he can surround the army, this can still trade well if he can catch the army on creep. Otherwise, it's a very fragile composition. And very vulnerable to Battle Mech. Oh, as these Hellions are going to be trapped. Yeah, they're trapped here in this alleyway. Lings are coming from behind. They're coming for the surround. And the Hellions are completely caught out. Ay, ay, ay. But moments like that, that's what Lambo's hoping for. He's hoping with these surrounds, hoping to catch out the army. To catch Gabe overextending. So a better fight for Lambo. Banshees, they go back in. I mean, hey, they got a bunch of Queens earlier now, catching out some transferring workers. Another Queen goes down. These Banshees, they're putting in the work. We're setting up on the right. Is setting up for that run by, headed towards the 4th. Coming in from behind, trying to catch out the army. Looks like he will. Yeah, Bailey's will crash in. They smash into Hellions at least. Cyclone's getting caught out as well. We get a decent engage there from Lambo, but he cannot push into the siege line. No, without Vipers, and there we go. We have Infestation Bit on the way. Viper Tech on the horizon. Lambo trying to collapse in, but he's pushing into a siege line. This I'm not so sure about. Yeah, Lambo, this is not it. Big overextension out of Lambo, running into a wall of tanks, and Lambo, he's forced back. And for the first time in a long time, Gabe takes the supply lead. Does take that lead. Likewise, Lambo, he has not been droning. Yeah, he's not been droning. He's stuck on 69. Nice, but yeah, ideally could be better. And Gabe, he's back. Despite the rough start, and it was a rough start from Gabe. Gabe, he lost so many workers throughout the course of the early game, but the Jesus. Every time. But the Banshees, right? The Banshees, they caught so many Queens, so many drones as well. The Banshees were a great comeback tool for Gabe. Likewise here, Lambo just overextended. He just overextended. Lambo just took a really rough fight, and Gabe is very much so back in this game. If not ahead. As Gabe is about to max out. Pushing through the center. Does move through. And it's going to be a tough hold here for Lambo. Ideally, he's hoping to surround. Hellbats are going to be dropped on top of the Hydras. Let's go. Yeah, going back to Heart of the Swarm, dropping on top of the Hydras. Yeah, better trades here for Gabe, and Lambo, he is in trouble. He's in danger. He's trying to hold on, but he's going to be forced back. The tanks are sieging up. They shut down the Hydras. And Gabe, he's snowballing out of control. He's forcing his way through. As the Hydras are being punished. Oh, we have lingering reinforcements though, and where are the Hellions? Yeah, where are the Hellbats? Barely, no support here. And the Ling Hydra survives. Whew. Okay, Lambo holds. Lambo, he holds on. Again, Gabe, he ran out of Hellions towards the end. He had no support against the Zerglings. And Lambo, he's holding. He's holding on. Again, tanks are good, Cyclones are good, but hey, having Hellion support is even better. Like, Hellions, they have their place here in this matchup, in this composition. As Gabe is forced back. Oh, Gabe going for a Hellion run by, so he's gonna throw his Hellions away. Here's a concern. With less Hellions, that means once again his army is vulnerable to Zerglings. Nice time with the expansion. Hatchery goes down. Hatchery goes down. Gabe trying to force his way forward. So far, nice lock-ons. Takes down a good chunk of queens. Sorry, Hydras, I meant to say. Takes down a good chunk of Hydras. Liberator is going to be dealt with, but again, the Hydras are exposed. Yeah, there's no support. There's no support here for Lambo. And Gabe, he breaks through. Despite the rough fight earlier, Gabe, he will still overwhelm. And Gabe will tie the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, unlike the previous mech game that we had at Lambo, this time he was stuck on Ling at Bay and Hydra. We saw him just take some really rough engagements. We spoke earlier about the attack that Lambo had at the 4th base, where he lost all of his Lings, he lost all of his, he keeps saying Queens, lost all of his Hydras as well. And that snowballed into this push. It was the one before this, actually, where Gabe was dropping the Hellbats on top of the Hydras, where he was able to outtrade. Eventually, he lost his army, that is true, but, I mean, he still had momentum, still had a greater economy, still overwhelmed regardless. GG. GG, well played. We're going to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. Conspiracy Battle Mech. I mean, I'm surprised that we didn't see any Battle Mech out of Bjorn in his TVZ. Like, Bjorn, he's been playing a lot of mech as well. He's been playing a lot of mech as of late. Maru also been playing mech against Zerg. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match. The final game, we're going to be loading into ley lines. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the German Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Mouse. Fighting back, tying things up, forcing the ace match. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player. It is Lambo. Go. Oh, hello. As Lambo does open up pool first. Jesus, okay. Pool first opener out of Lambo. He might be reading maybe a proxy, so with this he has access to earlier Zerglings, earlier Queens as well. We can see, of course, that Gabe is going for a standard opener. But from here, Lambo, he might just go gasless, which is a bold move on ley lines. If you remember, we saw Lambo go gasless on Torches. That was in the previous series against Gabe, but that made more sense just because of the ramp coming into the natural and the secure third base as well, where you can cut corners, you can be greedy. I would say it is less viable here on ley lines. Meanwhile, 6 Zerglings are on the way. And Lambo is racing across. The goal here is to delay the CC, maybe even force a cancel, as Gabe does not go for an SCV scout. Uh-oh. Yeah, no SCV scout out of Gabe. Gabe being greedy, Gabe cutting corners. And without the SCV scouts, Lambo, he can sneak up on the CC. The Reaper will not be in position, assuming he waits for the Reaper to move out. Yeah, Reaper moves out. As he moves out, Zerglings are moving in. And can he force a cancel? There might be enough. Yeah, there are just so many Zerglings. And then now Gabe, he races back home. Now he realizes, and now he's going to get a cancel. No shot. I mean, the Marine has arrived. The boys are being pulled. Can he save it? Can he save it? No shot. Yeah, he won't save it. There's a cancel. Massive pickoff. Boys are pulled. SCV's going down. And does this game end here and now? Takes them. The Marine shouldn't get the Reaper. And the Reaper will clean this up. But that is brutal damage. Ay, ay, ay. As Gabe has to restart his natural. And Lambo has a nice start. He has a very nice start to the game. On the one hand, yes, Lambo, he did sacrifice a lot of workers to make all those Zerglings, but now he can catch up. Now he can focus on droning, focus on just resaturating his bases, and taking a lead from here. So a very nice start for Lambo. Meanwhile, Gabe is double expanding. He's not going for a 2-base all-in. You can see Gabe going for a third CC at the same time. So Gabe is going to try to macro out of this. Getting his third CC, it's on location. He's crazy. I mean, it works though, because remember, it was a gasless opener. True, no link speed. No gas, no link speed out of Lambo, so this base is secure. It's greedy, but well calculated. Now, as you can see here, because of the gasless opener, we're going into roaches, we're skipping link speed or delaying it, going into a roach-based follow-up, and I would not be surprised at this point if Lambo goes for a 2-base roach all-in. Like, because he knows he has a lead, because he knows that his opponent is crippled, like, it would make sense for him to go into roach aggression. There's no real confirmation of that yet, so we'll wait and see if he drones, what tech he goes for, and how he gets into the mid-game, if at all. As we have a handful of roaches on the way. Meanwhile, Gabe, he is getting into Cloak, getting into Banshees. Looking for a way in. Behind this, Lambo is droning, bear that in mind. He's droning up, he's macroing. Lambo, he just scattered the third base. Now he knows that it's on location. But he's taking. He's taking into a lair. He has no link speed. Lambo, he has no all-in to go for. So Gaby gets away with it, and he's going into mech. Let's go. I mean, hey, it worked last game when it came to recovering after a bit of a rougher start. But this time it's not going to be Link main Hydra. This time it's going to be roaches. So it's going to be a much more robust army from the side of Lambo. It's going to be a very different kind of dynamic. So players are building up. So far, the roaches are keeping up with the aliens. Likewise, another queen goes down. I say another. The first queen goes down. But we saw many queens fall in the previous game to these banshees. As KB pulls away. Pulls away once again. Hyperflight Rotors in production. Again, we're going into Battle Mech alongside Speed Banshees. Can be difficult to deal with. So far, Lambert just securing himself. Now taking up, going into the infestation pits. With this, he gained access to infestors, to fungal growths. Nice catch. Very nice catch. Oh, I mean, we saw Overlord Speed earlier. We're going for an early push. Going for some drop play. Yeah, queens are loading up. An interesting German taxi out of Lambo. It's not too committed though. Like again, he's got the infestation bits. From here, we can even go into Swarm Host play. Curious. But Lambo's moving out. He cuts workers early. Cuts workers at 68. Cuts workers very early on. I don't know if there are enough queens here. Yeah, queens are dropping in. Nice control. Does juggle some of the queens. But again, it's 4 banshees. And Lambo's going for it. He's going for it. No tanks. True. No tanks here behind this. Just now moving in position. Banshees, they get a lot of damage done here on the Ravagers. And for the queens, clutch moves. Yeah, tank has arrived. Massive tank shots going off. Lambo does bring down the first tank, just barely. Yeah, dropping on the army. The boys are being pulled. So many SCVs going to be going down, and this is critical damage. Lambo, he might barely not break the natural, but he does break the third. Yeah, 25 SCV kills. And Lambo is still not droning. Like, Lambo, he's 3-base all in. He's been 3-base all in this entire time. I wasn't too convinced as every queen goes down, the Banshees, they will hold. And is that enough damage? Lambo gets 25 SCVs, but he has no tech behind this. He has no upgrades. He only has +1 carry pace. I'm still not too convinced. It was good damage. Oof. Yeah, but Banshee's a punish. Catch out the Spore. Getting a couple of workers. And Lambo is stuck redroning. He has to redrone, he has to resaturate. The all-in failed. The all-in did not kill Lambo. Sorry, did not kill Gabe. And Lambo's got a lot of teching to do. There we go. Hive is on the way. +1 range. Gabe stabilizing. And we have a game. We have a back and forth. Yes, Lambo just now joined up to 86. Oh, we got 6 overlords on the way. Let's go. 7 overlords even. Just before that. Lambo trying to break out from supply block. Clutch moves out of Lambo. Does all off in time. As Banshees, they move in between the bases, they catch out 2 queens. Trying to catch reinforcements. Okay, we're just achieving a lot of harassing damage here. Jesus. I feel like now, this would have been a better time to maybe showcase Gabe, but nice response. Yeah, Lambo shuts down the Hellion harass. Moving into defending against the Banshees. Oh, Fungal does connect. Not bad. Does catch the army. And Lambo, he's holding. Meanwhile, here comes the main push from Gabe. He's moving out. Tanks are set. Good, every time they attack your eyes. I think they've turned it back. Like, it's not as severe, thankfully. As both players are maxing out. Nice Roach counterattack. Planetary is not yet done. SCV's going to be falling. At the same time, though, this hatchery is going to go down. The Fungal does graze the army. But no major connections. As Gabe, he picks off the expansion. Likewise, a little bit late to siege. Does look like 1 tank. But Gabe is holding his own. Containing Lem on 4 bases. At least trying to. Bleeding out some of his battle mech. Abductions here on these Cyclones. And again, Lambo just forcing these fights out of range of the tanks. Gabe's still trying to force his way forward. But the tanks are slowly moving in. And the tanks are moving in. Hydras, they get punished. But the Vipers are ready. Nice blinding clouds. And now pushing out. Pushing into tank range. That's still a lot of tank shots going off here on the Hydras. Yeah, Lambo overextending once again. He's got 14 roaches in production. Needs a little bit more time. He needs more time. It's still very close. And we've got those really reinforcing Hellbats. Hellbats, they arrive in time. Tanks are moving in. That's a lot of tank boys here on the main army. We're running out of Hydras. Yeah, we are running out. Locons are brutal, but now likewise we're down to 2 tanks. Down to 1. And Gaby's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of tanks specifically. Yo, but who needs tanks when you have Psy Clouds? Let's go. Locons looking good, and yeah, Lambo, he evacuates the base. He gives up on it. We'll pull out. He pulls out. On the one hand, Gabe, sure, he breaks the expansion, but he didn't get the damage he was hoping for. He was hoping for a mineral line. He was hoping to break the main army. But Lambo is holding on. He's holding on. We have more infestors coming out. Again, Gabe, he lost a lot of tanks in that push. So he has to rebuild his tank count. Making 3 tanks at a time. At the same time, Lambo is taking up into Broodlords. Greater Spire's on the way, so he will soon have access. He hasn't switched into Corruptor yet, but he will soon have access to that at least. Oh. He gets 7 drones. Half a mineral line. Tanks are still moving in. This hatchery in the center is not going to get mined from. The other scary thing here, because Lambo's losing bases, he has no bank. Like, Lambo, he has no bank. That is concerning. Gabe has the more efficient army to begin with. Speaking of, knocks down the northern base. Center expansion as well, under fire. Oh, Lambo cut off from that southern expansion. Uh-oh. And he can't afford to lose this. Yeah, the center base goes down, the right-hand base as well. Hatchers are falling left and right. Lambo, he does look down those Cyclones, though. It's a one-way trip, and he does get surrounded. Nice catch out of Lambo. He's going to go. He's going to counterattack immediately. As he resets the Cyclone counts, I say that takes down a good chunk of them at least. But there's still so many tanks. And Lambo's hurting. Lambo, he's hurting. He's being bullied back. He has no crease spread. He has no map control. He has no map presence at all. He's just stuck at home, losing base after base. Now morphing in a handful of Broodlords, but there are already some Vikings. Jesus. A couple of Vikings are out. A couple of Cyclones. Dust can ahead of time. Dust spot the initial Broodlord. Hydras, they help defend. So he locks down some of those Cyclones. Down to 6 Cyclones, down to 2 Vikings. The Vikings, they get targeted down. And the Broodlords on their own, they're holding. The Broodlords, they force the mass on siege. The power of the Broodlord. Oh my god. As Lambo, he's holding. He's holding, he's re-expanding, he's re-saturating. Lambo's still in a really rough place. Lambo's still behind supply-wise. You can see here we have 6 Thors in production. That's a lot of Thors. So the Broodlords, they allow Lambo to survive, but Gabe is still maxed. Like, Gabe, he still has momentum, he still has control. Gabe is still ahead. Lambo shredding waters. He's shredding water with those Broodlords. He's holding on. And depending on how the Vipers engage, if he can abduct, right? If he can abduct those Thors, if he can focus them down one after the other, if he can deal with that anti-air, then he can hold. But he's so heavily reliant on the spellcasters. Whether it's abductions, whether it's neurals. As Gabe is still just forcing his way forward, takes down 17 drones. And Lambo, he cannot defend these fringe bases. Again, it was an impressive hold earlier with those Broodlords, but I mean, again, like he's keeping his head above water. He's by no means thriving. It's still a really rough position for Lambo. Gabe is moving further in. Mass neural into GG. It's one of the ways to pull this off. If he can neural, if he can abduct, he can maybe survive and take a fight, but so much has to go well here for Lambo. Here come the abductions. He gets 1, 2, 3. Takes down 3 Thors. Just barely. Abducts 2 more. But he's running out of that ground army. There's still 3 Thors remaining. And the Broodlords are getting shut down. If they're getting shut down, there's no ground army left. And Gabe, he's doing it. GG gets called, and Hero Marine, he will take the series 2-1. He will advance on into the group stage, and Lambo is eliminated from the Esports World Cup. GG. Yeah, we still need to slip in our fanfare. But GG, well played. Congratulations here to Gabe. Again, it was a shaky start, both this game and the last as well, where Gabe was losing a lot of workers, was losing a lot of economy, but he was able to embrace mech. He was able to embrace that mech, and we saw the Lambo, he was trying to approach things in 2 different ways. Game 2, he was of course on Persephone, where he went into Lingbane Hydra, which he had a much harder time holding his own. Here, we saw him go into Roaches, into Roach, Hydra, into Viper Tech, but again, Gabe was trading so well, so efficiently, having such great rotations and knocking down base after base, ensuring that Lambo, he had no economy. He had no booming economy to replace these losses, to maintain himself, as he was losing so many expansions. And yes, eventually got into Broodlords, which allowed him to survive. But as he mentioned, by no means was he ever thriving.
Down here with Hero Marine after a tough-fought battle, back to a victory there in that 3rd round. You're telling me a little exhausted after that one.
Yeah, especially the last game was very nerve-wracking. It was pretty close. If I didn't break him there, it can like snowball out of control. My defense, I think, at the beginning was good, but then, yeah, one close fight kind of won me the game, but it was still like very hard fought.
But he's stuck in it for so long. He had several opportunities to kind of come back. Did you at any moment there feel like it was moving in your direction, or were you fighting for the last second?
Yeah, like I said with the first push, I was very fortunate to eventually break his 4th base.
He's talking about his tank push.
When he got Broodlords out, I was getting a little bit worried that he would take a good fight and then like counter push, and I made a mistake. But fortunately, he didn't have enough Broodlords to push through, so I was able to win with the last push.
And does it feel a little like revenge from the first match earlier in the day?
Yeah, definitely. I still feel like I wasn't very well prepared. Yeah. We've got to step that up a little bit for the further rounds.
Well, you get to do something else again. You get to crush another key. You ready to do that? Or key for the day?
Yeah, that's what I'm here for in the play-in stage, at least.
The key crusher, Gabe.
And I'm going to hook Hero Marine up with the crusher.
The crusher himself. He doesn't even need he doesn't even need the hydraulic press. It's Gabe. He's fine. He can snap it himself. Let's go. But GG well played. When it comes to that last game, again, Gabe, I don't think he was fully, from the interview, it doesn't seem like he was fully aware of the economic lead that he had. He was a little bit concerned about the Broodlords, but as we were mentioning, because of the lack of economy, because of the lack of bases, lack of income, Lambo, he could not afford, the reason why the Broodlord count was as low as it was, he just couldn't afford it, right? He just couldn't afford additional Broodlords, couldn't afford his army. I do think that Gabe was in a better position than he was portraying, but again, like, working with limited information there, and it was still a very stressful game regardless. So congratulations to Gabe, and my condolences to Lambo. But thankfully, if you recall, when it came to the early interview, they did let us know that Lambo, he did bring clothes. So can confirm he did bring pants, and Lambo, in case he did get knocked out, he was in some way preparing to jump onto the casting couch and add some analysis, probably not casting, but at least some in-game analysis, or sorry, I should say out-of-game analysis, referring to certain games, certain matches, and certain portions of the broadcast. So I look forward to hearing from Lambo in regards to, I would imagine, like certain like Serral matches or Raider matches, certain Zerg-centric games as well. So we'll see if he does jump on. Probably not today, but maybe tomorrow. Like tomorrow onwards here, we might be seeing some more Lambo on the stream. Less so as a player, but more as, you know, an analyst. Which I always do value Lambo's like analysis and what he brings to a broadcast, for sure. Here we go. Just clap the key between your hands. Exactly. Este Gabe. Why do you need to have hands to be a casual set analyst? I mean, you don't, but you do need them if you're going to be on camera here. This is why we did not go to Riyadh, is because that was the one prerequisite. They're like, yo, Senor Dak, can you jump on the casting couch? Can you jump over to Riyadh? It's like, well, I mean, do we need to wear pants? Is that required? It's like, yes, it's going to be on camera. It's like, I mean, wait. We just can't go. We can't leave. Smurge, baby, smurge. Feels bad, man. But regardless, we should be seeing and hearing from Gabe soon, and that is going to be the end of the playoff stage. The play-in bracket, I should say. Now we have our confirmed groups! ! Be in the chat to get a link to the Wikipedia page. I'm sure we're about to have a look at the finalized groups soon, and then we can get into our first match, which is, I believe, going to be Clem. I believe it's going to be Clem versus Gabe, as I believe Serral is up against Bjorn, if I'm not mistaken, from what they mentioned. Just double check. No, never mind. Looks like they misspoke earlier. So it looks like it's going to be Clem versus Bjorn and Serral versus Gabe. That means our next series on the broadcast should be Clem and Bjorn, as we're about to... Oh, never mind. Thought we were going to pan over to the key crushing. They're setting up. But yes, I believe Clem versus Bjorn, which, if you recall, we were discussing this potential matchup previously, how I actually kind of like Bjorn's chances against Clem more so than against Serral, specifically in the TVP. So just because of how aggressive Bjorn is, like Bjorn is a very unique player in the TVP matchup, more so than the others. We'll get into it, I suppose, once we start the series. But again, I do actually, I fear Bjorn's chances here a little bit more so than I would otherwise. But we'll see how Clem has been looking when it comes to his own PvT, when it comes to practice. I am here with my friend Lambo.
Elsewhere. Your tournament run has obviously come to an end, sadly, against our biggest rivals.
I forgot about
Lars
this.
Gabriel, named the German Classic. How do you feel about it all?
I mean, I feel pretty bad right now.
God.
Yeah, I think you could guess from the ways the games went. I also won in the first one. Like I basically won 3-2 and I'm out. Feels bad, man. I also lost twice to the Cyclone, which is also feels bad, man. I think I prepared way better than him. Like I think I basically got the early games that I wanted every single time.
He did.
And I still couldn't close it out. So in the end, I can only give the fault to myself. I think especially at Persephone, I played kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, third game
we spoke
started
about
as well
Persephone.
as it could have probably with the kill in the or the cancel in the command center. You went after the Marine with the Zerglings. Do you feel like you could have maybe killed a couple SCVs if you chased them, or was that too sketch to go for that?
I think he always saves them. Maybe I get more mining time out of him if I chase the SCVs, but I'd rather kill the Marine because then I got free scouting. He actually made a second Marine, so that then means his Hellions are later, so I don't mind. Like, I think the spot is pretty good. That was exactly what I expected. I also wanted to feel him out. Like, I wanted that map to be map 3 because I wanted to see if he scouts. He didn't scout, so I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go for it, and yeah.
That's pretty cool. And then later on, I guess, as you were planning for the Roach Ravager with the 4-queen drop, that was pretty cool. I was kind of nervous just watching it because, you know, it's 4 queens, but he did have 4 Banshees, which was a pretty wild amount. But you also dropped an Infestation Pit behind it. Was that, I wonder, indecision, or was that just a planned transition in case your attack didn't work, or how were you thinking about that?
I decided in practice it's not bad to get the Infestation Pit anyways, and in this game he didn't show more than his initial Hellion, so I wasn't even sure if it was mech or not. That's also why I got Carapace instead of Missile. But I think 4 queens in an Overlord, if microed properly, always beats the Banshees. But I actually practiced the micro here because we play with ping, and it's super difficult to pick up the queens because everything, I don't know, like this single interaction actually gave me some trouble in custom games as well. So I wasn't even 100% sure that I wanted to play it, but I felt like the start went so well, I should be able to kill him, and the unit count also looked like I should be able to kill him. It's like a, yeah, just execution, poor execution for me.
Yeah, even then, I mean, you were in a pretty good spot. Like, yeah, we're obviously sorry that you lost, but as selfish casters, we're happy that that maybe get to join us a little bit more on the desk. So I hope you're looking forward to that still.
I'm down to do that. Yeah, I'm down to maybe be an analyst once again, and maybe also coach Rainer a bit. I think there's some good use that I can bring my time towards.
Sweet, thank you.
It's time to crush the key. Look at Gabe being so nice, handing it to the hydraulic press guy. Doesn't even need to. If he wanted to, could just snap his fingers. Snap it in between his fingers even. Jesus. Oh. Is he gonna snap it again? Jeez. He's like, oh my god. I don't even know my own strength. Jesus. Again, like, remember last year they didn't push it until it snapped. Last year they only bent it. So I don't know if they're intending to do this. I don't. Oh my god. I'm concerned by the lack of support. Oh, you're the fans. Alright, Clemmy's stepping into the arena. Clemmy's coming in. The Clem versus Björn. Let's go. TVP. 10 versus Bretels. There are some people that I'm sure that are watching that maybe only watch, like, let's put this away for now. But there's maybe some people watching that maybe only, oh, there's a segment.
Pictionary. You want to start? Sure, I can start.
We have things to speak about. We'll get into it next time. I was going to talk about the TVP, about Clem's Protoss, but take it away, Serral. Take it away.
Okay, then let's see. Fair. Should be pretty easy. Looking forward to it. So, where's that heartbeat? This is very good drawing. Alright. What are the guesses? I have no clue so far. Come on, man, this is so obvious. There's like a snake in the middle, it's like some, I don't know. It's like the most obvious drawing of all time. I have no clue. Wait, okay, let me think. So it's like some StarCraft unit, probably. So it's like what, a drone in the middle. Alright, here's my drawing. I have no clue, man. This is very good. I don't know. You know final guess or anything? I have no final guess. I think it's like it looks like a drone, and there's like 2 crowns next to it, and then the other stuff is. Yeah, I mean it's pretty close already, no? Yeah. No, not really. Okay. Yeah, I give up. So this is like the desert. So this is like in Riyadh. Okay. Yeah. And this is a command center. A command center? A command center in Riyadh. What is this supposed to be? These are like the mineral fields. Oh my god. Okay. That's pretty obvious. I mean, there's no shot at getting that one. All right. That's my turn, I guess. How do I wipe it? Oh, that's a sponge. I'm pretty good at guessing. How does it even look like? I don't know. Okay, there's no shot you're guessing it. I think you might guess the unit, I think.
Well, it's a void tray.
Yeah?
On top of void tray Mars.
No.
I'm pretty good at guessing.
I mean,
on top of Riyadh.
No, it was a void tray being filmed by Steve Irwin, but no clue, to be honest. I look this way.
Alright, if you don't get this one, it's game over, I think.
Alright.
Alright, let's do this again.
Not a good start. Eiffel Tower. Colossus attacking Eiffel Tower.
That's good enough.
Good enough?
Yeah, I think that's good enough. It was... The Colossus burning down the Eiffel Tower.
Burning. Where are the flames?
Well, I didn't get that far yet.
Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Come on, give me like something doable. Okay, okay.
Right. A bailing in a house.
No, it's not a bailing.
You can't tell me everything.
Come on, what does it look like?
A coast.
Yeah. Is it obvious?
Is it obvious? No, it's not obvious.
Really?
That's a...
Yeah. It's all I got.
Coast Academy.
I mean, you got that part right. Okay. It was it was a ghost in a haunted house. Like, this is a house. I thought the ghost a bit too big. I wanted to do like tombstones, but I didn't know how the tombstones work.
Oh, those are tombstones?
Yeah, I don't know.
They're like... They have like a round top tombstones.
Round? Not all of them.
Well, not all of them, but I think if you throw it and it's...
I didn't know how to make it haunted.
Yeah, that I don't know if that's very haunted.
Yeah, that's true. But a ghost in a house, come on, it has to be good.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I can do that.
Are you getting all the easy ones?
Come on, man, that was pretty easy. I'm just making it complicated. All right, this was my picture. It was half good, but...
It looks like a spying trawler, but I don't know what the rest is.
You don't know any... You know final guess?
No, I had no clue.
Well, like, obviously you can't get it completely correct with this photo, but...
What was it?
Well, this was a mutalisk, obviously.
A mutalisk?
That's how a mutalisk looks like. It's like a J with wings. No, it's a J with wings. But it was in a sauna. But the sauna is like half done, you know. So.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I thought it was a spine crawler, to be honest. Or like a spore crawler. Like, did they actually have like this?
Doesn't really... Yeah, it's a J with wings.
But it should be the other way, no? Isn't it like straight and then at the bottom it like shoots the stuff? Yeah. Oh, it's from your perspective. Oh my god, yeah.
Oh, you're watching it like this way?
Yeah.
Should I do it? I guess maybe I should do it.
Now it makes more sense, yeah. To me it looks like a spine crawler or a spot crawler.
You're watching it from a different perspective.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Oh my gosh.
All right, that was Pictionary with Serral and me. I think we did a somewhat decent job. And yeah, see you next time. Bye-bye.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely Pictionary session between Serral and Showtime. I will say Serral pretty good at drawing, and I can't believe he guessed that was a void ray. By the way, no shot. I mean, no shot. But we have the finalizer bracket here. We have Group A. We have Clem, Björn, Zaun, Solar, and many others. We'll get into it. We got State. We got Roddy and State on the casting couch. You do love it to see it here as we're getting ready for our first series of the group stage. The play-in stage is over, and we have both Big Gabe alongside Björn advancing on through the play-in stage, and we're going to be featuring Björn in his first series of the groups against Clem, of all players. Let's go. They did say that it was going to be Björn versus Serral during the winners interview, but they did misspeak. It was incorrect. The first placing player out of the play-in stage goes up against Clem. The second one, it goes up against Serral. So there's going to be Björn versus Clem and Serral versus Big Gabe versus Hero Marine, and of course we have our TVP. Now, what I was going to get to before the break was just talking about the current match that we're about to indulge in. If there, I mean, again, I'm sure there are a lot of people that are maybe watching that only watch EWC, that maybe they watch like only the big tournaments like Esports World Cup or DreamHack, and maybe they don't watch our regular broadcast here. Oh.
There are few tournaments in StarCraft as esteemed as the GSL, a place where legends were forged. This year serves also as a gateway to the Esports World Cup. The first one to step through is none other than the smiling assassin himself, Hero. In May, he first topped his group after defeating Cure and Björn, then later in the playoffs, took down Gumiho.
Hero has just wiped the floor with his Terran army. He is going to the GSL Codex Finals.
Only to battle Cure once again in the grand final through all 7 maps to finally secure his win in Season 1, together with the Esports World Cup spot.
GG! Hero is your GSL Codex champion!
그게 비시즌 동안 제가 다른 선수도 안 할 때 열심히 해서 이뤄낸 다시 EWC 기간 동안 굉장히 많은 연습을 했고 자신감도 많이 붙었던 것 같아요, 지금.
In Season 2, all eyes were on Classic, who displayed a strong performance and made it all the way to the final. There, he had to battle Rogue, who earlier was able to stop Hero in the semis. They went the distance, but in the end, Classic triumphed.
GG! Classic is your GSL Codex champion!
However, due to the Protoss having already grabbed his spot at DreamHack Dallas, it was Rogue who signed his ticket to Riyadh.
군대 가기 전에는 제가 되게 잘했던 선수였어가지고 진출했던 게 이제 그래도 되게 그동안 열심히 한 거에 보답받는 것 같아서 되게 뜻깊었던 것 같아요.
Now, let's turn our attention to Bellamgen's Elite Star Azagora 2025, our last offline qualifier, where placing 4th is not necessarily a bad thing. The bracket was a true battle of attrition, but as the dust settled, the familiar faces prevailed, like Clem, the champion, Serral, and Zaun. All 3 had already booked their spot at the Esports World Cup, meaning fortune smiled upon Showtime, who was earlier defeated by the Finnish Phenom.
Getting 4th place at Star Zagala was definitely not a bad thing. I mean, qualifying was pretty much why I went for the tournament. It was like the main goal, so yeah, I was very happy with 4th place.
Oh, let's go. Interesting that we only showcased really GSL and Star Zagora with that little like segment. I'm sure they're going to be getting into the DreamHack portion at some point as well, and going over the qualifiers. But it was nice. It was nice to hear from our players. Nice to hear from Hero, from Rogue, from Classic, and from the others as well. But what we were getting at, of course, is that Clem does not play TVT. I was trying to get that 3 different times. Clem does not play Terran versus Terran. I did see some people asking in the chat, like, Clem is going to play Protoss? Yes. Clem, he has not played TVT in like 8 months. Unironically, it's been like 8 months, maybe even more than that, since Clem last played TVT. He last played Terran versus Terran against Ryung in December. It was like beginning of December at Lima League. And he only played it for 1 game, then he switched to Protoss. That was like the last time he played Terran. That's the last time he played the TVT matchup, and I'm excited to see how he performs against Björn here, bearing in mind that, of course, Clem, he has beaten every Terran in the world with his Protoss except for Maru, just because I haven't played, so Clem, he has some killer PvT. Vidas are in, we get rid of Incorporeal, Lost Fantasy, and many other, and some of the other maps as well, but we are now jumping into our fresh best of 3, bearing in mind, at least for today, purely best of 3s. Purely best of 3s. Let's go. Sorry, I'm just gonna try to catch up. There we go. So the Vitas were Incorporeal, Lost Fantasy, Magnatha, Ultra Love, Leylines, and Pylon. Looks like the map order is gonna be Game 1 Torches, which is crazy, by the way. So we're gonna get into Torches, Persephone, and Tokamak. Interesting. Now, when it comes to this matchup, Bjorn is hyper aggressive. I say hyper aggressive. That does not mean all in. I mentioned before, Bjorn, he's not a player that does go for all-ins very often at all, but he goes for a lot of timing attacks. That's where he does thrive, going for these timing attacks, going for drop play, going for multi-prong aggression, and Clem has been having a hard time keeping up. We've been featuring a lot of Clem versus Bjorn as of late in this matchup, and Clem has been having a bit of a harder time against Bjorn just because Bjorn's style is so unique. So many players are so much more prone and so much more akin to going for these two base all-ins, two base aggression. Bjorn goes for later aggression, less committed play, goes for these early move outs without stim, with early tank pushes, for example, into follow-up play, and we saw that against Estrella, right? We saw that against Estrella. We saw Estrella had a really hard time keeping up with Bjorn's aggression, with his timing attacks, and we'll see if Clem can fare better than Estrella. We'll see. We shall see. As we have seen some weak points in Clem's PvT, but I also want to mention that Clem has spent a lot of time in Korea.
There we go. And we have our players in the group stage now. Just gonna give you a quick rundown. 2 keys were crushed by the same player. It was all done by Hero Marine, Big Gabe himself, and he makes it into the next stage. But now, we have our first match of the group stage. Rachel?
Absolutely, we're heading into that, and just a little update. The way that is done is our group placements in the bracket from our play-in is randomized, not by seed. So turns out Bjorn is going to be facing off against Clem for this next match. Something he seems relieved by, but I don't understand that at all. Clem's so scary, so if we're prepared, let's bring him on out.
That we shall. First match of the day. It's none other than Clem versus Bjorn.
I would agree with Bjorn. Like, as I mentioned before, I do favor Bjorn against Clem
From
more
Team
so than
Liquid,
against
the
Serral.
defending champion of EWC and StarCraft 2, it's Clem.
And up against him, a Terran with unmatched control and fearless micro, bringing chaos to the battlefield, one stim at a time.
He's gonna say his name. There we go. I was about to say, it looks like they didn't know if they were going to shake.
The stage is set, and I believe we are now ready to begin the group stage of StarCraft 2 here at EWC. So let's head on over to our casters.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. It looked like Bjorn and Clem, they didn't know if they were meant to shake or not, like how that was meant to work. But they got there in the end. They got there. But let's go. We're jumping into our TVP. Jumping into our Terran versus Protoss. Now, what I was also going to bring up towards the end there was that Clem, he has been spending the last month in Korea, and partly that is also help boost and to help bolster and foster his Protoss versus Terran. Clem, he did jump onto the Comeback TV podcast a couple of weeks ago, and he was discussing that, talking about how he was getting very little PvT practice in Europe just because there are so few Terrans at his level to actually practice with. He spoke about how, like, Gabe was around and he could play, sure, but Spirit was less willing to play a lot of TVP. He was less excited about that matchup, and as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of the big Terrans are not in Europe, they're in Korea. Bjorn, Bunny, Gumiho, Maru, Ryung, and many others. They're all in South Korea. They're all in South Korea, they're not in Europe, so again, traveling to Korea does benefit Clem's PvT, and we'll see how heavily that ladder, that practice, that regiment has come into play. It will be showcased here and now. How strong has his PvT gotten from the last time you've seen it? Let's go. I'm ready for it. Let's jump in. As game 1 is on Torches. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran for Shopify. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the French Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. It is Clem for Team Liquid. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. You could make an argument that Clem has the best PvT in the world, but I would say that, as I mentioned before, that Björn has shown some weakness in Clem's Protoss in recent times, in recent weeks. So we'll see if Björn can bring him down, as Björn does open up with a proxy Rax in the natural. Cheeky build out of Björn. Okay. Going for the proxy in the natural base, but again, the natural's that much larger on this map, so Clem moves out with the probe scout. He will miss the proxy. And Björn opening up with some cheese, opening up with some aggression, and so far completely unscouted. Let's go. Let us go. As the Reaper is on the way. Clem, of course, he scouts, he confirms that the Rax is missing, he sees double gas opener. Clem trying to piece together what's going on. Does still make the initial zealot, I mean he's forced to. Thanks to this eBay. And he'll be able to buy some time, dance with the initial Reaper. Cybercore's almost done. And here comes that Reaper. Making his way to the middle line. It's going to be up to Clem's control here to preserve his probes. So far, so good. Does kite back. Does kite well, and he's holding. Yeah, he does hold. Doesn't lose any workers. The Stalker has arrived, and Clem, he will shut this down. He will force this back. This does force a reaction. Of course, Clem's Nexus is delayed. He was forced to make a Zealot as well, so he's forcing inefficiencies out of Clem, but Clem overall, he holds. He holds, doesn't lose anything. So far, nice reaction. Reaper does, actually run past the Stalker. Barely gets away. Does pull out, does get away. And the game will continue. Let's go. Just the one probe going down. So here we go. It's catching him a shot. Clearly time for Clem to pull out TBT cheese. No, not at all. Like, again, I favorite Clem's PvT over his TBT. I think a lot of people that maybe don't watch a lot of StarCrafts, they question Clem, like, off-racing, but, like, at this point, I wouldn't say it's his off-race. Like, I would say, again, like, he plays it enough that it's, like, almost his main race, specifically for this matchup. Like, he devotes a lot of time to playing Protoss. For sure. But here we go. Does go for the Twilight Council, going into Blink. Blink-based opener out of Clem. Like, at this point for Clem, it would be shocking if he ever did play TBT. Like, that's when it's crazy. Like, that's that's when it's like, yo, Clem, are we sure about this? So I'd be more concerned about that, for sure. If he ever whips out the Terran, he's crazy, man. He's crazy. As behind this is going for the third gateway and the Robo on 2 bases before the third. So very safe play out of Clem. Double Cyclone jump into the middle line. Stalker's trying to keep up. Link is not quite yet done. But he does break the loco. Nice control here out of Clem. Very nice. He pulls back. Doesn't lose any Stalkers, I should say. We'll lose 2 probes. But Clem does hold. Behind this, early tank production. It looks like Björn is getting ready for an early tank push. As he's building up his bio. Stim is on the way. And Clem, he's aware at least. He's aware of the tank. Does move out. Blinks on forward, going for the tank. It's going to be close here. The repairs are on point, and the tank still goes down. Yeah, massive pickoff takes down the tank. Stalker's going to get punished, though. And one Stalker does go down. I'll still say that's a better trade for Clem. Bearing in mind that it did seem like Björn was getting ready for an earlier tank push, but already one tank goes down. That will, that will weaken the push. As Björn is stuck at home. Speaking of, back at home, we do see Clem has yet to expand. He's playing very much on 2 bases. Throwing down more gateways. See Clem poking back in with the Observer. Again, you have to be so careful with his Observer. One wrong move and you will lose it. You will lose it, will get caught. So Clem being so careful. Behind this, finally does expand. A bit of a later third base. Again, much later third base out of Clem. Just playing a lot safer. Observer gets caught. We spoke about it. You have to be so careful, and it does go down. Ooh, as he does spot the move out. Nicely done. Back up, Observer did spot the drop. Clem racing back. Oh, as he does miss it. Does fail to intercept. Beyond pivoting back around, head towards the main. Storm is on the way. Bold move out of Clem, going to Storm, not Colossus. And Beyond, he is still yet to expand. I could be mistaken, but I don't think we've seen a third CC yet. Yeah, no third CC. But remember, Clem, his own third base was also delayed. So if Beyond were to push out, Clem, he'd be ready for it. Was that an Immortal? No, oh, no shot. Yeah, nah, Clem. Miss Rally here, the Immortal. I mean, he does go for the classic Protoss move where the rally is set for the Observer. So he makes an Immortal and does rally across the map. Oh, likewise does force a morphin of an Archon. And here comes Beyond. Beyond rallying everything across the map. Nice Storm. Very nice. Jesus. The brute on the Storms. He shuts down the bio and Clem holds. Yeah, Clem, he holds. He shuts down the push. Despite the shaky start here, despite losing the Immortal, Clem, he shuts down the army. He defends. And Beyond gets forced back. And what's scary here is that, remember, Beyond, he was dedicated on 2 bases. His third base was so late. I mean, he doesn't even have one. Not yet. Yeah, no third. And Beyond is in danger. He's in danger. He's in trouble. Immortal's going to be going down. The boys are being pulled into an Archon. And the Archon does wreak havoc here at the same time. Drop across the map. A couple of pros going to be falling, but this is critical damage here that Clem is dealing. And Clem is going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. Boys are pulled into the Archons. My shots don't go off. GG gets called, and Clem takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. There were definitely some missteps, some mistakes there from Clem, like losing the Immortal, but overall he shut down the early game. I was very impressed here with how Clem was able to do with the proxy. Remember, he didn't lose a single probe, he didn't lose a single worker, and remember, he punished it so hard by taking down the first tank. And remember, despite the first tank going down, Beyond never expanded. He never got a third CC. Beyond was basically 2 base all in. So for that move out, for that push to fall and to fail as hard as it did, that was game then and there. That was game then and there. Despite catching the Immortal, Beyond, he got caught out completely. The Storms were brutal, and Clem takes a lead. Clem does take a lead, and Clem is 1 game away from claiming the series. Beyond, he has to fight back here and now to have a chance at making it through into the next round. Outside of just the play, though, I do want to say that Clem, he almost hard countered Beyond. I was emphasizing so much how Clem was delaying his third heavily. He delayed his third base quite heavily. He got up to 6 gateways on 2 bases. Really safe play out of Clem, anticipating that Beyond would push on 2. Right? Like if he had cut production, if he'd taken a faster expansion, then Clem would have been in a worse position. But he was playing so safe, and he read Beyond like a book. And now here we go, we're getting into game 2. And we'll see if Beyond can force the ace match. The pressure is on. We go. It'd be interesting if he plays CVC just to throw other turns off, though. I don't know if I would agree with that. Like, just because I favor all the other Terrans, like in TVT is the thing. But here we go, we're getting into the next matchup, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we do have our South Korean Terran player. It is going to be Beyond for Shopify. The pressure is on. In the top left, we have the French Protoss for Team Liquid, Clem. One game away from claiming the series. Let's go. As we're opening up with a much more committed Proxy. Last game, it was a single racks in the natural. This time, Proxy 2 racks. Let's go. So 2 racks Reaper here out of Byun. Much more committed. Much more aggressive. Clem, he'll move in with the Probe Scouts. He will confirm that the racks is missing. But can he shut it down? Checks the gases. Does check the gases. Confirms only 1. Zealot's on the way, so you can see Clem is making the safety. Oh no! It does make the safety Zealot, and the Clem, he does get away. Whew. Yeah, it does get away. Does force some inefficiencies. Yeah, you can see there the income advantage for Clem. As Byun pulled the boys. And the Reapers are coming. We got 2 racks Reaper here by Byun. Clem going back in. Clem. Clem gets away. Byun, we gotta calm down, Papi. Twice now. A 3rd time. Oh no, he does get it finally, but it took 3 times here. He had to pull the boy 3 times. That was not worth it. That was not worth it. In the end, Clemmy deals more damage. Likewise, you can see his scouting is checking here for the proxy. Byun is footing back. He's already transitioning. Like, Byun is already expanding. These Reapers, they might be able to find some damage, but for the most part, Clem is being safe. Shield by the natural. Still scouting for proxies. And he finds it. Yeah, Clem, he does find it. Does find the racks. The Reapers have been amassing. Now this CC on the low ground for Byun is in danger. It is in danger right now, and the armies are missing each other, actually. Uh-oh. So on the one hand, Clem, he can delay the CC, maybe even cancel, at least delay. But the Reapers are revealed. Clem is racing back, at least with his initial reinforcing Stalker. But across the map, he does hit the natural. Yeah, Bunker's under fire. CC is soon to complete. Can he delay? Looks like he will. Yeah, he does get into the mineral line. He does delay. You can see the SCVs are going down. There it is, picture in picture. A stronger start for Clem. And Byun is in a really rough position. Things are looking brutal here for Byun. No shot. Reactor's on the way. Can he force a cancel? No shot. Oh, the Reapers are racing back home. The CC is getting very low. If this CC is canceled, that's game. That's game then and there. He can't afford to lose it. He can't lose it. He's got a 3rd CC in the main. The base is getting low. Oh, God. It's got to go down. Ay, ay, ay. Forced to cancel. Oh, God. And, I mean, hey. I mean, there's a reason why you can make an argument that Clem has the best PvT in the world. He's looking very, very in control of this game and in control of the series. I mean, he punished Byun so hard for the opener for the proxy. Byun is stuck on 1 base. Does catch a Stalker. And Byun is double expanding. I mean, he has to. You can see on the production tab, he's got 2 CCs on the way. He has to double expand. He has to do something to come back in this game. And he's hoping that Clem makes mistakes. He's hoping that Clem overextends or is too passive. Oh boy. I tilted for Byun. Not at all. I feel like tilted is more of a phrase like for like anger, I guess. Or yeah, not at all. But yeah, it's looking pretty devastating here for Byun, and we'll see how he recovers. We shall see. We have Stim on the way, and we can move out, of course. There's no Starport, there's no Minimax, so there's no drop play, unfortunately. There's no drop play. There's no way for Byun to really be active on the map here. So Clem, he can freely expand and get a 3rd. From what we can see here, he's not being too greedy. Clem is still playing very safe. Very safe. As Clem pokes in, runs into a tank. Heads into the main. Going for the add-ons. Picks off Sim. Or picks off a Tech Lab, I should emphasize. Gets an add-on, nothing too crazy. Again, Bjorn, he's holding on 2 bases. At the same time, 3rd base has been thrown out for Clem. As behind this, Clem not going into Colossus, going into Storm. So Temple Archives into Storm. We got Charge as a follow-up. Now, all that Clem has to do is contain. He doesn't have to push in on 2 bases. He just has to contain his opponent, keep Yun on 2 bases for as long as possible, while Clem saturates his own 3rd base, gets a 4th base, tanks up. Clem just has to calm down, calm down. As Reapers are cleaned up, hey, they get 4 probes. It is some damage. He also forces back all the Stalkers. This does create an opening for Beyond to break out and to expand. Medevacs have finally arrived, and he is going for some drop play. He is spotted by the Observer, but looks like he spots the Observer. Let's go. So Beyond shuts down the Observer. At least Clem is now aware the drops are being active, and he's searching for the Medevacs. Uh-oh. He's looking. Oh! He barely does catch a glimpse. Yeah, he saw with the Zealots. But did he notice what he saw? Does he know what he saw? He has some reinforcements back at home. But the main base is exposed. A drop moves in. Clem out of position. But he will react in time. A couple of storms landing. Really just grazing the army. And again, Bjani just forcing some supply to be kept at home to give himself a greater chance to be able to break out. It's still not going to be easy, though. And again, Clem does not have to push into the bases. Just has to chill. We can see Bjani attempting to expand. Does move out on the right-hand side. Clem collapsing on the army. Takes down the Widow Mines. Blinks on forward, going for the tank. Yeah, and he will do it. He will break through, takes out the tank, takes out the bunker. And from here, Clem is going to snowball out of control. I don't see him being stopped again. It was just a brutal start for Bjorn. As he did mention, for Bjorn to lose his own natural base, that was almost game then and there. Like, he would have to rely on Clem making mistakes. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round of the group, to the winners match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Let's go. No hard feelings, Bjorn. Less than 3. Less than 3. So Clem does take it again. Clem had just a really strong start in both Game 1 and Game 2. Winding it back here, as a reminder, what did we see? Bjorn, he went for proxies. He went for hyper-aggression proxies in both Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, Bjorn basically went for a 2-base all-in, but Clem was being so safe, delaying his 3rd base, getting up to 3 gateways, and being hyper-defensive in Game 1, and succeeding and just excelling in that first game. Here in Game 2, it was a different story. Game 2, we saw that Clem punished the 2 Reaper. We had almost a base trade moments where Bjorn, he moved out across the map with his Reapers, which meant he had nothing at home to defend. And he was able to get some probe damage. That's true. He got like 2 probe kills, maybe 3 probes. That's all he got with the Reapers. Back at home, he lost his natural. Again, he was forced to cancel his natural. Those zones complete.
I am joined by Clem here at the SNB Esports Arena after a very quick series for the first best of 3 at the group stage. Now, I want to ask you, when it comes to that first game, you lost that Immortal early on, and then you saw Bjorn coming in with a push. What was going through your minds?
Yeah, I got very nervous at that point because, of course, it's a massive blunder at this point to lose the Immortal like that. I just didn't pay attention. And honestly, I was a little bit nervous as well. But I was very scared when I lost that. And I saw he was just like going to my base. I was like, oh no, that could get very ugly, very bad. But then it kind of worked out nicely. The 2 High Templars that had no energy got caught. But it was kind of fine because I killed the 2 Cyclones and I morphed them into an Archon. And then the only High Templar who had energy like came back in the back and and then storm his army. So that worked out nicely in the end. But yeah, very scary.
It was very scary, and it was very close. But look, you still closed it out.
Well,
you
it was
got
scary.
That 2-0 in the first best of 3 for yourself. Now, I want to ask you: you're playing your off race. You're playing Protoss versus Terran. Talk to me about that. Do you think you can take on any Terran player with your Protoss?
Yes, I would say yes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been having better results with my PVT than my TVT over the past year or so since I've been playing Protoss against Terran. And honestly, I just really enjoy playing Protoss as well against Terran. I think it's very fun. So I enjoy it. I enjoy practicing it, and I think I could take down anyone. But yeah.
Well, so far you're proving that you can do exactly that. 2-0 in your first series against Bjorn, and you'll move on to the next stage. But now we're going to head on over to the studio as we prepare ourselves for the second game in the group stage.
When it comes to Clem's PVT, and again, for those that maybe haven't been watching as of late, Clem, as I was saying before, he has beaten every Terran player in the world with his Protoss except for one, and that is Maru. And the only reason why he hasn't beaten Maru is because I haven't played. Like they just haven't played each other. They just haven't lined up in such a way. That's why personally I was really looking forward to Star Zagora. For those who remember, initially in the initial announcement, Maru, he was going to be at Star Zagora, but he ended up canceling, or he ended up giving up his slot. The reason for that is because when the final schedule was released for EWC and for GSL, it was all jam-packed. And Maru, he's been having some shoulder issues, and so he can't travel that much. 2 consecutively, like one after the other. So he chose not to travel to Star Zagora, not to travel to Bulgaria, to focus on resting and competing in GSL and getting ready for EWC. So Maru didn't go. But that's what I was looking forward to. I was like, I want to finally see Clem versus Maru PVT. We might see it here. We might see it here at EWC. That's what I would be looking forward to. Otherwise, against every other Terran, I do favor Clem. I do think that Cure would be a really nice match against Clem. It would be really close. We have seen Cure and Clem also go back and forth in PVT. But again, like for the most part, like Clem, I mean, as he said himself, like he's pretty confident with his Protoss. Regardless, with that, congratulations here to Clem, and we are going to be getting ready for our next series. I believe that's going to be Shin and Raynor, right? I believe Shin and Raynor are coming up next. It's going to be 3 series remaining. We have Shin versus Raynor, we have Classic versus Rogue, and Showtime versus Cure. I think those are the remaining matches, but I'll have to recheck the schedule as to what's coming up next. Let's have a look. Yes, so up next should be Shin versus Raynor, and Trigger versus Maru is going to be on the B stream. Right, we were discussing earlier about the B stream and talking about how, like, yo, there was no B stream during the play-in stage. I do agree that was kind of weird. In fact, the B stream should have been live then as well. But I believe the B stream is also ongoing, and the B stream is currently covering Solo versus Down. So the B stream, they're on Solo versus Down as we speak. And again, up next on the main stream is going to be the ZVZ between Shin and Raynor, which I'm looking forward to. Like, that's going to be a spicy one, Pat. It's going to be very spicy, very intense. I could see that going the distance. Again, I'm still a little bit torn that these are best of 3s, for sure. But the qualifying match is the best of 5s, which will be tomorrow. But I believe currently for the schedule, yeah, it is going to be 3 series left. It's going to be Shin versus Raynor, then it's going to be Cure versus Showtime, and then Classic versus Rogue. All the best of 5s will be tomorrow. Those are going to be the qualifying matches. Those are going to be tomorrow, and again, this is a 4-day event, so eventually we get into the quarterfinals, then to semis and grand finals thereafter. Oh boy. He shouldn't have taken risks with the proxy Raxes. Yes, I mean, I don't think it impacted the game too heavily in game 1 because it was less committed, because it was only 1 proxy Rax, but like game 2 was more brutal, right? With the proxy 2 Rax Reaper, like it was a lot more committed, and the punish was even more brutal as a result for Bjorn. So he gambled quite a bit, for sure, did gamble. I missed the full match. It was, yeah, it was a fast series. You can check the VODs, of course. We are streaming also on YouTube, so VODs are available on YouTube right after. But you're just a really fast series, the fastest one so far. Clem PVT is so far. I mean, as I said before, you can make an argument that Clem has the best PVT in the world. You can make an argument for it. I don't think I would commit too hard to that statement, but regardless, here we have our updates. You can see here Clem in the qualifying match to advance to the playoffs, and Zan versus Solo are still mid-series. Shin Raynor mid-series? Question mark. Wait, what? My apologies. I thought we were. Wait, what? I thought we were casting it. Did you see that on the graphic? It showed. I think it showed Shin up 1-0 against Raynor. Was that a? Is that a mistake? It might have been an error on the graphic. Maybe I'm seeing things. It's possible. It's possible. I might be crazy. But otherwise, we should soon be going on a break here before our next match. So I'm just checking the stream. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, on the stream, on the stream graphic, it said Shin up 1-0 versus Raynor. I'm like, what? they haven't played yet. What's going on? But there we go. Coming up next, Shin and Raynor ZVZ. Let's go. Now, what I'm looking forward to about this is that, again, we'll get into it. But Shin and Raynor, they have some very intense, very dynamic ZVZ as well. It's going to be a crazy one. It might be another fast series. We'll see you guys soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the EWC Esports World Cup 2025 StarCraft 2 broadcast day number 1. We are over halfway through the broadcast. We're down to 3 remaining best of 3s. 3 best of 3s remaining here. We have Reina versus Shin, Classic versus Rogue, and Classic versus Rogue, and Showtime versus Cure. We just wrapped up with Beyond versus Clem, a very short best of 3, and bearing in mind these are all best of 3s. I'm a little bit torn. These are shorter series, a bit of a shorter format for day 1, but if you want those best of 5s, we got you covered tomorrow. Tomorrow for day number 2, that's what we have, and where we can indulge in those best of 5s. We'll get there. We will get there. Meanwhile, shout out to both Loco, Kalaris, and Wardy for jumping onto the casting couch. Do love to see it, as they're going to be discussing the initial games here before the casters do dive in. Fun fact, by the way, something that I've noticed, I don't know if you've noticed as well, the casters don't have any cams on them. Every time we load into games, I'm so used to seeing, like, we go from this analyst segment to this analyst couch part, bam, and we cut to the caster desk. But we haven't done that at all so far. I'm curious if we're ever going to or not. As a result, because we don't have audio from the casters, I actually have no idea who's been casting these games. No idea. Just because there's been no visual indication. So yeah, I'm curious if maybe they just don't have any cameras set up for the casters. Curious. Or if they're saving that for, you know, day 2 or later on in the event. Later on throughout the days. We'll see. Otherwise, we're getting ready for our ZVZ. This might also be another shorter series, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes all the way to the ace match. Both Reina and Shin are both terrifying in ZVZ. They're both hyper aggressive, very committed. I want to say that a good example of that is DreamHack Dallas. If you were watching DreamHack Dallas, especially the playoff section of that tournament, we saw a lot of ZVZ between Solar, Shin, Reina, and Serral as well. We saw so much ZVZ between all of them, and we expect to see aggression. We expect to see players cutting workers at random intervals, going for earlier roach timings, earlier Evo chamber, earlier +1. We'll be keeping an eye on the tech of choice from our 2 players. We'll be keeping our eye on the third base timings as well, and we'll see who's going to be the initial player to cut workers and to be hyper aggressive and to commit with roaches, because we expect that to happen throughout every game in this series. Let's go. We're jumping
into the Esports World Cup, but few are as harsh as DreamHack Dallas, a final test before the World Championship, which only 4 players managed to pass. The first one was Maru, a true icon and master of the Terran race. In Bracket A, he glided through his opponents and earned himself a spot in the playoffs without dropping a single map.
제가 국제전 우승이 없어서 너무 아쉬웠는데.
Later, Maru took care of the Protoss, passing through Hero 3-2 to later then take down Classic 3-1. After that, only Solar remained in the grand final, which became a very one-sided TVZ.
일단 드림핵 달라스에서 생각지도 못하게 우승을 해가지고.
Yes, Solar indeed fought valiantly and secured his grand final spot after dealing with Bracket D opponents, where he only lost to Serral.
Like, he was really strong than I expected.
In the playoffs, he disposed of his fellow Zergs, Reina and Shin, and thus could already start packing for the Esports World Cup. Speaking of Shin, he also reached top 4 starting in Bracket A, where he had to fight all the way through the lower bracket after suffering a defeat at the hands of Creator. 5 games later, he landed in the playoffs and reached the semis after taking down none other than Clem.
제가 근데 항상 모든 해외대 갔을 때 1일차에는 사실 잘하지 못했어요. 항상 거의. 그래서 2일차는 뭔가 자신감이 좀 있었던 것 같고, 그리고 오히려 패자조에서 하다 보니까 좀 편하게 게임을 했어요. 그러다 보니까 좀 잘 됐던 것 같아요.
Lastly, we have Classic, a Protoss who almost had the perfect run in Bracket C. Almost being the key word, as he was stopped by Clem, only to later redeem himself by defeating Bunny, and in the quarterfinal, silence none other than the Finnish phenom, Serral.
제가 달라스에서 세랄 선수를 이겼었는데 이렇게 승리까지 할 줄은 몰랐는데 3대2로 승리하게 되어가지고 정말 너무 기뻤습니다.
Yeah, DreamHack Dallas was crazy. It was a very intense tournament, and I love how Maru's words were, winning DreamHack Dallas, it was a nice surprise. It's crazy, man. Yeah. But we're getting into those Maru matches and some of the other players later on in the during the week, I should emphasize, as we won't be featuring them here tonight, not yet. Again, the Maru Trigger match is going to be off stream, is going to be on the B stream instead. As for now, we're going to be focusing on those EVZs. I still remember that moment, of course, when Solar beat Reina, when he popped off on stream, when he popped off on cams at DreamHack Dallas. Was a very, very intense moment for him, and it was a very close and very clutch series as well. Again, Solar and Reina, I feel like they've had a bit of a rivalry. They didn't just play in DreamHack Dallas, they also played in GSL, if you recall. GSL Season 1, Reina, he was there, he was a part of GSL, and he played a lot of ZVZs in that tournament as well. So we're seeing even more ZVZ action. We have been able to get a little bit more eyes on Reina as of late. Of course, he's been recently competing in online tournaments. He was in Korea with Clem and with Trigger. So Reina also in Korea, also practicing, getting ready. I do think that the Korean ladder would also benefit him, because we have a lot more Zerg representation that's active in Korea with a more aggressive style as well, referring to Solar, Shin, and Rogue. So I do think that also would benefit Reina. Again, in general, like, there's a reason why Reina, Trigger, and Clem went to Korea to practice and to train and to get ready for EWC, because that's where all the top players are, right? That's where all the other top players are, the more aggressive players. You're going to be missing Serral there, of course, but I would say you're only really missing Serral and I guess Showtime and some of the other top Europeans. But of course, I'm sure Reynor and Clem did benefit from that, and we're about to see if that's the case. Clem, looking strong, takes the 2-0. Can Reynor do the same? As we just got an update, Solar takes down 2-0. We have Solar versus Clem. That's going to be in a qualifying match. It will be taking place tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. But congratulations to Solar, Mike and Olsen's to Zound, and we have an elimination match there in the lower brackets. Björn and Zound facing off to determine who will be knocked out of EWC. Oof. Yeah, brutal to see those two facing off. Wishing them both the best. More TVP action. Meanwhile, as I just mentioned, Trigger and Maru, they will be playing on the B stream as well.
We are here from the B stage where we just witnessed and casted, actually, myself and Dave, Solar and Sound go at it. Dave, how about a quick thesis statement about what just happened?
Yeah, Solar came in just ultra aggressive and battered his way through Zound. Zound had put up a real strong defense in game 2, but he eventually crumbled to that unrelenting pressure that Solar is so good at.
Yeah, and I mean, there was so much confidence in Solar as he was kind of saying, this is what I expected, this is what happened, and this is what was always going to happen, right? He was very much playing the mind games and everything worked out in his favor, or that's how the interview with Ravi went. But then the confidence kind of shattered.
Yeah, he found out his next round opponent was Clem, and you just saw like all the joy drain from his face. And yeah, you know, I honestly think he's a pretty good matchup against Clem, but it was a very interesting juxtaposition to see that happen, and that's what a reigning world champion will do.
Yeah, I mean, he said, please fear me a little bit, was his battle words. So, yeah. But we had a great time here, so thank you for having me guest cast, and we'll see you guys around.
Let's go. My heart goes out to Solar, but yeah, it sounds, we didn't get to see the games ourselves, of course, but it sounds like Solar, I mean, something that he's known for in ZVP is a lot of three-way all-ins, so it sounds like that's probably the case as well that occurred, where he joins on 3 bases, gets a 4th base just for Larva, then he hits with either Ling Hydra or Hydra Roach, or again, these like 3-base all-ins are what Solar's known for, and it sounds like that's what occurred in that series as well. So we wish Solar the best of luck against Clem. Again, Clem is going to be the heavy favorite for sure in that match. But, you know, just like Solar, I hope that Clem has a little bit of fear in him, and I hope Solar's able to make a series out of that. And again, that'll be taking place tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow and during tomorrow's broadcast. For now, we can focus on the now. And again, great to see, as you mentioned, Steadfast. It's going to be Steadfast, Cats, Paolo, Ravi, Fear Dragon, and The Muslim. I believe they're all on the B stream. They're all hosting and organizing that. Is there anyone that we haven't seen yet on the casting couch? We saw Roddy, Zombie Loco, Wardy. We saw Tastosis earlier. We saw them on the couch. And State, right? Yeah, we saw State as well. So yeah, we've seen everyone so far on the casting couch. I believe I'm not missing anyone. At least I hope not. Oh, meanwhile, we have the vetoes. We have our vetoes. We have Game 1, Persephone. Game 2, Magnatha. Game 3, Incorporeal. Very interesting vetoes here. We have gotten rid of all the smaller maps. Get him out of here. We got rid of Torches, Pylon, Ultra Love, Tokamak, Last Fantasy, and Ley Lines. We got rid of all the smaller maps. We'll go rid of Last Fantasy, which is one of the more unorthodox maps. We got rid of some of the larger and more standard maps in Tokamak and Ley Lines. And we are left with some of the larger maps, to be honest. Magnatha and Incorporeal, very large maps in the map pool. Persephone, a little bit more smaller, a little bit more standard. But I do want to believe you can be hyper aggressive on Persephone, so we'll get there. But an interesting set of vetoes, for sure. 100%. As we're actually, fun fact, because of these vetoes, we're seeing Magnatha and Incorporeal for the first time today. For the first time. Just because, again, all the smaller maps, they got rid of them. They got rid of all the smaller maps. Get him out of here. So a nice bit of variety here tonight. We have still, after this match, after this series, the only map that we have yet to see is Last Fantasy. Because we've already seen Torches, we saw Pylon, we saw Ley Lines, of course. Incorporeal and Magnatha are the two that we haven't seen yet, but we're about to. Assuming we go all the way to the Ace match, of course, assuming. I think that's everyone. Yeah, I think that's everyone. I missed the last game. Who won? You missed out on the TVP. Between Clem and Björn. If you missed out, don't blame you. It was a really short one. It was a really short series. Did go the way of Clem. Clem joie, papi. Clem joie. Ran away with it. As we're getting ready for that next game. When it comes to Shin, he has also been a little bit less active as of late. I was referring to how some players were showing more, were practicing more, playing more, competing more. Others were taking a step back and hiding their builds. I want to say that Shin is one of those players where Shin has been less active over the past month of play. He's been playing in less tournaments, and we'll see if he's been cooking something up. I mean, ZVZ is just so chaotic. It's so difficult to prepare builds for this. Rogue is he's the exception to that. Rogue has some crazy ZVZ builds, and I hope that we're able to feature that at some point here in this broadcast, in this tournament. But as I mentioned, despite the vetoes, despite having some larger maps here, I do expect to see a lot of aggression between Shin and Raynor, for sure. It's what we expect. Shout out to Pepsi. What catches me off guard is whenever they go to the wide shot, they have a can of, you can see they have a can of Pepsi in the background. they have a small can of Pepsi in the background, and they have a can of Mountain Dew next to it as well. It's just really weird product placement because it's so far in the back. Like, it's like, why not have it in their desk in front of them, right? Like a little bit more visible. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Brett. Ladies and gentlemen, the first match of the day is done. We are now going into our second match of the groups. It is a clash of titans, as we have Europe's fearless prodigy taking on Asia's rising Zerg in a ultimate showdown.
Let's welcome to the stage for their first games of the tournament, from Weibo Gaming, Shin, and from Basilisk, Raynor.
Huevito.
Shin struck a blow to the champion Clem at DreamHack Dallas in his quest for qualification. But is his ZVZ up to snuff?
Yo, is Raynor gonna play with those rings on?
And on the opposing side, hot off a 2-month warm-up in Korea for EWC. Mate. Can Raynor step up to the plate and start his journey here at EWC with a win?
Yo, we're not shaking hands? You see, Raynor's
a world champion.
He's got that bling on. He's got like 3 or 4 rings on.
Raynor versus Shin starts right now.
Okay, he's taking them off. I think. Yeah, he's taking them off. I was like, what the hell? It's coming with his chain. Blinked out, 1 ring for each finger. Jesus. Okay. Este Raynor. They need to bring out the Pepsi Man. Yes, yes. That's what we want. All the memes. Alright, here we go. I'm sure the Italian rap is blaring as we get ready for the ZVZ. They didn't pay enough for the front sponsor spots. It's just, it's like all the way in the background. Like you can barely get a glimpse of them in the background. It's just so random. Didn't know to shake hands. Those are lethal. At first, I thought they were like brass knuckles. I was like, yo, what are we about to watch right now? What's going on? Raynor about to throw hands. Jesus. Este Raynor. Raynor's wearing a ring for every person who's going to crush. Are we going to crush his rings instead of the key? Is that what's going to happen? When God. But here we go. We're jumping into our first game. We're jumping into our fresh best of 3. We're jumping into our ZVZ. Let's go. Would you do commentary in Spanish? Saludos de Colombia, papi. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Saludos, saludos. Bienvenidos. Buenos días. Buenos días. I cannot cast in Spanish. No shot as we are opening up 12 pool. Let's go. In the top left hand corner, go for the 12 pool. We do have the Red Zerg player from South Korea representing Weibo Gaming. It is a Shin. Get through the get through it. Get through it. Get through the intro. He's 12 pulling. Who's doing the intro right now? Yo, 12 pull into a gas? Ooh, cheeky build here by Shin. Meanwhile, in the bottom left-hand corner, we do have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg for Basilisk. It is Rainer. I think the casters may have just forgotten to introduce the players completely. Just as a heads up. Is Taste Hostess casting? I know that they often don't do player intros, so that might be the case. God damn it. So it might be Taste Hostess. Hard to say. But yes, we're going to be diving in. Again, we have Lings flooding across the map. Remember, this is going to be a later gas here, but gas nonetheless. Now, what's scary about the build that Shin is going for, also before I forget, of course, predictions are open. Place your bets very quickly, because again, the first game may be over soon. Now, what's scary about what's happening is that this is not a 13-12, but it is a follow-up faster gas. Lings are going to be flooding across the map, and this follow-up gas timing is very unorthodox. It's very unusual. It is designed to catch Rainer off guard. Rainer, based on what he's about to see, he will see the initial 12 pull, but there's no clear indication that we're going to commit into a Bane bust behind this. Again, the gas and the Bane nest is a little more quirky. This is a very quirky build here by Shin, and we'll see how Rainer responds. So far, Rainer, he's going for his own hatchery. He has his own pool on the way as well. We'll see if Rainer fights for the natural, which I'm sure Shin wants. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Does pull the boys. Rainer, he's fighting for the natural. Meanwhile, Shin is all in. Shin, he's completely all in here. And Shin, he wants Rainer to fight for the natural base. Whereas otherwise, Rainer should just give it up. Like if he knew what was happening, he'd just give up on the natural, just pull back into the main and get spine callers. But there is 0 spines. Yeah, no spine callers. There we go. He does reel the Bailings. He knows. First one does roll in. So far, just zoning back the army. Shin, he will take the fight. Spine crawler now begins, but it's a late spine crawler from Rainer. Very late. You don't want to waste those Bailings. Yeah, spine crawler is going to be denied. The Lings are flooding in, and Rainer, he is in danger here. He is in trouble. Bailings are taking a lot of damage. Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage. One Bailing may go down. Never mind. Does actually get through. Yeah, somehow, someway, he does get in. Ooh, waste a Bailing. One Bailing goes off. There's one Bailing left. We cannot waste it. Does go for the mineral line. Not ideal. Does hire down a couple of drones. 9 drones go down. But now there are 2 queens. And now there are 2 queens. And Rainer, he holds. Whew. Rainer, he does hold on. That was almost game then and there. But again, he did hold well. He got his queens up and running. He did not get surrounded. And where exactly are we in our current game state? That's the real question. Okay, so we can take a moment here to catch up. We do have almost an equivalent drone count. When it comes to gases, of course, Shin, he did invest into Bailing nests, but no Ling speed. From here, he should go into roaches. We should be walling up on 2 bases and getting into roach play. We'll keep an eye on our players. There's 1 defensive Bailing. But after a very chaotic start, we're droning up from here. We're stabilizing. Link speed on the way from Rainer. Interesting. Investing into link speed. We'll see if Shin does the same. As Rainer is still staying in gas. Ideally, Rainer, he wants to see the lair timing. He needs to know if there's going to be 2 base lair on the way or not. Needs to confirm. But like, there's a lot of certain quirks or certain terminology in Spanish that I don't know for StarCraft, so I should. I do watch StarCraft in Spanish from time to time. Shout out to Enki, shout out to Draconics, shout out to Romsley. I love Romsley as well. I did watch some StarCraft in Spanish every now and then, but I don't have the vocabulary to cast in Spanish. No shot. En la esquina inferior de la mapa Persephone tenemos el... We used to do Spanish intros in the past. El grande, el mismísimo. Jaime Arturo Duran Silencio. Jim Rising. Let's go. We used to do Spanish intros back in the day. But, nah. No casting. En inglés, papi, en inglés. For now, though, we're taking out 3rd base. We do have our faster lair from Shin. So Shin is rushing into a lair. From here, he can go into Muta play. He can take in a different direction as well. So we'll keep an eye on Shin. Raynor back at home, taking his third. So Raynor has a faster third base. Shin has a faster lair. So our two players are taking different directions. Likewise, yeah, +1 range on the way for Shin. Likewise, +1 carapace on the way from Raynor. With carapace, Raynor, he can go Ling into Ravager. He can go for a Ling Ravager all in. Meanwhile, there it is. Fast lair into a fast spire. And right now, the pressure's on Raynor to eventually scout this. Now, unfortunately, remember, Raynor, he has no lair, so there's no Overseer scouts. But at this point, at this stage, Raynor, he may just never get a lair. So my eyes are on Raynor here. Roach speed is revealed. Raynor does see this. Shin, he attempts to expand. Only no span-ish. Ah, God. Oh. Ooh. Bailey goes off, does graze the army. Roaches are amassing. Lings say, oh, they do get in. Yeah, that should not have happened. They flood in. They get a full scout, and they get eyes on the spire. So a big moment here for Raynor. Does get a full scout off. Does get confirmation. Back at home, his own lair is on the way. Raynor, he's been joining. Raynor does have the better economy, that is true, but the spire is almost done, and Mutaze will gain map control. Raynor, who'll be losing overlords. We'll see if he loses any more than that. They'll at least gain map control for Shin, as Shin is getting into his own range upgrades. Yeah, Shin. So it looks like only Mutas to harass. Only harassing Mutas. From here, he's focusing on Roach Ravager. He has some joining to do, so he has some catching up to do in regards to his economy. Mutas, they catch out the Overlord. Overlord goes down. Hydrogen on the way for Raynor. Upgrades in favor of Shin. Shin is already working on 2-1 upgrades. Jesus. Raynor is stuck on 1-0. So Shin has superior roaches, or he will soon have them. Things they threaten a run by, they threaten a counterattack. Gonna be shut down. Raynor's taking into lurkers. I mean, that is a way for Raynor to slow the game down. But I don't know if Shin is going to give him that time. We'll see. As they hit the main. They don't really get much done here. They get on top of the queen at least. Yeah, the queen goes down. Lings, they get across the map. Nice run by here by Raynor. Very nice. Shinny's done droning, he's on the 3-base saturation, 6-6 workers. But what I will say is that Raynor, so far, he's looking okay when it comes to teching. The lurkers are on the way. But how many exactly? He's going to have, what, 4 lurkers? Very low lurker count. With enough, he can slow the game down and survive. Otherwise, I'm going to be favoring Shin. But we'll see as the lurker count is getting higher, and I don't think Shin is fully aware. Shin is pushing forward. Shin does move in on the right. The lurkers are revealed. While they do not connect, they graze the lurker at least a little bit. Overseer moving in. Ooh, forcing with a friendly fire. One lurker goes down. And again, it comes down to lurker defense. The lurker forced one burrow. Greater concave in favor of Raynor. For the Biles, nice on burrows, nice movement. Raynor does save his lurkers, but he's fighting out of range of the lurkers, though. Shinny does back off, getting surrounded. Uh-oh. Yeah, Raynor's coming in from behind, coming in for the surround. And Shinny gets completely caught out. Massive catch here for Raynor. Catching out the Roach Ravager, and Shin, he will lose everything here. Massive loss for Shin. He will lose everything. Roaches are coming from behind, but that was every Ravager going down, and now it's go time for Raynor. Now it's time to counterattack, now it's time to push in. It's now or never for Raynor. As Shinny got caught out. Oh, Raynor topping up with the healing pad. Let's go. Roach Ravager, Roach Hydra. No, it's Roach like lurker. Like the lurkers are a real big like kind of sticking point here for Raynor. They're the backbone to his army. Down to 2 lurkers, down to 1. As the final lurker goes down, but now there are no Ravagers. We do come in for a pseudo surround, but the numbers in favor of Raynor. Yeah, they're in favor of Raynor here. He will overwhelm. He will break on through. And at this point, it's just a numbers game. Defender's advantage though, okay. Shinny's trying to hold on, desperately so. The Queens, they come in as supports. There's no transfuse energy. Yeah, there's no energy for transfuse. Likewise, I saw Raynor catch up with his upgrades. Still just rallying across the map. And he will overwhelm. Will overwhelm. Again, Shin, he was on a timer when it came to trying to break Raynor, and he was achieving some damage, but again, it was just a brutal surround. And there should be no way for Shin to survive this. GG gets called, and Raynor takes game at number 1. GG. GG, well played. Raynor, he does take a lead in the series. Again, it was intense back and forth. I love the early game build from Shin. For Shin to go for a 12 pull into a follow-up delayed gas into a delayed Bane bust, it was very cheeky, and he almost caught Raynor out completely, but Raynor, he barely held on. He got his Queens up and running. He saved the Queens. He avoided the surround as well. From there, he was able to tech up, and as you pointed out, he was able to safely, eventually, tech up into Lurkers. We saw that Shin, he was too late. He was too late to punish. Too late to punish the Lurker tech. Lurkers, they got up and running. With that, Raynor, he was able to defend, able to hold on, and somehow, someway, pulled off an insane surround. GG. GG. And now we're getting into game 2, and we'll see if Shin can bounce back. I know that he can. I'm hoping for an ace match, but the pressure is now on Shin. Pressure is on. Players are getting ready. As, oh, right, true. As game 2 is going to be on for the first time at this broadcast, we're loading into Maganatha. Let's go. We're not going to be loading in. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg, Forever Gaming. Oh, it is Shin. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Raynor, the Basilisk. Oh, they actually did the intros this time. Again, because they missed it in game 1, I assume that it's Tastosis, but I can't say for certain. As, oh, hello. We do have a pool first opener out of Shin. Okay. Now, bearing in mind, this is not as committed as last game. Remember, last game we have the 12 pool into the early gas. This is not the case. This is going to be pool into hatchery. So not as committed, not as aggressive. Meanwhile, Rainer going for a hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of Rainer. Now, because Shin is opening up without any gases, this typically leads into two-base Roach. Into two-base Roach as a follow-up. Lings are going to be racing across the map, and he can maybe get 1 or 2 drones. That's the hope for Shin, is to get a handful of workers to even things up, then drone up and catch up behind it. We're switching to Rainer. Showing up his POV. Playing with a 79 ping. Let's go. We can see the ping top left. Just because this is just straight up screen capture out of Rainer. That's from here. He's setting up. We do have the Lings harassing across the map. Does get 1 drone so far, not bad. Yeah, 1 drone goes down. We have the spine crawler as well on the low ground, catching Rainer completely off guard. Yeah, he did miss the move out. Did miss the Zerglings. We missed it as well just because we were looking at his perspective. So we didn't see that a drone came out alongside the Zerglings, but nice around. Oh, that's a kill. Aye, aye, aye. That's a kill, not a cancel. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, initially it was not looking bad. I mean, hey, he gets 3 drones, but with the kill on the spine crawler, suddenly that was a bigger investment for Shin. Link speed is on the way. Rainer, he will soon gain map control. Oh, Shin with this around. Can he get the queen? Oh, it's close, and it looks like he barely will. Okay. Barely gets a queen. High energy queen at that. Saves the overload in the process. Okay. We have a back and forth. Shin loses the spine crawler, but he does kill a queen. Got 3 drone kills. Meanwhile, we spoke about this at the start of the game. Because it was a gasless opener, it has to be 2-base Roach. So there we go. Is walling up on 2 bases, is getting into Roaches. The reason for this is because his link speed is heavily delayed. And without link speed, there's no way to expand. Like, there should be no way for Shin to hold on, maintain a third. Not against speedlings. So he's contained on 2 bases. He has to fully wall up. Behind this, Rainer going for an earlier Evo chamber from Yurin going to +1 Carapace. And Rainer should be the first to expand. Oh, okay. That I was not expecting. I was expecting Carapace. We're going into +1 melee. With the melee upgrade, then Rainer, he is going to be going into something a little bit different here. He can go into Muta play. He can go Massling into Mutas, into a faster lair. Wiser on Rainer. He's actually making a lot of Zerglings. Jesus. That I was like, he's making a lot of Zerglings. Ten more Lings on the way. I feel like from here, Rainer should be droning. All this Zergling production does feel like he's anticipating a move out from his opponent. But if Shin won't push, then these Lings, they won't really achieve too much. So in chat, are you casting Group B later? We are switching to Group B after this series. So yes. Group B will be after this match. We'll be covering Cure versus Showtime, and we're also going to be covering Classic versus Rogue. Oh, nice round. Rainer doesn't quite catch the queen. But again, Rainer's drone count is so low. He's coming in. Ideally wants to try to bait out the army, denies the third. +1 range is still not yet done. But again, Rainer, he heavily delayed his worker production in favor of all these Zerglings. I'm still not yet certain if it's worth it. As he's now droning up at least a little bit, Rainer, he does get supply blocked. He's moving out. He's moving out with his roaches. No lair, no tech. Comes in for the surround. +1 melee is done in 10 seconds. Still a little bit premature, but it will soon kick in. Even without it, cleans up all the roaches, takes down the queens, and he will deny the expansion. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, and things look, it's looking rough here for Shin. He just cannot expand. He's been trying to twice now, but he cannot expand. Now the upgrade kicks in, and now Raynor is getting into Ling Ravager. Or at least he should be working towards that. Roach Horn is done. He can build up his own roaches. Even reveals it here across the map. And he's forcing Shin all in. He's just forcing the all in out of Shin. Oof. That's a lot of roaches. Yeah, Raynor, he has to back up. He has to buy time. He has to buy time for his own roach production. As there are 21 roaches for Shin. Was once again does force another cancel. And Raynor is poking the bear. Like, eventually Shin is going to push. It looks like he's waiting for +2. You can see Raynor throwing down spine crawlers. That's a correct call. Like, again, Raynor, he knows he's forcing the all-in. Like, he knows that Shin cannot macro out of this. It's just not going to happen. I would even say that Raynor's undermaking spine crawlers. At this point, he can make like another 2, like 3 in total, like 1 for each entrance to his bases, like 2 at the third, 1 at the natural. Just setting up for what's to come. But now just focusing on his army production. Now Raynor did just make a wave of drones. That is concerning. He droned up to 59. That's a lot of workers. He's still droning as well. Like it's a little bit greedy for Raynor. Here comes the all-in, and has Raynor been too greedy? Again, he only got the 1 spine crawler. And just the 1 spine crawler. Nice around on these reinforcements. Shin, he commits across the map. And again, has Raynor been too greedy? As Raynor's massing out more Zerglings, more roaches. You can see Raynor, he has limited gas income. But he does hit the third once again for the 4th or 5th time. Ooh, catching on more roaches. Shin still has that supply advantage. Still has a massive army. Yeah, now we have the spine crawler repositioning. You can see Raynor, he's got 600 minerals as well. Like he could afford to spend his minerals elsewhere in said spines. It's gonna be a tough hold. Shin working his way through. He's trying to. Yeah, he has the greater roach army. But the defender's advantage here, we have more reinforcements coming in for Raynor. Raynor, he just needs a little bit more time for more roaches. Un poquito más. Oof. Spine crawler coming into play. Here comes a flank. And Raynor, he's holding. Yeah, Raynor, he holds on. He bought enough time. He was able to catch reinforcements. The queens are helping. Adding as much DPS as they can. And at this point, he will claim it. Oh, good. Does take some biles to the face. Uh-oh. Does take some biles. Still quite close. Spine crawler finally goes down. But Raynor does survive. He holds. He survives. Again, he's got double the economy. Almost double the worker counts. And yeah, it was just a really rough start for Shin. To lose his bases the way that he has. And he just had a really hard time breaking out and expanding. Just couldn't macro out of it, was forced into the all-in. I was concerned that Raynor wouldn't really achieve too much damage with his mass Zergling, but hey, he got his surrounds. GG gets called, and Raynor, he will take the series 2-0. He will advance on to the next round. GG. He'll advance on to a qualifying match And my condolences to Shin. Shin, I really liked game one. Like, I really loved the Shin's opener in game one. It was very quirky. It was very cheeky. It almost caught Rainer off guard. But again, as we saw, Shin, he got surrounded, right? The game one Persephone, where he got completely surrounded. I'd love to hear Rainer's thoughts regarding that build and regarding game one. Game two was a little bit more cut and dry. Game two, Rainer, he committed into mass Zergling. He was able to, again, catch out the roaches, get full surrounds, able to make it worth it. Things were looking a little bit dicey just because it does feel like Shin was overdroning. He was overdroning a little bit. He was being a little bit too greedy, but I got away with it just barely towards the end. It was far enough ahead. GG. GG, well played. Yeah, we have our winner. We have our winner. We should be getting a winner's interview soon here with Rainer. But again, Rainer, he does claim the series. Bearing in mind, if you're a Shin fan, he is still in the tournament. He's going to be knocked down to the lower brackets. Well, he will have another chance to redeem himself. And that is going to be our final series of Group A. Oh, at least for today's
on the
broadcast.
Stage with Rainer. We're wondering what his heart rate was on that one. I was too fixated on the battle there. An excellent hold against Shin to turn the tide of it in game two. What was going through your head?
Well, those were some games. Very interesting. I prepared a lot. I knew he would do, since he let the map through, I felt like he would do some sort of weird all-in. It just made sense. I don't know what happened the second game. He wasn't looking at my base until the links hit.
Yeah.
So I was kind of confused, but yeah, I guess it worked out in the end.
Hey, you were playing for 2 months in Korea before you came out here. Anything you learned in those 2 months that kept you ready?
Well, I learned that the Korean Zergs all in a lot, but I knew that beforehand as well, so guess I didn't learn much.
Well, you're coming into this tournament, one of the favorites. You've won here in Riyadh before. A lot of players
Yeah, he
worried
put his
about
rings back
facing
on.
you. Any thoughts you have for the rest of them?
I don't know. It's it's just the usual guys you gotta look out for. I guess everyone is kind of scary in this tournament. So no, I'll just keep on going, do my best. Felt like my play was a bit shaky here, so I'll try to clean that up a bit.
Strong games for shaky play. Very impressive 2-0 win there for Rainer. Let's send it back to the desk, take a closer look.
I was gonna say, what's up with Rainer's hair, Pap? He just got out of bed. Oh my god! I just realized this. I think he like ran his hands through his hair, which is why it's so frazzled. But GG well played. Again, we were lucky enough to, I guess, see the POV when it came to game number 2, when it came to Rainer just completely getting blindsided by the spine rush and by the link flood in game 2. As he mentioned himself, like he was like, "What the hell's going on?" But he was able to recover from that, able to shut it down. Again, it would have been nice to have heard Rainer's thoughts after game 1, when it comes to game 1's opener and game 1's build and what happened in game 1. But regardless, GG well played. And Rainer, he will claim this series. And now we're getting ready for our next matchup here. We're getting ready for, we should be getting updates soon. I believe we should be getting updates on Maru and Trigger. Maru versus Trigger is currently ongoing as well. That's happening over on the B stream. That's going to be an interesting one. I'll be honest, like Maru, he's been looking very shaky this year. He took a lot of time off. Maru, for those who aren't aware, Maru, he took a lot of time off. He was getting ready for military service. It was announced earlier this year that Maru, he is technically done when it comes to military service in Korea, just because for 3 years in a row he was signed up, he was ready, but he was never called upon by the administration. So because of that, after 3 years, because he was signed up, because he was registered, he was ready to go, and because he never got drafted, never got called upon, technically, like, now he's done with his military service, and he assumed that he would be, which is why he was actually getting ready to go to the military and to like sort of retire. After it was revealed that he didn't have to go anymore, then he could focus again. This was like back in like March, April-ish of this year. But that's also why he was looking very shaky in GSL and very shaky in DreamHack. Like the Maru that we've been seeing as of late is not necessarily the Maru of 2024. But it's also been a while since we've seen Maru since DreamHack Dallas. So I'm really curious to see how Maru's been improving in that period of time, how much he's been grinding and how in form he is for this tournament. I feel like out of all the top players, I don't really have as high expectations for Maru, but I'm happy to be proven wrong, and I'd be happy to see Maru in shape again. Just because this year has been a shaky year for Maru. I bring this up just because Maru, again, he's playing against Trigger, but he's not being played on the mainstream. So wish him the best against Trigger. I'll be honest, I think that's going to be a shaky one, and we could even see an ace match between the two of them. We'll see, we'll see. Best of luck to both Trigger and to Maru. Otherwise, our next series is going to be, I believe, Classic versus Rogue. We're going to be hopping over to Group B. We'll see if there's any kind of segment
Another
here.
update here from the B stream where Maru, the expected victor, defeated Trigger with Swift 2-0. The second game crushed Trigger's hopes after saying that he was kind of hopeful for the state of Protoss in this patch and his chances in the tournament. Maru came with a very fast and swift SCV pool to accompany his Marine tank push and kind of just, flatline Trigger just like that. We see that behind me on the stage, people are setting up and the crew is working hard at getting things going over here. So, yeah, that's the update.
Looks like Serral versus Gabe is being set up on the B stream. So it's going to be Serral versus Gabe in the background. But from what it sounds like Maru went for two base all-ins. Actually, hey, we see the highlights here. Yeah, 2 base all-ins. So 2 base all-ins out of Maru. This is to be expected. If you've been watching StarCraft as of late over the past year, another reason why Maru's been looking a little bit shakier this year. Against Protoss, it's been pure 2 base all-ins out of Maru, and against Zerg, it's been pure 3 base all-ins and 8 Raxes. Like Maru, he's been very rarely playing standard games or very rarely playing macro games. It's been a lot of all-ins in almost every matchup. I say almost every matchup. TVT is the one matchup where Maru plays standard, but again, against Protoss and against Zerg over the past like 6 months, it's been pure all-ins, which is why I've been having less expectations out of Maru. But again, we'll see if that trend continues. We'll see if that trend continues into the rest of the matches. TFE is all in or bust. That is not true. That is not the case. If you're watching the stream, then you would know that we didn't actually have many all-ins when it comes to the previous series here tonight in TVP. The all-ins in TVP are very outdated. They're very much so like a month ago. So yeah, I do recommend checking out the games from today's broadcast when it comes to the other TVPs. Otherwise, we are going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break here, and we will be jumping into our next matchup. Again, it's going to be a 5-minute break, and then we do have Rogue versus Classic. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup EWC 2025 StarCraft 2 day number 1. We're nearing the tail end of the broadcast. We have 2 matches left. 2 matches left to go. We have a ZVP between Classic and Rogue, and we also have a PVT between Showtime and Cure. So we have 2 matches remaining here. Oh boy, purely best of 3s. No elimination matches yet, at least not on the group stage. We'll be getting there, of course. That'll be tomorrow. That'll be for tomorrow's broadcast. Again, 4 days of StarCraft 2, and we will soon jump into that PVZ. This is going to be a rematch of the grand finals of what? Of GSL Season 2. Of course, if you were here on the channel, we did cover it. We did cast all of GSL Season 1 and Season 2 here on the CranKy Ducklings. And again, it was very intense finals. I say intense finals, it was also a little bit one note when it comes to the overall styles from our players. Classic, you can make an argument he has the best late game PvZ in the world. Better than Showtime, better than MaxPax, better than Hero, better than any other Protoss player out there. We, of course, did showcase Classic against Serral at DreamHack Dallas, and even on online tournaments as well. Classic, he is looking like a beast, at least in the late game, if he can get there. That's the big thing here, as Rogue, I would say, is one of the more aggressive Zerg players out there. If you're watching the GSL series, and more importantly, if you're watching Rogue versus Hero in the semifinals of GSL, that was a short series. If you're watching the semis, I know that a lot of people have been looking more to Classic more so than Hero, just because Hero's been playing in less public events and less public tournaments. But if you're watching that series, how did Rogue beat Hero? He cheesed the hell out of him. It was a best of 5. It was a best of 5, very short. It was like a 15-minute series, just all in after all in after all in. Rogue, he cheesed the hell out of Hero, and likewise, Rogue, he also brought that aggression against Classic as well, where Rogue's win condition was end the game early. End the game early. Go for these timing attacks. Go for these 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins. That has been the go-to for Rogue. But we're about to hear from our players, I believe. We might just hear from them. Yes, as both Classic and Rogue are getting ready, they are setting up. So that's the dynamic that we're going to be expecting here, is Classic to be the defender and Rogue to be the aggressor. Now, this doesn't mean that Classic he's not like a Demauer, right? He's not like, you know, Showtime. He's not purely a defensive player. He thrives in the late game. That's where he is best. That's where he's strongest. But he can go for earlier timing attacks. He can be aggressive himself. So do not count Classic out. Do not be too greedy against him. Don't cut corners. Otherwise, Classic can punish you, can shut you down, he can break you. So that is definitely something to bear in mind, is that Classic, he can be a little bit more aggressive when he needs to be. Not as chaotic as Hero. I would say that Hero has stronger early to mid game than Classic in PvZ. That I will give to Hero. But Classic can still be quite diverse. And if he sees an opening, he will go for Glaives, right? He'll go into Glaives, he'll go for an early charge, storm timing as well. Like, Classic will be in your face if he sees an opportunity. It's more of those things where, likewise, he's a very opportunistic player, where if he sees you being passive, if he sees you being defensive, what will he do? He'll throw it in a Stargate. He'll throw it in a Stargate, a Fleet Beacon, and he'll get ready for Sky Toss. He's happy to embrace that slower style. Whereas Hero, he's typically less so willing to do so. Like, he's typically more aggressive, more active. And he's less willing to throw down a Fleet Beacon and to slow the game down into something like Sky Toss. So two very different approaches. Here we go. Let's go Rogue. I want to see one of those late games where he spams Overseers and Changelings. That is typically strictly for TVZ. But yes, we are familiar with that style, like the Mass Overseer. That's usually against Terran. So if we get to see Rogue against Terran, that's where he's at his best in the late game. But typically here in PvZ, Rogue, his goal is to end it early. To try to end it early, to try to kill the Protoss as quickly as possible. That's typically how he's been approaching this. Of course, in preparation for EWC, players I'm sure have been cooking and getting ready for other styles, other builds. From what we've seen so far, like, more or less players are playing how they usually do. Like, we have seen some more unique openers and builds, but like the overall play style hasn't really changed at all. We don't really expect that to change. Players that don't usually like redefine themselves and completely change course with their preferred playstyle coming into a tournament, but they can come up with some unique builds nonetheless. And I mean, again, like, we're expecting cheese and aggression and all-ins out of Rogue. Might see some that we haven't seen before, but like, still, that's kind of like the within line of what we're expecting. But here we go, as the players are getting ready. Terran 1 theme, such a bop, yeah, for sure. 100%. Shout out to the brutal OST. As a reminder, it's after this series we'll be jumping into Showtime versus Cure. That'll be after this matchup. As I'm sure we're about to hear from the players themselves for a moment. At least I hope so. Bearing in mind this is the first series that we're covering of Group B. And again, Serral versus Here Marine is going to be happening off stream. It's going to be happening on the B stream. For that series, I do favor Serral. I do favor Serral coming into his match versus Gabe. But best of luck to Gabe. Best of luck. Hope he's able to have a good showing and maybe even cause an upset. Best of luck to El Grande Gabe. Just catching up. Catching up. Being on the list is a form of military service for in a lot of places. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like same in Korea. Same in Korea. What is that next to the Pepsi and next to the Mountain Dew? There's like the Pepsi and Mountain Dew on one side, and then there's like a bottle on the left. It's like a branded like tumbler or something. I can't quite make out what the logo is. I'm not familiar enough with the sponsors. What is that? What is that? Are you unable to rebroadcast the audio? Oh, we can rebroadcast the audio. I'm probably going to do that for the final day. I'm probably going to rebroadcast the audio for day 4. But for day 1 and day 2, I'm happy to just cast. Just jump in. Then we'll take a backseat for day 4, maybe day 3 as well. Maybe day 3 we'll also take a backseat, and we'll have more of like a react stream to the casters. But we do have both. We have access to the clean feed and a dirtier feed. The clean feed without their audio and a feed with their audio. So make sure you didn't think we could hear them talking. Yeah, all good, all good. All good. Oh, as we have our vetoes, let's go. We have our vetoes. We're getting rid of Ultra Love, Pylon, Leylines, Lost Fantasy, Persephone, and Torches. We're going to be diving into, oh my god, we have all the big maps here. We have Maganatha, Tokamak, and Incorporeal. Those are the 3 largest maps in the map pool. Huh. Interesting. That Rogue, he got rid of some of the smaller maps instead. Peculiar here. So because of that, again, my eyes are mainly going to be on Rogue here. My eyes are on Rogue. You can still go for all-ins on these maps, 100%. You can still go for some all-ins. You can still go for timing attacks. There's a lot to get into, especially when it comes to Maganatha and Incorporeal, especially, referring to how exposed some of these maps are. So we'll see if Rogue can break the third base of Classic. That's what I'm going to be looking for when it comes to their matchup, when it comes to their series, but we'll get into it when it comes to the games themselves. But yeah, those are the 3 largest maps. Maganatha, Tokamak, and Incorporeal. Let's go. Let's go. But just because they're large doesn't mean that they're as defendable as other maps, for sure. That's the case for Tokamak, less so for Maganatha and Incorporeal. Oh my god, Kalaris, calm down. Jesus. Also, shout out to the other co-streamers. Unlike last year, this year we have, I think, M. Canning, the Can Man. He's been doing some co-streaming. Upper Tree Sal as well, All-Made Sal. Really cool to see. Hopefully they're able to commit for the other days as well. And of course the other language casters. We have Enki el Hermoso in Spanish. Oh.
I mean, you told us 3, but we got 4 instead, Kalaris, but it's fine. You can't count. That's why you're on the endless list. Anyways, boys and girls, 2 matches down from the group stage. Both of them going 2-0. Is that going to be the story for the rest of the games here for the group stage? I don't know, but things are hitting up, Seltzer.
things are about to get a little hotter too as this battle kicks off. It's going to be a great one between Veritas Pros Classic and Falcons Rogue.
I didn't even know where that came from. He just threw some shade at Kalaris.
Classic qualified
Jesus.
at DreamHack Dallas and then picked up a first place finish at GSL Season 2. So he must be feeling good heading into this.
And his opponent, none other than Rogue, set up for a salty run back from GSL Season 2 Finals. He has a chance now to reclaim that dub.
These two have a high-stakes history, but there's more about to be written. So let's hand it on over to the casters for our Saudi National Bank match of the day.
Oh my god. Oh, Rogue, what's happening? Suddenly gets taken away. Hi. But here we go, we're setting up, we're getting ready here for a Classic versus Rogue. As I mentioned, this is going to be a rematch from the finals of GSL Season 2, where they did have a very intense back and forth, went all the way to the ace match. Once again, it is a shame that these are only best of 3s. Like, I would love to see more out of these players. Give best of 5s, Pappy. Yeah, we'll get there tomorrow, I know, we'll get there tomorrow. So it's such a shame. Because it's only a best of 3, honestly, this could go either way. I do lean towards Classic, I do favorite Classic in this series, but because it's a best of 3, anything can happen. I can see Rogue winning this, I can see Classic win this, I can see this going to the ace match, I can see this being one-sided, so we'll see how our players are looking, and really a lot of our eyes are on Rogue. We've been seeing so much of Classic as of late in all these online tournaments. I mentioned before that some players have been hiding builds and playing in less, other players have been playing in more. Classic, he's one of those players who have been playing in everything, Rogue less so. And Rogue, he's often one that does actually think outside the box, and he does come out with some more unique play from time to time. We saw that last year in Star Zagora when we saw Rogue come out with his new style against Terran with the Mass Overseer, Mass Changeling Nidus play. We'll see if he has something different against Protoss. I was mentioning earlier how we do expect all-ins and aggression out of Rogue. I still stand by that. It was, I want to say, last year where Rogue was very different, where Rogue was a lot more macro oriented, where his win condition was to also, I guess, kind of like how in ZVT as well, would go into Lurker. He would be very greedy tech-wise, tech up into Lurkers, go into Nidus, and go for Lurker Nidus play. We saw a lot of that last year, but less so this year. Like, the meta has shifted, the meta has changed, and Rogue has kind of adjusted accordingly. We'll see if it changes again, though. We'll see if he has a different approach. As Rogue, he's back. Here we go. They brought him back, baby. They brought him back. Este Rogue. See if I can recognize any of the other admins. I saw Kashim earlier, I'm pretty sure. I saw Kashim. I haven't seen Icegar. I don't know if he's there. I haven't yet to see Icegar. Have seen Zatros, I believe. But I'm not too familiar with all the different admins. There are only a handful of them. But my eyes are open for Sinistro. I know Sinistro's there. I don't know if he's going to be on stage at any point, but my eyes are open for Sinistro and for Icegar. For sure. Speaking of, hello. Is that Sinistro? We didn't get to see his face. No. I think that's him. I'll keep my eyes open. Oh, no, that's not Sinistro. Never mind. Never mind. Likewise, we haven't seen any crowd shots yet. I know that for day one, the crowd shots, or the crowd is a little bit smaller. I think that we've heard from that on Reddit. I think there's been some people that are in the crowd that have been posting. But I hope things do pick up. Coming into day 3 and day 4, as we're sorting out any technical issues. Oh, shout out to I wasn't sure, but Icegar's there. Shout out to Icegar. But yeah, it looks like there are some technical issues that they're dealing with. Players are getting ready. Oh, the tension back, the tension. No, we're trying to zoom in on the in-game chat, the lobby chat. But looks like any issues that they had, looks like they hopefully have been resolved. Shout out to the admin team. I know, especially game one, there can be some teething issues, just because it's the first time that everyone has their setup going, and you know, sometimes there's like audio bugs. But everything's looking good. Oh, we're jumping in. Let's go. As we're jumping into game one, we're going to be loading into Maganatha. And this morning, in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic, the current GSL champion. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have obviously we have the GSL runner-up. It is Rogue. Jeez, Jesus, just no time. They just go straight in. Of course, Rogue on Team Falcons, Classic on Virtus Pro. Here we go. So we are now finally jumping into our fresh best of three. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of three. Let's go. And again, this is a rematch from the GSL finals. Classic did come out on top in said finals, but Rogue didn't go down without a fight. Rogue, he was able to make a series out of that. He did force the ace match. It was a very intense back and forth. I want to believe he can do so again. Let's go. Maybe even claim the series. So now Hashgas Pool standard opener out of Rogue. Likewise, Classic going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. So far, everything's looking normal. So far, everything's looking standard. As I mentioned previously, my eyes are mainly going to be on Rogue here when it comes to his tech of choice. Whether he goes for an earlier Roach Horn, whether he goes into an earlier lair, whether he takes gases, whether he goes into an Eva Chamber earlier or not. Really, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for Eva Chamber, Roach Horn, or lair. The timing of said tech structures that'll give us a sign as to how aggressive or how macro, how greedy Rogue plans on being. Likewise, Classic, we're expecting Stargate. Like Stargate open out to Classic, he may decide to go for an early Twilight Council before his third. If so, we will point that out. Otherwise, we're expecting standard play. But welcome, one and all, to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the map pool. True, it is a large map, but at the same time, it is not as defendable as Tokamak. What I mean by that is that the 3rd and 4th and 5th bases are a lot more spread out. They're a lot more spread out here on Maganatha, so even though the map is large, we have seen a lot of successful 3-base all-ins on Maganatha, just because of how spread out the bases are, just because of how open the 3rd and potential 4th bases can be on this map. So because of that, I'm like that's what I'm leaning towards here on this map. That's what I'm expecting out of Rogue, but we'll see. We shall see. Likewise, because the map is so large, something that I should also bring up if we go into a faster lair, Mutaplay, right? Mutaplay could suddenly become online as well. Going to Spire, going to Mutas is not unheard of on Maganatha. For now, Stargate open into the Oracle. So Oracle here from Classic, everything so far looking good. Ooh, gets into the mineral land, does pick off a drone. That was a late spore trick out of Rogue, and a nice start for Classic. Gets a drone, pulls away. Nothing major, but a nice start nonetheless. We can see Rogue expanding on the right-hand side, taking his triangular third. See in the chat. Suelten su gas, amiga. Sí, sí. Tira tu gas. Beautiful. As behind this, Classic going for 2 more gates. That I should point out. So that's going to be 2 more gateways before 3rd base. This is a much more aggressive follow-up here by Classic. He's not taking too quickly, but with the extra gateways, we'll have extra weapons, we'll have more adepts, and it can go for a more earlier, more surprising, more committed adept move out. as we don't expect this many gateways this quickly. So we're expecting more depth warp ins, but we'll keep an eye on Classic. Meanwhile, Eva Chamber first out of Rogue. Eva Chamber first typically is indicative of a +1 melee. You can see the observers pointing out the gateway, pointing out the gates. Oracles take a lot of hits, Queen's in position, and with that, Classic is deflected. Going for the stasis. Oh no! Oh, the Oracle does take extra damage and will barely get away. Meanwhile, across the map, Lings get us around on the Adepts. The Oracles are not him to defend. And 2 Adepts do go down. Nice pickoff here by Rogue. And there's that pulse on melee. Now, typically, pulse on melee is indicative that we're going to be skipping roaches and going from Lings into Lair into laying a Hydra. That is typically the take of choice here for Rogue. Very mid-game oriented. So he's cutting corners. Because of that, if we had Glaive Adepts, then Rogue would be in trouble. But alas, no Twilight Council out of Classic. Warping in 3 Adepts at a time, and Classic he should soon move out. You can see he's fanning out towards right-hand side with those extra Adepts. Behind this, we have the Forge, we have the Twilight Council going to +1 and what should be Blink. But Classic actually doesn't move out with those Adepts. He's staying back home. Interesting. I say staying back home, he's staying on his side of the map. Oh, he keeps him hidden. Okay, now he's pushing. And again, because of the earlier extra gateway that we pointed out earlier, we have more Adepts than usual. Yeah, this is much more Adepts than we're used to seeing. This is designed to catch Rogue off guard. Rogue at the same time does go for the Ling run by, does go for the counterattack, and probes are falling. Oracles are racing back home. Probes are going to be going down. Adepts are shading to the middle line, but alas, he does evacuate, does pull away just in time. Only 2? Well, oh my god. the probe drilling. Classic with the defense. Only losing 2 workers. And meanwhile, there's a full wall, but the Adepts trade well against the Zerglings. Lings are going down. Remember, these are vanilla Adepts, not Glaive Adepts, but they're still getting damage done. They pick off 2 more drones. They shade back into the middle line. Oh, they do cancel, but they trade well against the Zerglings regardless. And now going for stasis. The wall is open. Adepts, they do flood in, but Roach production has begun. Despite that, Roach is not quite in position. Headed for the mineral line. No major damage yet. Remember, there's no glaives. Like, this isn't too committed here from Classic. Not as much as it otherwise could have been. There we go. Does target fire. Gets 5, 6, 7 drone kills. Takes down 8. 8 drones go down. 8 drones. All those Zerglings. There we go. 40. Jesus. 44 Zerglings. Now, Rogue has a counterattack. And what do we have at home to defend? That's the real question here, because Classic, he has warp-ins. Okay, he has been warping in. He has an army, he has a shield battery, should be okay. Should be able to hold his own. Warps in more Stalkers. Storm is in production. And the game will continue. And ideally, Classic, he wanted to do more critical damage. Thankfully, as 1 Oracle goes down, nice pickup. Thankfully, Rogue was able to wall off in time and he was able to minimize losses. So Rogue, he's still very much to win this game, is taking up into a very fast Hive. Jesus. Okay, insanely fast Hive tech. Now, if you recall, I did mention something earlier about how Rogue was playing last year. I was talking about how Rogue, he was actually last year often going into fast Hive and into fast Lurkers. He had a very similar style to how he was playing against Terran. He was going into a much more greedy economic style and rushing into Lurker. Then when he got into Lurker tech, then he would play Nidus. He'd go Nidus Lurker and be very active with Lurker play. I'm curious, I mean, it feels like that's what we're headed towards here as well. Again, this is a style that has fallen by the wayside in recent times. It's been more difficult to pull this off, but I mean, Rogue is going for it. We'll see if he can get there though, because again, it's quite greedy. Classic moves out, back at home, he does defend. So Classic, does threaten a dive. Forcing units out of his opponents. Supply blocking Rogue, Jesus. Does get supply block. I mean, because Storm is ready here, that's a lot of storms. Rogue, he still can't make anything. As this around, base out 2 storms already. A better storm here on the main army, Jesus. Yeah, the storms are brutal, and the Classic is punishing Rogue. Remember, Rogue, he's been cutting corners, rushing into Hive, rushing into Lurker tech, but he's not going to get away with it. The boys are being pulled. It's going to be a close hold. Arcos are morphing in, and they morph in just in time. I say that, they do get targeted down, but the roaches are gone. Hydras are exposed. And Classic, he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. Rogue going for this more outdated style that we were referring to, how he played last year, but doesn't get away with it. He's trying to. That's 20 drone kills. 20 workers going down. Oh, he holds. Not bad. Does hold on, does survive. But, I mean, is he really living though, as we're still reinforcing? There's no proxy pylon, there's no war prism, so reinforcements take a long time to get across the map, but they're getting here. They're getting here nonetheless. Meanwhile, Classic, he throws down the Fleet Beacon, throws down the Stargate, getting ready for Sky Toss. Storm on the Queens. And GG gets called. He will overwhelm, and Classic, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG, well played. A cheeky build here by Classic. Winding it back here as a reminder, Classic, he did not have a standard opener. I mean, it was standard when it came to the opener itself, but the follow-up 3-gate. Before all of this, forget about this, he went for a 3-gate follow-up and he was hiding his adepts. Remember, he was hiding his adepts. He moved out, I want to say with like, what, 10, 12 adepts? It was a very unorthodox push, very unorthodox timing, and he did catch Rogue with his pants down. Didn't kill Rogue, but did do a good amount of damage, and it was in the aftermath of that that Rogue decided to be greedy. Remember, he was droning up heavily, up to 80 workers. He teched up into Lurker, into Hive Tech, and we saw that Lurkers were being produced at the end of the game, but he didn't get there. He barely didn't get there in time, and Classic was able to break Rogue before he could embrace his Lurker tech. Again, Rogue was being so greedy, and he was punished for that greed. And this is also why this style has kind of fallen by the wayside, especially against players like Classic, players like Hero, these more aggressive Protoss players. It is difficult to be greedy like this, and it's difficult to get away with all this tech against the Korean Protosses. They see an opening, they'll abuse it. And here we go, we're now getting into our next game, getting into game 2, we're going to be loading into Tokamak. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss for Virtus Pro, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Zerg player. It is Rogue for Team Falcons. God, they give him no time. Jesus. Just go in. Jesus. Oh, and here we go. We're getting to game 2. Game 2 is going to be here on Tokamak, and I don't... when it comes to the build of choice from Rogue last game, I mean, I don't blame him. As I mentioned before, in the lead up to this series, we spoke about how, like, Classic, he's at his strongest in the late game, right? He's at his strongest there. Then we even saw at the end of that last game, he was taking up into Sky Toss. He had a Fleet Beacon all the way and the Stargate on the way. But if you remember, something that we tried to emphasize in the lead up to the series is that Classic, he's not a passive player. He's not like a Showtime. He's not a hyper defensive player. Even though Classic has, I would say, the best late game PvZ in the world, he doesn't always play to the late game. If he sees an opening, he will be aggressive, he'll be opportunistic, he'll be in your face, and he will end the game if he sees an opportunity to do so. And we saw that last game as well, where he was more aggressive, even though he was more than happy and more than willing to tech up into Sky Toss. If he saw an opportunity, which he did, he went for it, right? He was aggressive, he was assertive, he was able to break Rogue ahead of time. So being greedy against Classic is a difficult thing to do. And Rogue, he finds out the hard way. Now we're getting into game 2. Game 2, we do have our standard openers, Hatch Gas Pool out of Rogue. Likewise, a Gate Expand out of Classic. Once again, our eyes are going to be open here to see if Rogue goes for another faster Evo Chamber into +1 melee, if he goes into a faster Lair, if he goes into a faster Roach Warren. So we'll see what tech Rogue goes for. Meanwhile, Classic does go for a Stargate opener, but the follow-up, does he go once again into a hidden third gateway? Does he go into a faster third base? Does he go into an earlier Twilight Council? Eyes are on Classic. Cool. Yo, shout to Draconics in the chat. Ese Draconics. Bienvenidos. caster Draconics. Oh my god. La Paloma. Another. Here we go. Oh, Phoenix first. Okay, this I was not. Never mind. Never mind. For a moment, he was going for a Phoenix first, and I was about to be like, Showtime, is that you? But no, it is going to be an Oracle first. So standard open out of Classic. He was flirting with the idea of being a little bit more spicy, but he thinks better of it, at least for the time being. Also, Shema in the chat. Shema. As I believe that is the second gateway on the way here for Classic, so far everything's still looking normal. I don't like the idea of Classic going for a third gate again. I don't think it's as necessary, or I don't think it's wise to go for the same build 2 games in a row. As the observer is pointing out, yep, only 1 extra gate. So 2 gate setup. A lot more tame, and there's a third. There is the third expansion. Everything normal from Classic. Meanwhile, we do have our Eva Chamber out of Rogue. Once again, looking to go into +1 melee, looking to go into Ling Hydra. So we have the same opener out of Rogue. Meanwhile, this time Classic is being more economic and less aggressive. Despite that, he still gets a couple of drone kills. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 drones going down. Did I say 3, getting it to 5? Meanwhile, Lings, they attempt to harass across the map, but there are Adepts at home to defend as well. So Classic, he defends, he attacks, 5 drone kills, ay. 5, 6 drones going down. And Classic's looking very comfortable here. It does get cornered though, and he will lose one of the Oracles. Yeah, 1 Oracle goes down, nice pickoff. Suddenly Rogue does have more of a back and forth. Meanwhile, more Lings, they get across the map, they get a surround here. 1, 2, 3 Adepts gonna be falling. Nice run by Rogue. Takes down the Adepts, now going for the shield battery. Nice damage. And Rogue is not taking this line down. Not taking this line down. Oh, we do have a Bailey Nest on the way. Interesting. Meanwhile, we assumed it was going to be +1 in Blink. That's +1 in Charge. Classic is going for a much earlier charge timing, which could hit like a truck, but as we can see, Rogue is being safe. He throws in a Bailey Nest. Typically, we do see Ling into Hydra. This is not Ling Hydra, this is Ling Bane Hydra instead. So this is a little bit less efficient just because it's a little bit more gas intensive. So there's less gas for Hydras and less gas for a Tech and less gas for a Hive, for example. But here, this is a safer follow-up out of Rogue. He will have the tools to defend. Because this is going to hit like a truck, but Rogue, he might be able to deal with it, depending on his setup. As again, you don't actually open charge in this matchup unless you plan on hitting that charge timing. Yeah, 5 more gates on the way. I believe that's going to be a 10 gate setup, either 9 or 10. It's a lot of gateways. Jesus. I think that's at least 10 gates. Yeah, now going to the player cam. The one thing we're missing is to set up a proxy gateway across the map. We have the robo, so we can just get into a War Prism. Classic building a more Head Templar, gathering up that energy for storms. Things they attempt to run by, they attempt to harass. Keeping tabs on the main army. High Templar still being kept hidden. And I'm curious to see if Rogue already has his Hydra Den and how many Hydras he has. Likewise, if he's pre-morphed in any Banelings either. As the low Lings are going down. And Classic, he will soon push. Here he comes. Okay, Hydra Den is done. We have Hydra Speed just now starting. Looks like Rogue has no Banelings. Ooh, looks like no Banelings for Rogue. He's going to have to reactively morph them in. Now, as Classic moves out, the Lings, they move in. The Oracle will defend. And Rogue, he's in danger. There we go. 8 Banelings on the way. 14. Okay, 14 Banelings. That will be enough. But it still comes down to the engage. Still comes down to how he does approach. As you can see here, yep, 10 gates, as we did call earlier. Yeah, we can count. We can... As 2 Banelings do connect. Nice connections. Again, all it takes is a couple of Banelings to make it through. As Classic rotates. Does threaten the storm in the mineral line. No major damage though. Rogue, he holds. And Rogue does hold, Rogue does defend. Basically, for Classic, as soon as he saw the Banelings, he backed off. Remember, it is not uncommon for Zerg players to skip the Baneling nest. Oh no, nice Templar! No! Oh my god, tries to get away. The Banelings, they crash in, they get 1, they get 2, they get 3. Massive pickoffs. And Rogue can go for the kill. Yeah, he can go for the kill, he can go for the throats. Classic, he was blindly hoping that there would be no Banelings across the map. Once they were revealed, he had to get the hell out of there. And Rogue, he holds. He holds, he defends, he trades well. And now he's taking up into Hive. He has the hybrid expansion. And Rogue is in the driver's seat, is looking very comfortable here. From here, he can actually embrace Lurker tech. Get into Hydra Lurker Viper. Again, this was just a really big gamble out of Classic. Did not pay off. And now he's on the back foot. Now Classic is forced to defend, forced to be stuck at home. And from here he has to turtle. Like Classic, he has to turtle up. And Rogue, he should be gaining map control, not just gaining map control. He should be containing his opponent on 4 bases for as long as he can while he maxes out. Nice baiting run by, does up. Get into the mineral line, 8 probes go down. Likewise, oh my god, denies the warp in. And then Classic, he's on the back foot, his timing failed. Did fall in its face. Now, coming into this kind of game state, Rogue has to be so careful because, on the one hand, he's ahead, he's in a better position, even snipes a Prism here. Will soon embrace Lurkers, but he has to be careful not to take some rough fights. Remember, like, there's no need for him to push into these bases. He doesn't need to. He is max, so I'm sure he wants to trade, but he has to be so careful with these trades. Doesn't want to throw away too much. Banelings to roll into the mineral line. Classic, he pulls away in time, he does defend. Nice defense by Classic. Cannons are finishing, miss rally! Ooh, does miss rally into the army. Throws away the Immortal. And the Hive is about to finish. Lurkers are morphing in. At this point, it wouldn't be opposed to Aspire just to work on some upgrades eventually. I do appreciate that Rogue, he's not neglecting his Lurkers. 11 Lurkers on the way. Speaking of neglect, I don't see any upgrades here, whether it's +3, whether it's Adrenal. I believe Rogue is working on it. He's working on it so far. He does keep up with the Prism, does earn it away. I would love to see the production tab just to know what upgrades are being researched, if any. I'm pretty sure they are. Like, I saw the gas being spent. Yeah, Adrenal. So it's Adrenal and Lurker upgrades. Ooh, as Lean Bane does make a pass, somehow, some way, slips into the natural. Does try to, but never mind. Classic, he shuts it down. Nice defense. Nice defense out of Classic. So this is a concern in my mind, is that Rogue, he never started +3. He has been neglecting his Evo Chamber upgrades. That may factor in. As Lurkers are moving forward, Classic, he ignores the Lurkers. He sends it right across the map. A brutal position for Classic. He cannot push through the center. Zelt's the main, but the Prism is going to be targeted down. Denies the warp in. Yeah, Rogue is just all over Classic, and he's pulling him apart. Tempest production has begun. Classic out of position. He's out on the map. He's not at home. And Rogue is moving in. Takes out the Nexus. Classic coming in for the surround. He should clean up this army, but not without losing the Nexus. And the base goes down. And economically, Classic is hurting. On the one hand, yes, Classic, he reset the lurker count for the most part. He shut down most of them. But Rogue, he could afford those trades, is the problem. Rogue, he has a massive economy. He can afford those losses. Classic cannot. So Rogue should be the first to remax. And this is an uphill battle here for Classic. Not impossible, but is very much so uphill. If Classic can stabilize on 4 bases, and if he can max out, then he has a chance in this game. That's a big if there. Yeah, as Rogue, he does counterattack, does hit the natural, forcing his way in. Classic, once again, he's out of position. I mean, he just barely has an army to work with, so the supply just isn't there. Nice storms, though. Very nice storms. And a head-on fight, he can take it. Takes out a lot of Hydras. As Rogue does start to step into the main. But again, Rogue, he throws away a lot of his army. Lurkers get behind the mineral lines. 20 probes going down. Now, there's a couple of things happening here. On the one hand, Rogue, he kills a bunch of workers, which is nice, but at the same time, the main army here for Classic is terrifying. And he can still win a fight. Still win a head-on fight. He can still threaten Rogue. So Rogue, he's got to respect it. Setting up for the surround. It's a lot of storms, but there's not much support. And here we go. Lurkers move in. They want the High Templar. Templar go down. Massive pickoffs. And Rogue, he will dominate this fight. And with that, he's done at this point. I mean, again, as we mentioned, for the past, what, 8-9 minutes, it's been an uphill battle for Classic. It's been just a really, really rough start for the Protoss. Has been playing from behind almost the entire game. And here comes Rogue. His anti-air is limited, so he can't really deal with the Tempest too easily, but he doesn't really need to. Does rotate. Takes down the side defense. He's got a couple of Corruptors. Lurkers on the top side as well. And the base is under fire. Yeah, the bases are going to be going down. Takes down that southern Nexus. And it's sinking in here for Classic. Again, he's the one that did take the risk. Took the chance. It wasn't worth it. And Rogue is moving in. Does move in. GG gets called. He breaks that third, and Rogue ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going to game 3. Again, it was a very risky build here from Classic. Winding it back, if you remember, what did Classic do? He went for a standard opener into what? Into charge. He went for an early charge timing attack with Storm. Very committed build. And as we were mentioning, he was hoping, he was praying that just like in game 1, that Rogue would skip Banelings. He was hoping that he would skip Banelings, and we saw that Classic was so committed he moved out. Once he saw there were Banelings, he had to back off. He had to retreat. The push failed, the timing failed, And from there, Rogue, he snowballed out of control. He was able to counterattack. He was able to get economic damage and tech up and out-tech his opponent, just being able to outscale him over time. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a cheeky build by Classic. Wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it in the end. He did fall behind quite hard. And I can't imagine we're going to be seeing another charge build again. It's not going to happen. No shot. Not in Game 3. So we expect Classic to calm down coming into Game 3 and go for a more standard build. But we'll see, as Game 3 is going to be on Incorporeal. Oh boy. Again, a map that does have a lot of aggressive potential. Oh, as we have the map intro for the first time. I'm loving the mist, the fog. That's for the first time here tonight. We're featuring Incorporeal. Let's go. In the bottom right hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Virtus Pro being forced into the ace match. It is a Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The blue Zerg it is for Team Falcons, Rogue. Here we go. As our ZVP does continue. And again, Classic's been going for some very interesting builds so far. Game 1, we saw the Stargate opener into 3 gates, follow-up with Adept Pressure and Adept Aggression. Here in Game 2, we saw Classic be cheeky, going into +1 and Charge, not into Blink, and going for a Charge Storm timing instead, which should fall on its face. Here, we're expecting to see something more standard out of Classic, but we'll see. As he has been mixing it up. Meanwhile, Rogue, he has been more so reacting to his opponent more than anything, or at least attempting to react. We did mention earlier that he blindly kind of played safe and went into a Baneliness, and again, with that, he was able to shut down the charge timing and the charge aggression. It worked out well for Rogue. So we'll see if he goes for another Baneliness here, we'll see if he goes into Roaches. There are other ways to open up. We'll see if he plays it safe again. So now we have our Hatch Gas Pool out of Rogue. Likewise, we have our Gate expanded to Cybercore out of Classic. Stargate is on the way. As to be expected. Stargate into Oracle. It's the follow-up that we're really looking for. As every game so far, Rogue has opened up Evo Chamber into +1. True. Oh, as we saw this last game, we saw Classic flirt with the idea. Does open Phoenix. Okay. Phoenix opener out of Classic. Yo, we got the kind of picture-in-picture. We got the monitor cams. Let's go. I love how they have the EWC logo like stickered over the logo of the monitor itself. To cover it up. As the first Overlord is going to go down. Well, Rogue's still just joining up, moving out with his links to counterattack. Remember, because of the Phoenix opener, that means that the Oracle is going to be delayed. That means it's going to be less Oracles to defend back at home to protect the third. So Rogue is hoping to find some damage. Does hit the natural, sorry, does hit the third base, but the Oracle does come out in time to defend. Come out in time. You see Rogue was trying to bait out the Pulsar Beam of the Oracle, but Classic did not take the bait. Once again, Eva Chamber first out of Rogue, so he's going into +1 melee. Does he go for Banelings or not? Yet to be determined. The monitor maker did not pay for product placement. If only we had Pepsi monitors. Where are the Pepsi monitors? As the Oracle does hit the third, getting a couple of drone kills. Only a couple. There's that melee upgrade on the way that we did mention. Once again, it should be Ling Hydra. Whether or not we see Banelings, we'll still see if Rogue does throw it down. As there's the lair. So it looks like this time Rogue, he's skipping Banelings. And again, like, this is what Classic was hoping for last game. Like, that's why he went into Charge. If your opponent skips Banelings, like we're seeing here, that's where Charge can excel. So our players, they gamble a little bit. So we see that Classic this time is going for a standard follow-up. He's going +1 and Blink. Meanwhile, Rogue, he skips Banelings and gets away with it. So this goes off. Meanwhile, we do have 6 Fs moving out across the map. They do get into the natural, but nice round with the Lings. Yeah, they surround, they force the recall, and Rogue holds. Rogue, he defends back at home. Classic backing off. Working towards Storm. I kind of want to see a Pepsi bottle with the logo plastered over with the EWC look. Oh no. Not like this. I mean, if you remember, that was happening, God, a couple of years ago. I want to say, was it in GSL? Or was it during some of the Dream Hacks where they had a different sponsor and they had to drink out of... I think it might have been Mountain Dew, where they had like Mountain Dew like tumblers, and they would put water in there and then they drink from that. Might have been when Mountain Dew was sponsoring GSL. But they had to put their water into other containers and drink from that. Aye. It happens, it happens. For now, though. Now that we do see Rogue fanning out towards the bases, but Classic is looking pretty secure. Now we can embrace a longer and later game. Rogue going to Ling Hydra, but we do have a faster Spire. Cheeky move out of Rogue, so he's still going into Ling Hydra. The Spire should be for a handful of muses just to harass across the map. We'll see how hard he commits. And we'll see if he gets scouted. As so far, Classic has no idea. Does have that one Blind Phoenix, of course, which will help, but it's just the one Phoenix. Yeah, +1 range is on the way. The upgrades do tell us that Rogue, he doesn't really intend to commit into mass muta. That's not the intention so far. Remember when Hot 6 was all in StarCraft? I remember. Let's go. Let's go. I remember when they chugged Hot 6s. When they won. I said that. I remember when they showered innovation in Hot 6. That was that was peak StarCraft. GSTL Season 2 2023 finals, mate. That was peak StarCraft. Where the Axiom boys, they all came out with their cans. It's beautiful. For now, though, it is going to be a mutas coming out from Rogue. That is more than enough to one-shot workers. But again, only to harass. So far, kept completely hidden. And Classic is fully walling up. We have 4 cannons on the way, shield batteries as well. Classic does have a safety cannon to buy some time. Does go for the defensive warp in. And so far, the Stalkers are keeping up, and they shut down the mutas. Yeah, 1, 2 mutas going down. Mutas, they do get at least the Oracle. At the same time, the main army is going to be deflected, and so far, Classic is holding well. Again, Classic is just taking a full defensive stance. on his 4 bases, and we were emphasizing at the start of this series as well, talking about how certain maps like Maganatha and Incorporeal are more difficult to defend. They are large maps, that is true, they are larger maps, but the 3rd and 4th bases are a lot more open, a lot more wide open to aggression, and it can be a lot more difficult to defend, so you have to invest into all these cannons and shield batteries. It takes a lot more to turtle up on these bases. And now we can see classic Stargate Fleet Beacon, we're going for Sky Toss. We saw Classic try to work towards this in both Game 1 and Game 2, but here in Game 3, we might actually get a proper late game. We haven't really gotten there yet. Like, we got into a couple of Tempests in Game 2, and we got into Lurker Tech as well, but by no means was it a back and forth. It was Classic, like, struggling to keep his head above water for like 8 minutes, before eventually just succumbing. Here, it's a little closer. Again, the soup does lie. Rogue, he's maxed out, but bearing in mind the Classic has a lot of cans and shield batteries. Like, he has a lot of defensive setup here that does help him, that does support his army. So a lot of this comes down to the storms, comes down to the engage. Muse, they're diving on the High Templar. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3. 3 High Templar go down with still a couple of storms left over. And a couple of storms left. And storms, they graze the army. We get some connections on the Banelings. And Classic, it's going to be close. We'll see if he can hold on. Rogue, he's running out of Banelings. Yeah, he is running out. Hydras are exposed, and Rogue holds. Sorry, I should say Classic holds. Classic, he holds. He shuts down the Hydras. The storms are brutal, and Rogue, he plummets in supply. He has to get the hell out of here. He barely escapes with anything. Now, I'm not convinced by Classic's counterattack. I'm okay with him denying creep, but pushing any further than that is risky. You can see Classic, he pulls away. Classic, he pulls away, he pulls back home. Again, assault defense of the Classic, and now when he remaxes, he can rebuild and remax with Sky Toss. Ooh, but Lings, they do flood into the main. They're going for +3, and it looks like they can get a kill. Yeah, they will. They snipe the Forge. Very nice pick off. +3 is denied. Prism into the main base. Gonna get caught out. Does pull away in time. Oh, not even. Barely not. So Rogue, he does defend back at home. Likewise, so does Classic. The game will continue. The game will progress. Now, when it comes to Classic's 5th base, that's going to be a difficult base to expand to. We spoke earlier how spread out, how open these bases are. It gets even worse as the game progresses. The 5th base, the 6th base, they're so spread out. I'll be impressed if Classic can hold on to them. If he can get a 5th. And now he's slowly rebuilding. So is Rogue. And a lot of this should come down to the 5th. It should come down to whether or not Rogue can deny the expansion. As Classic is expanding. And Rogue is moving in with his Zerglings. Does move in, runs into carriers. Ooh, nice target firing. Just focus on 2 of those lurkers. Rogue does overextend. At the same time, he's pushing towards the left-hand side. At the same time, Zelsei do dive in towards that fringe base. They get the expansion. Hatchery goes down. Lurkers are pushing into the natural. They're knocking down that front door. Ooh, and Classic is being pulled apart. And this is what's important. The 5th. The 5th is cancelled. That's what's important. No expansion. No economy. Ooh, but that's an expensive loss for Rogue because he will lose every single lurker here. We are lacking detection. But there we go. The Observer comes in. And these lurkers are going to go down. And this, I'm not sure if it was worth it here. That was, what, 8 lurkers? And Rogue, he might lose even more. And sure, he was able to deny an expansion, but he lost so much in the process. As the lurker count is almost completely reset. Yeah, there it is, 11 lurkers going down. Now Classic can expand. Might be thinking, but oh, there's Sky Toss. Do we even need lurkers? The answer is yes. Because even though we do refer to it as Sky Toss, it's not purely a Sky Toss army. It's Carrier, it's Tempest, it's Mothership, true, but also Archons, High Templar, Immortals. There is typically ground support. When it comes to the ideal late game Protoss army, you need those lurkers. It isn't just pure Carrier or Tempest. Without that ground support, then this army can get out of hand. So Rogue has to rebuild those lurkers. And they are building back up. Building back up. Classic's army is getting a bit out of hand. We do have corrupted production from Rogue. Nice thing, run by. Gets 1, 2, 3 cannons. 4 cannons even. A lot of stack defense going down. Plus 3 air attackers on the way for Rogue. He's a bit on top of his upgrades. He's a bit on point. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not too fond of Mass Carrier here. I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't built any Tempest. Tempests are more efficient. They have longer range. They can, again, they can just be more efficient. They can have better trades. Carriers, what's dangerous about carriers is they have to get closer to your opponents. Likewise, they're not as ideal against Corruptors or Lurkers. Like, their range can be a big hindrance to them. But, I mean, it is going to be Critical Mass Carrier, so it may work anyway. He's got 9 carriers. We'll see if he can brute force his way through. Likewise, this army is also vulnerable to parasitic bombs. If you can take over the ground army, then you can go for the mass power bomb, then stack on top of the carrier, for example. Storms popping up. Corruptors are coming in. Storms, they attempt to zone. Yeah, mass power bomb here on the army. But there's still Archons on the ground. Yeah, Corruptors, they barely break through. They shut down the Interceptors. But there's too much on the ground. Yeah, there's too much on the ground. Another Storm connects. Another Archon connects as well. Resets the Corruptor count. And Classic holds. Yeah, Classic, he takes the fight. The carriers are getting low, but the ground army did punish the Corruptors. And that was an expensive loss for Rogue. And Classic is running away with this. You can see how many High Templars survived as well. There's what, 5, 6 High Templar on the ground? So many Templars survived. And with that, Classic has plenty of Storms. Rogue is in a rough position. He's rebuilding his army. He has an economy, that is true, but the army just isn't really there. The quality, I mean. Speaking of the army not being there, Classic out of position. He will lose the 5th. Trading a base for a base. Yeah, he's pushing in. Classic is going for the kill. Bearing in mind he can always recall if he needs to. And he does not need to. Because sure, he will lose 1 Nexus, but he will take down 2 hatcheries. 2 hatcheries go down. And he can try to keep pushing. At the same time, Rogue, he rotates towards the left-hand side. It does hit the mineral line. Classic does turn around this time. And he'll be forced to cancel. Oof. No expansion for Classic. Thanks to Burrow. Now, on the one hand, Classic does have a superior army, and I believe that Classic, if they do fight head-on, Classic will win this. He will win this fight. But if Rogue can avoid the main fight, if he can backstab, if he can counterattack, if he can keep forcing Classic to turn back around and deny the 5th base, then Rogue can, over time, rebuild his economy and snowball out of control. It's possible. The scary thing, though, is that Rogue is also stuck on 4 bases. It's 4 base versus 4 base, and Rogue doesn't have a bank. Ideally, in ZVP, as a Zerg player, you do want the bank over your opponents because your army is just more inefficient, right? Like, the Zerg army is just more inefficient. It's more fragile. You need that bank. Without it, Rogue, he cannot stand his ground. Abduction Archon. Trying to keep up with these rotations with the army movement. Nice slow zone. Oof. Yeah, the storms are brutal. Oh, the storms. Jesus. The storms, they punish the hydras, they punish the lurkers. Corruptors, they go in for one last-ditch effort, but Classic, he will overwhelm. GG gets called as Classic. He will take the series 2-1, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a much more comfortable game here for Classic. We saw Classic have some fun in this series, both in Game 1 and in Game 2, going for some cheeky builds. We saw Rogue was able to shut Classic down in Game 2, but here in Game 3, Classic, he was doing what he does best. And what was that? Defend, turtle up back at home on 3 and 4 bases. On the one hand, yes, we saw that Rogue did go into Muta play to harass, but the Mutas, they did not pay for themselves, and we saw that Rogue was ramming his face against the brick wall that was Classic, and Classic able to take better and better fights on his side of the map. We saw that Rogue was able to deny the 5th base. True, he denied the 5th, but the 5th doesn't matter because a Protoss can max out on 4 bases. He can max out on 4 bases, especially if he's trading more efficiently and if he's preserving those high-tech units, the carriers and the High Templar after each fight. So some stronger engagements out of Classic, and Rogue, he just could not break the defensive line of Classic.
I'm here with Classic and with Maddox to provide translations. Of course, Classic, the reigning GSL Season 2 champion. And it was a beautiful rematch, honestly, on the SNB arena. Congratulations, first of all, on the win. And I want to throw it back to game number 1 at the very early stage. You tried an adept push, Rogue defended very well, but then you instantly came up with another stalker push after that. How were you able to run it back so quickly?
이제 1세트 경기 승리 축하드리고요, 김도우 선수. 일단은 저희 첫 번째 질문 1세트로 좀 돌아가 볼게요. 1세트 때 일단은 사도 푸시를 했는데 그래도 이병현 선수가 어느 정도 잘 막아냈는데 그 이후에 바로 다시 전멸 추적자 푸시를 가서 또 경기를 끝내는 데 성공을 하셨어요. 좀 어떻게 좀 그렇게 경기를 끝내실 수 있었는지 궁금합니다.
우선 사도로 그래도 피해를 어느 정도 줬었고 상대가 사도를 맞고 나서 이제 올 게 없을 거라고 생각하고 좀 배를 불린다라고 생각을 해가지고 그 타이밍에 가면 좀 뚫을 수 있겠다라는 생각을 가지고 있었고 생각대로 잘 됐던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so I did pretty good damage onto the Zerg. So, and that being said, he wouldn't have anything to counter, so he might go greedy. So I think that would be a greatest time to push.
Well, it was a beautifully timed counterattack. I want to say very well played from you throughout the series. Now I want to ask you, when it comes to the preparations, because this was a GSL Season 2 Finals rematch essentially, how did you prepare for this matchup against Rogue?
I
think very quickly, I think a better question for Game 1 would have been, how did Classic, was he aware that Rogue was being greedy? He's referring to Game 1 where Classic went for adept aggression, which did do a lot of damage, and then he went for a follow-up push as Rogue was being greedy and taking up. The answer made it sound like Classic actually didn't know if he was or wasn't. He was kind of gambling a little bit. That's what the answer makes it sound like.
정말 열심히 준비를 했습니다.
Yeah, the preparation wasn't easy because there's a lot of Zerg players in my group, so I didn't have much practice partners. So that being said, I prepared a lot to face against him because he's a very good and very solid player. So tried my best to prepare against him.
I mean, speaking of Zerg players, your next matchup, it is going to be against Serral. So
let's
it is
go.
going to be against yet again a DreamHack Dallas rematch. So talk to me. How are you going to prepare for that one?
이제 마침 또 저거 선수들 얘기 나와서 그런데 다음 상대가 또 이제 댈러스에서 맞붙었던 세렐 선수인데
I would have loved something a little bit more.
궁금합니다.
달라스에서도 굉장히 힘들게 이겼고
A question with a little bit more flair.
저그 선수 중에 최고기 때문에
Like, you already beat Serral once at DreamHack Dallas. How are you feeling coming into the rematch?
최근에 제가 이겼던 경험이 있기 때문에 충분히 이길 수 있다라고 생각을 하고
Easy.
열심히 준비해서 내일 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
Obviously, favorite player.
Yeah, obviously he's one of the greatest players, and it was very hard to win against him in Dallas as well. So, with that being said, I won against him, so I will try my best to repeat it.
I mean, you've done it before. Let's see if you can do it again. But that is a wrap for, of course, Classic 4. Now we still have one more match to wrap up day number 1 of the StarCraft tournament here at the Esports World Cup. Thank you very much, Maddox. Thank you very much, Classic. We're going to head on over with our final match. But first, back to the studio.
Likewise, I would have loved a question about Game 2. I would have loved to have asked Classic. So again, we got an idea that when it came to Classic's follow-up push and pressure here in game number 1, he was kind of gambling a little bit and maybe hoping that his opponent would be being greedy, and this is the push that they're referring to, where Classic hit just before Lurkers. He hit just before Lurkers, just before Hive upgrades kicked in, and he was able to end the game here and now before Lurker Tech. I would have loved to have heard about game 1, about like the decision to go into a charge timing, and if he was just like full gambling and just sending it across the map, and just like, and whether there was any sign about whether or not there would be banelings, how that affected him and affected his decision, and affected his mindset coming into here the ace match. The ace match did feel a little bit more comfortable for Classic, even though he was stuck defending. Like this is where he like thrives, really. Like he was so well set up with all these cannons and shield batteries. Like Rogue was trying his best to break his opponents. I do think that this was still okay for Rogue, but if you remember, it was right after this. It looks like they won't show it here on stream. But it was right after that attack where Rogue sent all of his lurkers in between the bases, and he lost, what was it, 9 to 10 lurkers. He lost them all. Like it was a brutal moment, and that's when everything swung in favor of Classic, when the lurker count was reset. That's when we went on our little like tangent talking about the importance of lurkers and the importance of an anti-ground army against a late game ZVP army or a late game Protoss army. And yeah, everything just kind of went in favor of Classic. GG, well played, congratulations. With that, we have one series left, one series remaining here in tonight's broadcast. Up next is going to be Showtime versus Cure. Let's go. Let's go. One series left. There better be a clip of that. If you're referring to the GSTL ceremony, yes, there are clips of that out there in the internet. Good times. But again, a really good showing here by Classic. Once again, it was showing that he was willing to take some risks, take some chances, gamble a little bit in this series. I would say a little bit unnecessarily so. I don't think he needed to take as many risks as he did. But, you know, willing to do so nonetheless. Always a risk to do whenever it's a best of 3. But now we're getting ready for the remainder of the broadcast. Oh, looks like we have a bit of a highlight reel here for Serral versus Hero Marine. Looks like they had a game 2 on Tokamak. A bit of a longer back and forth. Looks like Serral was able to get into his own Ultra Tech. Never well. And Serral took the 2-0. Yeah, took the 2-0. Again, that was over on the B stream. Oh, there's some fans in the Let's go. Really cool to see some people traveling over to Riyadh. I think so far that's the only player we've seen do some signings there for the viewers. But looks like we have our updates here for the group, and again we have our next lineup here of matches. Classic takes down Rogue 2-1, Serral takes down Gabe 2-0, and we have the upper portion. We have Showtime versus Cure and Hero versus Lancer, aka Cyan. And again, the B stream, they're going to be covering the PvP between Hero and Lancer, or Hero and Cyan. We will be covering Showtime versus Cure. Oh boy, that's going to be an interesting one here. We were giving a lot of praise to Showtime in the lead up to EWC, how he's been playing so much and achieving so many accolades. We've seen Showtime get better and better results against Bjorn, but Cure is a very different kind of player. Cure, unlike Bjorn, is a lot more willing to go for 2 base all-ins, a lot more willing to be in your face. It's going to be an interesting dynamic here between a more defensive player like Showtime and I would say a much more aggressive player in Cure.
I am here with a heartwarming report from the B stream and the B stage, as we have a lot of Chinese fans that have shown up to support Cyan in his journey.
Oh, they're supporting Cyan. Let's go. Oh, there he is, JDG. But really cool to see that they traveled over to cheer for him. You know, there's Showtime and Cure. as I believe from here we're going to be going on a break. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the final series of the broadcast. We'll have Showtime and Cure going at it. We'll see you soon after the break.
to do with StarCraft, maybe. And we're going to show them, and they're going to try and decide what it is. Then I'll reveal it, and it's supposed to get harder as it goes on. So we shall begin. You guys ready?
Yeah?
Yes.
Are we working together?
I think so.
I think so.
Okay. Ooh, I can't see anything. That is... Oh, yeah.
Siege tank man.
Yes, that's a siege tank portrait.
You guys are wrong about that.
Is it the Thor?
Is the Thor guy?
The Thor.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, let's quit right now.
You said it so confidently. I was like, okay, he's probably right, but I wasn't sure if it was siege tank or Thor, but it's okay.
All right.
That's a bad start.
Starting off strong then. Maybe like highly pixelated, you guys recognize?
Okay.
With the bandana? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, next one. You should get this one.
I have a light in my face.
It is a Protoss unit with...
Dark Templar?
Is it just a Dark Templar? But is it like a fancy Dark Templar or a regular one?
I thought it was a fancy Dark Templar.
I don't know if we're doing like co-op units and whatnot as well. We're still early, right? So this has to be an easy one. So I'm guessing just Dark Templar.
It is just a Dark Templar.
Okay.
After the siege tank situation, I was scared.
How often do you look at the portraits now?
Yeah,
apparently a lot, because I got all of these really easily.
Oh.
That's why I thought you guys would get them.
All right.
I was clearly wrong about that. How about this one?
That's a barrack.
A flying barrack.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, 100%.
I'm so scared.
They're not supposed to be tricky yet, but I think this one is pretty tricky.
A few Zerglings.
I think those are Marines. You see the little guns?
Oh,
they have
right,
little pixelated guns.
Are you convinced that that is Marines?
Especially the top one with like the horizontal bar.
I feel like the top one is wide enough for it to be Zerglings with little...
Oh, yeah, now you mention it, the middle one especially has like a little, yeah.
Final answer?
Zerglings, let's go with Zerglings.
Zerglings. You're right.
Good one, good one.
Red Zerglings.
Hooray.
We didn't
Next
even mess
one
Your gun bit
is
threw me off.
Yeah.
very interesting.
The long battle cruiser?
A battle cruiser? Are you sure this is not a StarCraft 1 unit?
Oh no, don't.
That looks like a Defiler to me, but I'm not sure.
Defiler? I'm lost. I had battle cruiser in my head and I have nothing else.
Battle cruiser?
I know it's really long. I was thinking that, like, you know the really long campaign, no, is it the campaign battle cruiser? Like the mercenary one? That's really long?
The Gorgon ones or whatever they're called? No.
I shouldn't be thinking this. I think
we haven't arrived at that level yet.
No, okay.
Any final guesses?
It is some Terran unit for sure, because it's blue, and I feel like we're probably doing like lore accurate colors here, so it has to be something Terran.
Okay, last guess right now.
Battle
Go for
cruiser
it.
feels like a decent answer, but
Battle cruiser? Okay.
What? What is this, Ducati? What is this?
It's something. It's a motorcycle.
It's a motorcycle?
It's a motorcycle.
Oh my.
It kind of did look like a Terran unit, though, to their credit.
Battle cruiser?
Yeah.
I'm glad you were confused now. Yeah.
But that, that was the trick one.
I protest. No.
Yeah,
That was the trick one. I was like, I tried to give you a hint. I was like, is it a
Okay, we have
StarCraft?
curveballs, all right.
All right, this is great.
That's a Sentry, no?
That's from Heroes of the Storm.
No, that's the Sentry portrait.
I was thinking the Phoenix
from Heroes of the Storm, but it's probably the Sentry. I'm sorry.
We're gonna go with the Sentry.
Oh,
Good
okay.
job.
Yeah.
Nicely done. And I think that was it actually. So
wait, we did it?
Wait, is
you guys did it, except for that like utter fail in the beginning. You know, in the bike tripping you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the tank and the the Thor, they're siege units.
Like,
they're
when,
like
I
mech.
when I see people playing mech and they're clicking on all the things, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's some of the things, you know.
The Thor has like the headband and he's like rocking out.
What does the siege tank have then? Why am
a
I
bald head?
You have to be bald.
Nothing cool about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, passing grade for Kolaris and Loco. They know something about StarCraft, proven here at EWC. So thanks for watching the Pixel Game, guys, and enjoy the Esports World Championship.
Did you see Showtime screaming? I was like, oh my god, calm down, Bobby, calm down. But welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final series of day 1 of the Esports World Cup, EWC 2025 StarCraft 2. Here we go, we're finally here. The final game of today's broadcast, and a shout out to all those at the casting couch over at the main event. Shout out to Rotterdam and State alongside Kolaris as well, as they are going to be jumping on to discuss our final series. Showtime and Cure, let's go. PVT. Meanwhile, there's going to be another series happening concurrently. That is of course going to be the PvP between Hero and Cyan, and that is going to be happening over on the B stream. Shout out to the Muslim, Steadfast, Paolo, Cats alongside Fear Dragon as well, as they are of course going to be bringing that to you live over on the B stream. We ourselves have the main event here, Showtime and Cure, and this is going to be a spicy one. Cure, he has been redefining himself. For those that maybe haven't been watching too much StarCraft this year, Cure in years past was known for being more of a standard player. He was more standard, he was more by the book, he was a little bit more vanilla in his play is what I will say. But if you're watching Cure over the past 4 months, basically since GSL Season 1, Cure, he was almost like pioneering the meta of 2-base all-ins, of just non-stop 2-base all-ins in TVP. We saw that throughout GSL and coming into DreamHack Dallas right after that, just hyper-aggression out of Cure. We'll see if that continues.
I would say I feel pretty good. Obviously a bit nervous as always, but I think nerves are good. You know, you get into the zone hopefully, and I will play well, and yeah, feel good. Match is important because you don't want to lose the first match. It's always feels bad. You get in the loser bracket, it ends up being like do or die immediately. So I hope to avoid it and advance. Just have like a more comfortable spot in the bracket, and then have a good match against whoever wins the other match as well. One message for Cure. Sorry, buddy, but you're going down.
Going down. Oh, fighting words, baby. Fighting words. Oh my god. Out of Showtime. But yeah, Cure, he has been just so much more aggressive in this matchup. I say that he has been tamed a little bit over the past couple of weeks, over the past month, maybe even 2 months at this point. We were emphasizing just how much PvT has changed over the past 6 months, how in the beginning we saw hyper greed from Protoss players, we saw that switch as Terran players started going for non-stop all-ins, then Protoss players became more defensive in their play, in their openers, they stopped going for 2-gate blink openers and started going into a more dedicated 2-base play instead, and that kind of made sure that the 2-base all-ins died down.
All day long, we've borne witness to the talent, creativity, and execution of some of the best in StarCraft 2. Our next and final match of the day here at the S&B Esports Arena promises more of the same.
More of the same? Maybe. But when the standard is excellence, we'll take more. So, without further ado, let's introduce our final 2 players for the final showdown of the first day here at the StarCraft tournament at the Esports World Cup. It's starring Showtime versus Cure! Showtime with a 3 hot series winning streak of 2-0s, including a win in DreamHack Dallas. Can he continue the hot streak, or will his opponent find the cure?
If anyone can do it, Cure can. He won Wild Series versus Top Protoss in GSL Season 2. But does he have any more tricks in his VP bag for Showtime? Let's send it on over to the casters and I'll find out together.
Here we go. Ooh, our players are getting ready. They are setting up. We'll soon get into our vetoes here. And again, Cure, he has, or again, I should say after that kind of stint at DreamHack Dallas, the meta did shift, and Cure, he has been a lot more standard in his play back once again. And that is the kind of game state where I do favor Showtime. If Showtime, if we can get into a comfortable spot, if we can get into the mid game, that is where Showtime is going to be favored over Cure. But we'll see if Cure has come in prepared. Cure is one of those players that has been playing in less tournaments as of late. He's been hiding his preparation, hiding his builds. I'm curious if he does go back into his bag of tricks, into those all-ins, or if he does indulge in the new style, new meta of PvT, which is a lot more mid-game oriented. Our eyes are on Cure. I mean, our eyes are really going to be on the vetoes initially. We expect maps like Pylon and Ultralove to be vetoed. We expect some of the larger maps to be vetoed as well. So we'll see what the veto process looks like and where we end up. We have yet to experience Last Fantasy tonight. And I'm hoping, I mean, we most likely will see Last Fantasy in the best of 5s, but it'd be fun to see it at the end of the broadcast in the best of 3s. We'll see. We'll see if our players are spicy enough to actually allow for that to happen. If they allow it through the vetoes. Oh boy. Catching up. Just wants to crush things. Ah, no. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no key crushing today. Not anymore. Only in the play-in stage. Tomorrow is going to be when we have more elimination matches and more elimination rounds. That will be tomorrow. I should update the stream title as well. True, true. Here we go, our players are setting up. Hand warmers popping up. And again, I could be mistaken, but I feel like today's broadcast has been breezing by. Maybe I'm just too used to like DreamHacks, where we have like 12 to 14 to 15 hour streams. But this feels very tame in comparison, which I appreciate, to be honest. Like 8 hour, 9 hour, 10 at most casting days. Like, yo, I can get used to this. It's nothing. Again, we're 8.5 hours in. 8.5 hours into the broadcast. We can keep going, man. It's only what? It's only what? Almost 4 a.m. Almost 4 a.m. in the morning. We're fine, baby. We're fine. I was ready for like up to an 8 a.m. cast. One-third of the chance of spawning with less money just seems awful. True, but like that doesn't stop players from embracing Last Fantasy on some of these other in some of these other formats in longer series. 4 a.m. is peak light hours. Oh no. I was able to get like a 2-hour nap before the cast. 2 hours. So I've got some pretty good sleep in me. We're good to go. Good to go. I hope I'm able to maintain myself and my sanity for the rest of the week. That's the one thing that I'm a little bit concerned by, but should be okay. Should be good. Should be good. Looks like our players are getting ready. Oh, unless I missed that, I don't think we've seen the Vitos yet. And we might just skip, like, I guess we're just skipping the Vitos. Oh my god. Let's go, we're jumping. Wait, what? We're jumping into game 1. Okay. Jumping into Tokamak. Let's go. I saw the red, I was like, Last Fantasy? No. As spawning in the left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is a showtime. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Again, this is the final series of tonight's broadcast. The last best of 3 of the evening. Let's go. Let us go. As Showtime is moving out across the map for some scanning information. Welcome one all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps on that pool, one of the more defensive maps. Again, you do have a much more secure 2, 3, and 4 base setup. You have a longer rush distance by ground, and we expect longer games, which is why, do you see what I see? I see a single gas opener out of Cure. Cure going for a Rax Expand economic start out of the Terran player. Let's go. Does go for an economic opener. As we mentioned, again, Cure, he was hyper aggressive and hyper all in for a period of time this year, but that period has come and gone. So it's come and gone. The meta has shifted, and we do expect more economic starts out of our players and more economic follow-ups, especially on these larger maps. Unfortunately, we don't really know what map 2 and map 3 are. They didn't show us the videos. Oh, but it looks like there is a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. If there are any tech issues, I'm sure they will be resolved. Whether it's audio, whether it's maybe hotkeys, which can happen, bearing in mind that players, they have to very quickly set up before their match on stage, and they have to make sure their hotkeys are good to go, and everything's as it should be. Yeah, sometimes audio, sometimes sound, sometimes repeat rate. Meanwhile, Showtime is locked in. Life's just rejuvenated by the crushings. Oh no. Oh. Okay, we're back. Okay, we are jumping back in. And once again, it was an economic start by Cure, economic opener, calming things down. From here, we keep an eye on Cure to see if he does go into a standard Mine Drop opener. He can go into Reaper. I was going to say Reaper Heli, but he does go Marine first. Into an earlier Tech Lab. Okay. You have my attention. Now, remember, okay, a couple things are happening here. It is going to be an economic opener out of Cure. Showtime, he scouted this, he responds to this, and he may move out with Stalkers to punish. Meanwhile, we just see Cure, I believe, going for his earlier Marauder, earlier Concussive Shell. This is designed, never mind, not going for Concussive Shell, going for the add-on swap into Cyclone instead. I was going to say this is designed to punish a player that tries to punish Cure. That is not the case, not anymore. It does open Cyclone though. With that, he'll be able to defend against early gateway aggression. Does go for the Cyclone, not for Marauder. Back at home, we do see that Showtime, he doesn't move out across the map. He does not attempt to punish the economy of Cure, instead going for the Hallucination and going for his deck of choice, going for a Twilight Council opener. Let's go. Likewise, we can see Showtime just walling up the natural, being very safe. Does scout the main, does scout the 2-1-1 setup. Cyclone will deny any further scouting. Oh. Meanwhile, we do have the initial medevac on the way. Early medevac here out of Cure. Doesn't go for the add-on swap, at least not on the starport. Cure, he does switch out, and it looks like Cure, he's rushing into early stim. Yeah, very early stim here, assuming that we go for the racks on top of that tech lab. And tank production has begun. Medevac is moving out. And there's the add-on swap. Going for those bio upgrades. So there should be an earlier timing and an earlier move out to add a Cure. For now, he starts off with the drop. Hallucination will confirm that Stim is on the way. Does confirm the tech labs. So nice scouting here by Showtime. Meanwhile, Curie's boosting in. Does find a pylon, not bad. Blink is not yet done. Pylon goes down. Nice little pick off here for Cure. Very nice. As Curie pulls away, now going to be reinforcing. He's still waiting for Stim. Stim is halfway done. And again, Curie, he wants to hit with Stim. So he's almost there. As he's massing up his army on top of the ramp. It's going to be up to Showtime to slow this down. Pokes in. Does poke in, does spot the army. The boys are being pulled, and Curie commits to the all-in. Yeah, he's going for the 2-base all-in, and again, this is hitting with Stim, hitting with early tanks. Showtime is now aware. He's going to try to slow this down. He does get first blood, I suppose. I guess, true. He's up the first SCV. More SCVs going down. Again, nice kiting here by Showtime. As he gets zoned away from his own bases. Going for the first tank. First tank goes down. Very nice pickoff. Takes down a tank. There's one tank left. And barely any SCVs. Showtime has been warping and Zealous back at home. Trying to catch reinforcements. Cure does notice. He pulls away. And I don't think Cure has enough here. It's going to be close. That is a lot of Marines, though. It's a lot of Marines, a lot of bio. Stalkers are coming in from behind. They attempt to collapse in. Yeah, tank goes down. And with that, Showtime holds. Showtime, he does hold on. Kiting back. Again, so crucial, so important that Showtime was able to engage ahead of time and just slow down the push. Just pick away at the Marines. Pick away at the tank count as well. And I don't think Cure had that much left to commit. And remember, he pulled the boys. Like again, Cure, he's all in. He's all in here. He's going to keep going. Does reinforce with 2 more tanks. Does catch 1 Immortal. Massive pickoff. Gets 1. Takes on 1 Immortal. Stimming on forward. Going for the pylon. Depowers the gateways. Ay, ay, ay. And more boys have arrived. You can see them on the map. More boys are coming in. Tanks get surrounded. Ooh, both tanks go down. The boys are here, but is it too late? Ah, it's so close. Can Cure end it? Can he end the game? There's 1 tank left. Nah, it looks like he has. Yeah, it looks like Cure, he barely has enough. Takes out the Immortal. Gets 1. Gets 2. And 2 Immortals go down. Probes are falling. And Cure, he barely breaks the back of Showtime. Again, so crucial as well that Showtime didn't have these gateways. Look at the bank. Like, look at the bank here from Showtime. He has money, but he has no gateways. He cannot spend his money. He cannot warp in. He just needs more time, needs more warp-ins. As the army is overstimmed. Takes down the final tank. But none of Zealots here. None of Zealots, none of Chargelets here. To hold on. The Marines are overstimmed, but hey, they're still alive. I say that. Catching out another tank. Oh, never mind. Jesus. Hot pickup. Saves the tank. And Cure has done it. Cure, he has done it. Again, going back to basics, back to what he does best, which is 2-base all in. with that, he goes for the main. And again, Showtime was doing everything right, doing everything well. Unfortunately, the gateways got depowered, right? So he had less warp-ins. The Immortal got caught as well. So again, Curie able to force some mistakes out of his opponents, and with that, yeah, he should overwhelm. Showtime is down to 16 probes, down to 1 base economy. Showtime desperately trying to hold on. It does catch a reinforcements, okay. Showtime defense was impressive. It was impressive. It was impressive for sure, especially against the first wave of aggression, but it was the second wave, right? The second wave got him. As you can see here, Showtime is cleaning up the army, but here comes another army from behind. Showtime will also clean this up as well. Okay. Takes down the tanks, takes down the Marines. But it's the economy. The problem here is that Cure, he can still keep going. He can still build up an army. Showtime cannot. As Showtime is now broke. Again, more gateways being depowered. As more boys are being pulled. Este Cure. He just wants him out, Pap. He just wants him out. Get him out of here. As Force Wheels, they do slow down the push, but again, there's only 2 Stalkers. Yeah, there's 2 Stalkers left. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. A 2-base all-in, which I should emphasize once again. Showtime, he saw it. He saw it coming ahead of time. Showtime, he was aware of the all-in, and Showtime, he was doing a really great job at slowing it down. Remember, he was able to kill 11 SCVs, a tank, and a handful of Marines before the all-in actually hit. It was really nice unit control out of Showtime, but we saw that when it came to the actual defense of the bases, the SimCity was working against him. He had a really awkward setup. He bled out a couple of units too much. He bled out the Immortals. I mean, losing both Immortals was a brutal start for Showtime when it came to that defense, and it meant that the follow-up, the second wave of the all-in, that's what broke Showtime. That's what broke him. That's what was able to snowball out of control. Not the first wave, but the second. And again, Curie just kept going. He just kept going. He just kept pulling the boys. Pulled the boys the second and even a third time towards the end. And Showtime was eventually broken. And with that, Curie takes the lead. And we'll see if this trend continues. If you recall, we mentioned earlier how Cure, he did nothing but all-in for a good month of time earlier this year. Then he kind of got tempered and he pulled back with that. Now we might be back to that though. Now we back to our roots, back to non-stop all-ins. Let's go, as we're going to be jumping into game 2 on ley lines. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have our German Proto split. It's going to be Showtime. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is a Cure. Here we go. Go as we're getting into our next game, and oh my god, Cure does open up with the proxy racks. Let's go. We have a proxy racks across the map, double gas opener out of Cure, so much more committed, much more aggressive out of our Terran player. And Showtime, he will scout. He will confirm that the racks is missing. The racks is nowhere to be found. Does confirm both gases as well. Is where it is not an economic start, and he is searching for the racks. And Curie's committed. Yeah, he's just going for the one. So game 1 we had a 2-base all in. Here in game 2 we have a one base all in. Going Rax into Proxy Factory, into most likely Proxy Starport as well, sending everything across the map, and one way or another, the game will end. Either he will kill Showtime or he will die trying. As he is not holding back. He's back to his animalistic ways. Ah, let's go. Este Cure. And again, we saw a lot of this from Cure during GSL Season 1 and during DreamHack Dallas, but since then, as I mentioned before, like Cure, he backed off. Like, he backed off. Players got better and better at defending against these all-ins, but maybe players have gotten a little bit too complacent. I mean, I want to say that, but at the same time, like, again, I was still very impressed by Showtime in Game 1. Like, that was a really close game. It was a really close game. It was really clutch. It was not a one-sided all-in by any means in Game 1. But here, Proxy Tank, waiting for the Starport. I believe this should be for I would imagine, a Viking to help support, just to make as much units as possible. But we'll see. Medevac. Okay, going for the Medevac, not the Viking. So he will have a little bit of micro potential. He can sustain his Marines. A couple of boys are being pulled. And here comes Cure. As Showtime is setting with the second shield battery, the army is now revealed. Showtime, he failed to scout the proxy. Oof. And the production's exposed. Yeah, he takes down the Artosis pilot. Oh god, he cannot warp in. He has no production. He has zero production. The gateway's depowered. The second pylon is going to be under fire. Cybercore as well, which means no more stalkers, even if gateways are get up and running. And Showtime can't make anything. Like he just can't make anything. He cannot warp in. He cannot produce. We have another backup gateway on the way. Yeah, Showtime, he knows that, like, it's checkmate. Just because the production's being camped. Showtime, he just can't do anything here. As he has a Robo on the way, so he can try to slow warp in an Immortal. He has a backup gateway on the way, so he can make one unit at a time. GG gets called, and with that, a 10-minute game, a 10-minute series even, as Cure, he does cheese the hell out of Showtime. GG. Cure, you're an animal. GG, well played. Proxy 1-1-1. Proxy Tank, one base all in. Does sneak up on the main base, gets on top of the production, depowers everything, which means Showtime couldn't make anything. He just could not make anything, he could not produce, and with that, Cure will claim the series. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Cure. He will claim the series. My condolences to Showtime. Again, Game 1 was so close. Like, I still want to give praise to Showtime. Game 1, I was so impressed by his defense. It still barely wasn't enough, because a couple of mistakes were made here and there, but it was still a very clutch, very intense game. Here in Game 2, it was more one-sided. It was all more one-sided. Showtime, he missed the proxy. He was searching. He was trying to figure out what was going on. He went for a proxy pylon across the map, made it look like he wasn't really convinced. It was too committed. He wasn't expecting a proxy 1-1-1. GG. GG, well played. Cure, he will claim it. Very fast series.
I wondered if Cure was going to pull out something creative, and then we got that game on Leyline. So when did you decide to pull out the 1-1-1?
I kind of want to know about Game 1, but sure.
해가지고 이번에 맞춤식으로 준비했는데 이번에도 본진 입구를 막아줘서 좀 잘 통했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, so I noticed that Showtime blocks the ramp, so I noticed that 1-1-1 or even all-in builds kind of work that easy, so I think I prepared for that.
We have seen so many impressive matches from you recently against Protoss. Do you think the other Protoss in this tournament have a lot to fear going up against you?
I wanted them to ask about Game 1, but sure.
이제 많은 다른 프로토스 선수들을 만나야 되는데 이 다른 프로토스 선수들 상대로도 좀 이렇게 많은 비장의 무기를 좀 준비하셨을까요?
아무래도 빌드는 한계가 있다 보니까 좀 많지는 않지만 그래도 아직 여러 개 남아 있어서 아직 여유는 있는 것 같아요.
I mean, yeah, there is a kind of a limit of the builds that you can prepare. But that being said, I still have some in my sleeve, so I think you can. Yeah, I think you can prepare for that. I don't know, like, yeah, I still have something on my sleeve.
Well, I love to see the confidence on your face. Those are quick matches. You've got a lot of energy left for the rest of this tournament. So how are you feeling about your odds here in Riyadh?
이제 또 많은 또 경기를 아직까지 좀 치르셔야 되기 때문에 또 앞으로에 대한
Not gonna lie.
경기에 대해서 좀 예측.
I think this is the first time that Seltzer has asked a third question. I think it's to pad time.
앞으로 있을지 좀 궁금합니다. 본인이 예상하시기에 좀 어떤 경기를 좀
It's like
치르실
it was a fast series. We're gonna drag this out a little bit longer.
좀
It's like,
준호
okay,
형이랑
okay.
힘든 경기를 많이 했었거든요. 2번 만나서 2번 다 지기도 했었고 이번에 또 만나게 된 것 같은데 이번에는 꼭 극복하고 싶네요.
Yeah, I faced against Hero 2 times last year, and I lost to him last year. So I really want to get a revenge.
Excellent. We'll be looking forward to that for sure. Let's send it back to the studio and take one last look at those games.
He wants revenge, and here, May, you knocked him out of IM Katowice last year. What are you talking about? Let's go. So we have our highlight reel. Of course, that was the final series of this broadcast. We might be getting some highlights from the other series, from Hero versus Lancer, from Hero versus Cyan. They might still be mid-series. It's possible that their series was a little bit longer than this one. Again, this is a short match. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Never mind, it's already over. Oh my god, how fast were these games? Hero took down Cyan 2-0. That series was even faster than our one. How? How is that possible? How fast were those games? That's PvP, I suppose. Crazy. But they are going to be going over, I believe they're going to be going over the final standings, the final group, the tally, what everything looks like, and the upcoming matches for tomorrow's broadcast, which should be the qualifying matches. Best of fives tomorrow, best of fives. But okay, they'll be going over that schedule. See in the chat, he's in the animal pipe. He is. Cannon rushes? Maybe. They want to go to bed early today. I mean, it's a big day tomorrow. Like, again, I'm a little bit, how should I put this? I'm left a little bit wanting. Like, I'm a little bit left unsatisfied just because it was purely best of threes today. Like, I love all these games, I love all these players, but I wanted a little bit more out of them. We only got best of threes, but that's what tomorrow kicks in. Best of fives. Best of fives are going to be tomorrow. That is where we have the bigger, longer series. We have more of a back and forth where one small misstep, one small mistake, one all in doesn't cost you the series. You have a little bit more breathing room and a bigger chance for comebacks in these back and forths as well. So I'm going to be looking forward to it quite a lot. Going to be looking forward to those best of fives. As now that I check, I believe every series tomorrow is at least a best of five. Basically, the elimination matches in the group stage and the qualifying matches are all best of fives, and that's all that's remaining in the groups. So yeah, non-stop best of fives. And yep, there it is. We do have today's final standings here from the play-ins. Bjorn took down Estrella 2-1. Lambo took down Gabe 2-0. And we had Bjorn being the first player to make it through into the groups over Lambo. And then Gabe was the first to eliminate Estrella in the play-in stage. Likewise, Gabe eliminated Estrella. He also eliminated Lambo. Gabe, so far, the only player to knock down some players, to knock out some players. And he was able to bring down both Lambo and Estrella. Then we had our final group stages, group matches. And here we go. We have tomorrow's series here. We have Clem. Clem takes down Beyond. Clem is up against Solar in the first qualifying match in the best of 5. Meanwhile, Rainer versus Maru. Oh my god, that's gonna be a spicy one, Papi. Oh my god. I'm still not entirely convinced by Maru's TVZ currently, but we'll see. We'll see how those series do pan out. Likewise, for Group B, we have a Hero versus Cure in that rematch. And Classic versus Serral, another rematch as well. Like there's a lot of history between a lot of these players. Classic versus Serral, that's a DreamHack Dallas rematch. Hero versus Cure, that's an I Am Katowice rematch as well. So once again, these top players, they face off, they find each other in the Esports World Cup. When it comes to the elimination matches, we have Beyond versus Down, Shin versus Trigger, Cyan versus Showtime, and Rogue versus Hero Marine. Tomorrow we will be saying goodbye to what is that? 4, 6, 8. 8 players. 8 players are going to be eliminated tomorrow, and tomorrow we will confirm the players for the playoffs. Bearing in mind that day 2 is going to be us wrapping up the group stage for the most part. Most of the matches, not all of them. Looks like we're going to be wrapping up the upper qualifying matches tomorrow and some of the elimination matches, and then day 3 is going to be qualifying matches and then the quarterfinals, and then day 4, that'll be the semis, the finals, and third place match. I feel like they didn't really emphasize that, but it's also important to bear in mind. It's important to bear in mind that this year we have something special, something different that is quite rare, I want to say, in these big premier events. There's a bronze match. That's a rare sight. That doesn't often happen. Sometimes in some online tournaments we have a bronze match, but for offline, big offline events, that doesn't really occur. So yeah, we get a bronze match as well. Have that bronze match. Final's gonna be on Friday. Yes. 4 days. 4 days of StarCraft 4-day event. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Silly W in the chat. How did I miss that notification? I just notifications weren't on, unfortunately. But thank you so much. For subscribing for 6 months, half a year support. Thank you. Day 1. Degen day 1. Classic versus Serral is going to be a banger. Hopefully it will be 100%. I mean, you can't go wrong with the matches, right? Like, what do we have? Let me just double check again. Clem, Solar, Rainer, Maru, Hero, Cure, Classic, Serral. You could argue that Clem, Solar, would that be one-sided? If you remember, Solar did defeat... yeah. I do think that might be one of the more one-sided series. Like, I rate Clem quite highly, and even Solar wasn't feeling too confident. If you remember, he was like, I hope Clem fears me a little bit. Like, Solar, he was so sad when he found out he was going to be playing Clem. All the other matches I think are going to be really close though. I'm hoping. I think Group A has the potential to be a little bit more one-sided, unfortunately. I think Group A has that potential, but Group B, as was said in the chat earlier, I agree, is some bangers in Group B. Bangers, Pat. Otherwise, for those in the chats, if you enjoyed the broadcast, we're going to be back tomorrow. Most likely with more of the same, with more of this casting. I do plan on either just the final day or maybe the last 2 days to turn this into more of a react stream and actually listen in on the casting and add our own flavor commentary as well. We'll do that for day 3 and day 4. But for the first 2 days, we'll do our own casting. And then we'll lay back and we'll enjoy what the rest of the talent has to offer. Look forward to it, always. The other big thing as well, it was a little bit sad to see Lambo go down as early as he did, but that also means that Lambo can now come onto the casting couch. He'll be able to come onto the stream, and not our stream, but the main stream, to be able to add some analysis, to be able to add some more context or just more insights to certain matches and to certain games. So I do look forward to hearing from Lambo as well. I do think that he definitely has a lot of insight to provide. Also, he did mention how he does plan on coaching Rainer potentially, and giving him a bit of support as well for his upcoming matches. So we might be seeing Coach Lambo once again. Coach Lambo. Daily MVP goes to Big Gabe. Okay. He's the MVP. I mean, he did eliminate 2 players, so makes sense. Big Gabe. Crushing those keys in between his fingers. The big man himself. Mainstream is on Twitch. Exclamation mark co-stream. Hold on. There we go.
We are here near the entrance of the Esports Boulevard, and as the night falls in Saudi Arabia, it starts to become very lively and populated. The lights are shining everywhere. It is really quite beautiful. To the right, we have a lot of the main stages for other games that are taking place right now alongside StarCraft 2, such as Call of Duty, Honor of Kings, and PUBG Mobile, who are all having their own independent championships, united by the team game that everyone is ultimately playing for. To the left of me are other important areas such as the totem pole that we explored earlier, and way down the line, as this place is truly massive, are a lot of games and attractions that we will be sure to explore tomorrow.
Attractions? What? Give us a tour, Paolo. Give us a tour. Give us a tour. Otherwise, here is tomorrow's schedule. We have Beyond vs. Down up first, followed by Rogue vs. Hero Marine. These are elimination matches, by the way. Followed by Solar vs. Clem and Rainer vs. Maru. So we have our initial 4 best of 5s, and then we have another 2. So 6 best of 5s in total. Hero vs. Cure and Classic vs. Serral. 6 matches in total. Interesting that we are starting with the elimination matches. That's where we begin. And again, we'll be casting it here on the channel. Of course, there's still the mainstream going on, and I do want to support that as well. And again, we'll be tuning into the mainstream for day 3 and 4, most likely. Actually, we might just cast all of the group stage, and then when the playoffs begin, then we'll switch. I think that might be the play. That'll be fun. Yeah. Switch to the playoffs. Dope day of StarCraft. Yeah. It's dope. Some highs, some lows. You know, my heart goes out to Max and Lambo. And we'll be saying goodbye to more players tomorrow as well. But again, it's going to be an intense week of StarCraft. Otherwise, I believe we're going to be wrapping up here. We'll see if there's another segment. I don't know if like Ravi or Fear Dragon, or we're going to tune into the B stream for a moment. But it looks like Kalash is wrapping up. It's like he's wrapping up for the day. Good job. Why is that Chase? Hey, papi. Good to see. Chase, when are you coming on stream? But yeah, it's good to see you. And thank you so much for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you want to tune into more of the CranKy Ducklings, and ! Socials in the chat. You'll get a link to all of our socials, to our YouTube, to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Discord as well. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft, some more Esports World Cup. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao, papi, ciao, hasta luego. Time to ladder, you're in Hannibal. See you tomorrow.
heard of. And the fact that he's winning and he could go all the way in this tournament has been really exciting for me. What about you, Fair Dragon?
I mean, I was over on the B stream, and I feel like one of the most exciting matches for me was just watching Hero Marine versus Serral, because even though Serral won, which I think is what a lot of people expected, it was a really close series. I feel like Gabe has just been showing across the entire day really, really cool, sick games.
Yeah, it felt like Serral really did the Serral thing where he was behind in supply on Roach Ravager and somehow came back. It was, can you even call it a comeback at that point? Or, it's just difficult to say. And of course, Nick, there was some heartbreak. We got the American Hope, Estrella. As an American, how do you feel?
Well, it's sad to see that once again, the Americans are only going to be the best at casting. So that's too bad. In all seriousness, I mean, a big Estrella fan. I think he had a tough group. We had a period where there wasn't that much StarCraft 2 going on. So not everybody, I think, is in the same shape. But I thought he had a great performance. And I hope to see him next year.
Yeah, and I actually, for another North American Hope, Trigger also got knocked down to lower bracket. He's still in it, so North America still has a chance. But yeah, it's been rough for Dave for NA.
But North America is not America.
Isn't it though?
Okay, fair enough. And then, of course, there is the other heartbreak in Lambo, who got edged out by Hero Marine in the German Derby after beating Hero Marine in their first encounter.
I think it was the most emotional part of our tournament today. I mean, you can see he really took the hit hard. I respect that. I mean, his entire year has built up to this moment. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it.
Yeah, pretty brutal, especially since Lambo is clearly one of those preparation players. You can really see when he did put in a lot of preparation work. And I feel like he did also upset a lot of people's predictions, even with like the first couple of matches of the play-in stuff. So it was sad to see him go.
Yes, indeed. And I think this has been the recap for now. So thank you for watching.